Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. Thanks for tuning in tonight. Nick, you can hide this just for the intro. Thanks for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. I very much apologize for our late start. I'm going to tell you a couple things went down before the show, so I'll tell you guys after I get through my intro. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday, normally at 5 p.m. Pacific. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. I'm joined by my co-host, Kiki. She's back there. There she is. She's a bit shy. A few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. Some quick maths for y'all. So if you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. Donations and super chats $10 and up will be displayed in stream overlay. Donations and super chats $50 and up will be read/answered. If you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message. $100 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. Please see the description for all triggers and full details. We have channel memberships. To become a member, you can hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. We're also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow in the Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. We got merch, shop.whatever.com, stuff you can wear to not be naked. Don't be a criminal, get some merch. Follow us on Instagram at whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram if you can make it to Santa Barbara. If you're interested in sponsoring the podcast, you can also DM us here. Follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. Yep, there it is. Been posting some reels. If you check out my nonprofit movement, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short, really the pressing issue of our time. Yeah, super important. Go support it. If you can't catch the full shows, oh, whoops, we have a clips channel. Link is in the description. We're trying to hit 1 million subscribers on it. Can you hit the popular tab, Nick? Sweet. Guys, so we're, less than 60,000 away from 1 mil, so help us get our clips channel to 1 million subscribers. We're really close. We have a Discord, discord.gg/whatever. Link is in the description. This is a members-only Discord. You can gain access via our Patreon, patreon.com/whatever. Also, I was going to have this whole thing, but it's just was scuffed today. So this episode of the Whatever podcast is dedicated to Akira Toriyama. Rest in peace. DBZ was a huge part of my childhood, and I suspect for hundreds of millions of other men and boys. So, yeah. I was going to do there's this whole thing, but today's show got scuffed, so maybe next stream. But, disclaimer, the views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the Whatever podcast. Before I have the guests introduce themselves, I just need to talk about a couple things. First off, I want, Nikki, if you can hide that. I want to once again apologize for our delay in starting. This is probably actually the latest we've ever started. Normally we're fairly good. Normally we're fairly punctual, but we had one girl no-show maliciously, which I'm going to get into in just a sec. I had one girl flake an hour before the show, another girl flake 2 hours before the show. Questionable reasons for their cancellation. We spend a lot of time on pre-show stuff. I spend a lot of time, we'll do the thumbnails. We have to redo the thumbnail last minute. We had audio issues before the show. We had camera issues before the show. We are currently still having internet issues. Our download speed, luckily it's not our upload speed at the least. Our download speed is atrocious. I don't know what's going on, so that will have some impacts on the stream. One of the girls did a malicious flake, and so I actually want to go into that a little bit. Just so you guys, oftentimes with the flakes and cancellations, sometimes I've talked about in the past, but oftentimes we'll just continue on with the show and not even mention it, but it substantially disrupts our production. So you guys aren't really privy to a lot of the bullshit that goes on behind the scenes, but just take my word for it that every single show there's some bullshit going on that is incredibly aggravating and annoying. So I'll just give you this example in particular today. Nick, can you pull it up, the Instagram? So this is the girl who flaked. Normally I would just let it slide, but this was a malicious flake. And I'm pulling it up, one, just to show you, and I'll show you the messages to give you some understanding. And this is absolutely dating related, because this is the sort of behavior that you're going to encounter when you're dating. People just being totally inconsiderate of your time. Any of you who are on dating apps know that you're gonna get stood up, you're gonna get flaked on last minute. They're gonna be not even caring about the fact that they've burned your day. Now, she did this maliciously though. So first, I'm gonna pull up her story, Nick. It's the next one over. So she actually posted, keep in mind, she requested to be on the show. Oh my God, is it not gonna, oh, she posted to be on the show. So 4:30, she's supposed to be here at 4. I messaged her, so are you no-showing? And she just says, yeah. And I say, seriously? And she's like, whatever, you've been humbled.
Wow.
Clearly malicious, right? So she locked up a seat to intentionally flake. Pull up the Instagram again, actually. So I'm actually just because I need to send a message out there that if you're gonna try to fuck with us, we're not just gonna accept that. So if anybody knows who this person is, that's her Instagram. If anybody can get us some details, we already have some on our side, but I'm just gonna file a small claims action against her for this, because she maliciously, this is essentially tortious interference with our business operation. She very maliciously and intentionally locked up a seat on the show to prevent us from being able to get somebody else. We had certain, let's say, we had to delay the start of the show because of her malicious and tortious interference. So if anybody has any info on who this person is, I will be filing a small claims action, a lawsuit. I'll be filing a lawsuit against her. I believe she's located in California, so very simple for me to do. Anyways, after my litigious threats, why don't we get into the show? We're gonna have the guests introduce themselves. And by the way, like I said, guys, if anybody has details on who that is, so in furtherance of me taking legal action against her for her, again, egregious, malicious, and tortious, intentional malicious and tortious interference with my business, get in touch. We're gonna have the guests introduce themselves. Please tell us your name, age, location, so where you're from and occupation. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm Anastasia, also known as Pandana. I am 28. I am a real estate investor, club worker, OnlyFans monetizer, musician, and model. And I think that's it on my laundry list. I'm from New York City. Age? 28, I said that.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm still thinking about the lawsuit I'm about to file. I detect you have a bit of an accent. Can you tell us about that?
I was born and raised in Brooklyn, New York. Ta-da.
Is English your first language?
It's my only language. I mean, I studied some Spanish in college. That's it. That's as far as it goes.
I don't detect.
You know what it is? I work in
accent.
Philly, so people in Philly tell me they hear the New York accent in me, but I feel like I've digressed. It's like an integration of both, because I have so many friends and affiliates in Philadelphia that it's like a merge of Brooklyn and Philly, my accent.
Okay, I see. All right. What about you?
My name is Bethany. I'm 23, and I'm actually from Santa Barbara, but I moved away, and I'm just here visiting for a short period of time. Yeah.
Yeah, Nick went down to the mean streets of Isla Vista, and because of the aforementioned no-show, he was able to snag our friend here, so appreciate that. So you're from Santa Barbara originally. You went away for college, or?
I'm not actually going to college. I'm trying to be a tattoo artist, so
Okay.
I'm just practicing with that. But just it's a small town, and there's more to see than just Santa Barbara, so I wanted to get out of here.
Where did you move to?
Oregon, which I don't recommend because now I'm moving to San Jose.
Okay, so Oregon to San Jose.
Yeah.
Do you have any tattoos?
I do. I have a really shitty one right here.
Is that like a stick and poke?
You would think.
Into the mic, please.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I have this one right here, and then I also have the two you can see on my
Are those the only
wrist.
two Beretta?
These are the only two you can see right now. Yeah.
Okay, is that like
Beretta. It's
like the firearm?
Yeah, I named my first dog after my first gun that I shot because I wasn't supposed to have a gun or a dog.
Oh.
So Beretta.
So those are the only two tattoos you have?
Those are the only two tattoos I can show you.
Do you have like
I have
YOLO above the pubic area?
I have, most of mine are flora and fauna, so like I have different animals all over me.
Gotcha. What about you?
Hi, I'm Martina. I'm 31. I was a wedding coordinator, but I'm a mindfulness coach now. Also mental strength exercise trainer.
Did you say
31?
31, okay.
Hi, I'm Jacobed, and I am 39, and where we live in Azusa. And I am a mental health professional, so I'm a school counselor, and I'm also indie singer-songwriter, and I lead worship at my parents' church.
Okay.
Hi guys, my name is Christine. I'm 27 years old. I'm a full-time social media and brand manager. I'm also the founder of Course Correct, where I help people become their own trusted mentors. Currently, I do mindset and spiritual coaching. I share content online surrounding that as well, and I eventually want to step into public speaking. I'm from Las Vegas.
Okay, welcome.
I am Hannah. I am 25 years old. I am from Maryland, and I do web design.
My name is Monique, and I am 41 years old, the oldest one on the panel. I'm from Orange County, California. By trade, I'm a phlebotomist, but I also sing. I'm an author, speaker, stuff like that as well. So, yeah.
Okay. Gustavo?
Si.
Yeah, that's Gustavo. He doesn't speak any English. Andrew Wilson, what about you?
Yeah, my name is Andrew Wilson, host of the Crucible, fastest growing debate channel on YouTube. To my knowledge, I do debates. I'm a content creator, and I appreciate you guys having me on the show this evening to help out.
Okay. Nick, do you have the chat pulled up? Hey, chat, we are having some technical issues. Is the stream okay? One in the chat if internet. They're telling us we're having really bad stream quality here. Wait, chat, the internet quality, are you saying Andrew looks bad or our stream looks bad?
It's Andrew.
Yeah, but chat, so I know Andrew, his stream quality doesn't look great, but does ours look okay? One in the chat if ours is okay.
You just froze. I have it on my phone.
Andrew's audio is scuffed. We'll just keep going and see. We've been having, like I mentioned, our download speed is messed up, so that's why Andrew looks. Nothing is wrong on Andrew's end. It's on our end. Our upload is fine, which is preferable, but we're doing okay though? Okay, cool. Sorry guys, just typical whatever podcast shit. So we do have something interesting. Actually, we're gonna go around and get everybody's relationship status. So going around the table, what's your current relationship status? So are you single, relationship, friends with benefits, situationship, et cetera, et cetera? How long have you been single, if you're single, and what's the longest relationship you've ever been in? Go ahead.
My longest relationship was 5 years. I'm in one now. I'm sorry.
Wait,
my longest.
Scoot your mic that way. Scoot it closer to the table. Okay, so you're currently in a relationship.
Yeah.
Okay.
And my longest was 5 years.
How long have you been in this current relationship?
A year and change.
Okay, 1 year. All right, what about you?
I'm currently in a relationship, and we've been together for about a year, a little over a year. And then my longest relationship was 2.5 years.
Got it. Okay. What about you?
I was married for 8 years. I'm legally separated.
So you're single,
Yes.
legally separated.
Hmm.
You said you were married for 8 years.
That's right.
How long have you been?
With him, 10.
You were with him for 10, but how long have you been divorced?
Separated 2 years.
Separated 2 years.
Mhm.
Okay. Right. And then
Currently single. Been single for almost 4 months now, and my longest relationship was 8 months.
okay.
Currently single. Longest relationship was almost 7 years. And I've been single for almost 3 years, 2 to 3 years.
Okay.
Single. For about a little over a year. Longest relationship, a little over 2 years.
Sorry, you're gonna have to repeat that. Go ahead.
Single.
Yep.
Been single for a little over a year.
Okay.
Longest relationship is a little over 2 years.
All right.
Currently single. Longest relationship was 3 years, and it's been about 2.5 years since the last relationship.
Okay. So, my understanding is, do you want? I mean, the relationship portion of this show would have been a good opportunity for you to share that
What's
you
happening?
guys are abstinent
Yes.
and you're both.
Yes, yes.
I know that's what you were.
I don't know.
I thought
we're
those
just-
questions were gonna come out later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you want us to do that now?
What's the question?
What was
Go
it
for it.
with?
No,
So-
I'd be fucking. I don't know.
Yes. So for me, I'm a virgin and I'm waiting until marriage.
Are you?
hold on, but Nick
That's
wasn't on you when you
amazing.
said that. So can you kindly repeat it?
I said yes. So for me, I'm a virgin and I'm waiting until marriage to have sex.
Good for
You're
you.
a unicorn.
Same.
Wow.
39,
Wow.
virgin
Wow.
waiting till marriage.
So 41-year-old virgin, 39-year-old
Yes.
virgin.
Wow.
Proudly.
Cool. I'm sure you guys get all the
Different.
jokes
Yes. We have
about
heard.
the. So, why? Out of curiosity, why?
I love Jesus. That's one of the biggest reasons. There's so much more for me. I really believe my body is the temple, and I want to share that beautiful experience with one person. That's one of the biggest reasons.
Okay. What about you?
Yeah, my faith plays the same part. I think growing up also as a teenager, I had a lot of girlfriends that got pregnant as teens. And so it was just one of those things where it was like, and I just saw the emotional drama they went through with that. And so it was just one of those things where I see like, this is a better route. It's just to wait.
So you both have had. You had a 3-year relationship. You had a 8-month relationship. Did you guys end those relationships? Did you end your relationship? He broke up with you?
Yep.
What about you?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. So my question is, what if it never happens?
Never getting married?
Yeah.
Then I feel like then it doesn't. I mean, I really believe that it will. I just think a lot of things happen later in life sometimes for some people, and that's kind of where I feel like I'm at. But I'm not going to die if it never happens. And so it's, you know what I mean? It's one of those things where I'm so much more fulfilled in a lot of different areas and, you know, have a lot of depth and I do a lot of stuff. So it's, my life isn't just hinging on that one thing in particular.
And do you think that, let's say you both hit like 50, 55, like, will there ever come a point where you're like, well, it's not going to happen, so I'm just going to have sex? Or is it just like, no, I'm just going to die a virgin? Like, what?
I think society now in age puts too much emphasis on sex. Like that's like the thing that is everything in life, and it's not. I
But
believe
actually
that life.
answer the question though. So
The
like, let's say you're
question?
55. Like, let's say you're 55, it's 55, 60. It hasn't
Yeah.
happened yet. Are you?
No,
Would you just be like, well, I tried to do the whole virgin waiting till marriage thing. It didn't happen.
Can I
guess
say
now,
something?
no, you can't.
Maybe later.
Well, my best friend is.
No.
a
Oh, did you not
virgin.
just hear the part where I said no? You can't say something.
So no, I'm not gonna do that. Just that, because again, for me, life is so much more than that experience. There's so much more to do in life. There's so much more meaning. So for me, that is something that I hold sacred, and I'm not just gonna toss it just because it didn't come for me in marriage. I believe in eternity, and heaven is way more of a bliss than anything else.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Are
If it
you
didn't happen, it didn't
are you a
happen.
Catholic?
I'm a Christian.
Yeah, I'm just asking what type? Protestantism, Catholicism,
Non-denominational.
non-denominational. Okay, but you had a really staunch Christian upbringing.
Yes, my parents are pastors.
Okay, got it. And a non-denominational church.
Yep.
Okay. All right, appreciate it. I just want, just
Thank you.
just trying to figure it out. Usually, you don't usually see that trend so much with Protestants. You usually see it with Catholics. So I was just curious.
TTS is scuffed. Hold on. Is it? Did it not come in? Imagine if TTS isn't working also. Hold on. Okay. Some issues. Good times. Hold on, guys. I got to troubleshoot this also. One sec, guys. Grid 1, what's the issue with it? Is it not letting you submit TTS? Here, why don't you pull up these chats? I'll read them. What do you mean? This one? Okay. Grid 1 motorsports. TTS is scuffed, bruv. Pull up the Christopher one. Love this podcast. I've been binging it for the last week. Keep up the good work, and hello, ladies. Oh, maybe because it's our download speed is all fucked. The TTS is going to be scuffed.
Yeah, because StreamYards is slow here.
StreamYards is slow. Fucking Jesus Christ. Okay. That's terrible. Okay, well, show must go on, I guess. Sorry, guys. I have no idea what the fuck is going on today. So, yeah. So, do you guys want kids?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that... Have you ever met a guy who's otherwise interested in you, but because you were waiting for marriage, that was actually a no-go for him? Like he was otherwise, oh, you're attractive, I like you, but I don't want to wait until marriage to have sex. Have you guys encountered that?
No, because I only date men who are remaining abstinent themselves.
Same.
So that hasn't been a problem.
Well, it's been a problem insofar as you're not married yet and you don't have kids yet.
Yeah, but I mean in the sense of like that being an issue, no.
It's more like, I think, me saying, no,
Nick,
I'm
can you
not
close the
gonna
doors?
I'm not gonna even date this person if they don't hold the same standards as I do in that area, for sure.
Oh, okay. It does work. Oh, but it's not reading it. That's cool. Oh boy. All right. Andrew, my bass brother, bringer of the thunder, champion for rational thought and reason. Assume this will be another episode with your frustration of the ineptitude of the three FOs that present. Thank you, Brandon Lee.
Appreciate the 100, Brandon Lee. Very kind of you.
Guys, I'm going to have to pre-apologize here. Our download speed is fucked, and this is clearly having an issue on a lot of stream-related shit on with the TTS. I can't even get it pulled up on my fucking computer. I can't, so if you guys send them in, I can't even really see them at this point. Yeah, so, yeah. What were you guys saying?
Can I ask you guys a question, if that's okay? Is it hard for you to find men who are virgins?
Well, I don't necessarily look for someone who's a virgin, but just remaining abstinent. And,
okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
because I mean, I understand a lot of people have a past, and it's not something I would hold against somebody.
Got it.
So, but no, you'd be surprised. There's actually a lot of men who are making that choice to remain abstinent. I have several guy friends personally that are. So, yeah, you'd be surprised.
Does it concern you, though, that, you know, you guys 39, 41, you know, there's a time limit when it comes to having kids. In furtherance of your goal to have kids, I mean, I'm not saying it's bad what you guys are doing, but it occurs to me that you would potentially open up your pool of potential partners. This abstinence thing could potentially be preventing men from wanting to pursue a relationship with you because they're not inclined to wait until marriage. And so it's like almost this trade-off in my mind of, well, what if you would you be willing to make the trade-off? You meet like a great guy, but he doesn't want to wait until marriage. But he would be the guy who you end up marrying, and he will give you children, versus you don't make that choice and then you just never have children. So and again, I'm not saying what you guys are doing is wrong, but I'm thinking, would you guys make that trade-off of, well, here's this guy, maybe I have premarital sex with him, and then I'll have children. I don't know. I'm not.
No, I get where you're going with that. I feel like it's coming from a place like, I'm trying to help you girls out, you know, like your age. But really, no, because to me, marriage is you have to have a like-minded person. This is the man that's gonna raise my daughters. So we have to be very daughters or sons, whatever I have, you know.
You guys are not like born again virgins, correct?
Oh,
like,
no.
You've not had carnal knowledge?
No. Virgin.
Okay.
Yeah. I heard about that, and that was interesting. But I lost my train of thought. What I believe is, if you're going to partner with someone and marry them, ideally the way that God made it is for life, till death do you part. So I think where sometimes it's that type of compromising, it's your values, it's your standards, is where you're going in life. You have to match. Like, it doesn't mean that you have to be perfect and you agree with every little thing, but certain core things need to agree so that you can become one, so that you can build a family that's strong, you know, because life is going to come at you, and it's going to come at you hard. And if I choose someone just, let me give you that, but that's really, I'm betraying myself. I'm betraying, you know, my own standards of values and everything else. It's not worth it to me. I'd rather just, there's more to do in life than just that for that moment.
Can I ask a question?
So,
would you guys ever freeze your eggs?
Go ahead.
I was just curious.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, sorry.
My God.
Yikes.
Audio's that bad? I was just curious, as a quick follow-up to this, how many children do you expect to have at 41?
Well, that's a question I get all the time. And there's just so many women nowadays having babies in their 40s, and those babies are very healthy and normal. I mean, you could even look at famous people. Halle Berry had her son at 47. Hilary Swank just had twins last year at 48 years old.
Wow.
I have a friend that had triplets at 43 years old.
Wow.
Her next door neighbor was 45, had a baby. Like, even in my line of work, I meet so many women in their 40s having babies. So I'm actually not concerned, to be honest. And even something that I learned from a friend who, she's a nurse, and in her anatomy class, she was telling me, because I work in the medical field and I work with a lot of nurses, and she was saying how actually what she learned in her anatomy class is that women who've never had babies before in their 40s have a lower risk of those babies being autistic, Down syndrome, versus women who've had babies in their 20s and then have babies again later on in life. So that's why I'm actually not concerned. If I just had one, then I just had one, and I'd be content with that. And then also, women in their 40s, when your body starts to prep you for menopause, your body releases all the eggs. That's why you have a lot of women, that's why they're called menopause babies, because they have twins and triplets and It happens quite often.
I believe that some of those women you cited used surrogates.
No, Hillary Swank, no, she didn't use a surrogate.
No, I'm not saying her, but I think some of them you cited did use surrogates. And I think that that's very common for why that stat exists the way that it does is because of surrogacy. So, as far as the curiosity of it goes, though, the chances of you bearing multiple children when you're in your 40s are extremely low.
Well, like I said, I've met many women, and even in my line of work, I've met many women in their 40s having babies. So.
Okay.
Can I reiterate my question now? Because it piggybacks off what he's saying anyway. Would you guys freeze your eggs?
That has definitely been a thought.
Are you against it or like in favor of it? Because I know like it's not like something that historically, like in the Bible, they didn't have that option, you know? But I mean, I think if you're not against and if you're in favor of that option, then who's anyone to tell you that you're limited in options?
It's something
you
to
could
contemplate.
Have, like,
I mean, I had a friend that did as well.
I mean, I donated eggs before, so I'm all for like, and I want to be a foster mom someday. I just think there's so many many options for you guys. Like, I think it's ignorant to suggest that like your clock is ticking. My best friend is a virgin too, and she's like in her 30s, and she's completely content with that. She's not like religious Christian or anything. She's just content. She's building her business and she's like happy, and she just doesn't want to like go mentally crazy over a guy, you know? And you're entitled to your beliefs, your opinions.
Yeah, and it's not because for, me and Jacobin both, obviously it's tied to our faith and our belief, but I meet lots of people who don't even share my faith, and that's actually a route that they've taken.
Yeah, so exactly. Like, don't feel like you're singled out. And I also think it's kind of anti-mansphere to pitch that like a virgin's clock is ticking. Aren't they like gold mines? Aren't they like trophies?
You're talking way too far from the mic.
Aren't they like gold mines? Aren't they like trophies? They're virgins. Like, who are we to contest that they should like rush into things?
Thank you for that.
I mean, there's a couple reasons why men care about body count, but yes, virginity is something that is favored. It's preferable.
So why should they rush it?
Well, let me take your argument to its furthest extreme. So, do you think that a woman, for example, who's a 70-year-old virgin is preferable to a woman who's like 25 who's had 5 partners? For men,
I feel like at 70, they've committed to not having partners. I don't think that matters.
Yeah.
But, I mean, their virginity actually doesn't really... their virginity really has nothing to do with the fertility component here.
I agree. That's why they could freeze their eggs and live happily ever after whenever they want.
But these are two separate conversations. There's them being virgins. And then you're saying, well, wouldn't they be more desirable?
I'm not piggybacking off of the part where
I'm a bit confused by your point.
I'm not piggybacking off of the part of the conversation where you were asking about like if a partner was interested in sex, whether or not they'd give into it. I think that we have 8 billion people in the world. They'll find someone that meets their standard. They don't gotta adjust their standard for a guy that is potentially Mr. Perfect. I think that's like putting out a borderline predatory message that you need to conform to standards that are beneath you.
Explain what the predatory message is.
That you should get rid of your virginity if you're getting old. No, like, and you should just give it to whoever, even if they're...
Explain to me how it's predatory.
Because a man that like loves you will respect your boundaries.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
If they don't respect your boundaries, that's predatory to me.
What's been stated that is predatory?
The concept that like they should, like, I think a man, like I said, I'll just reiterate it. I think a man who pushes your boundaries is predatory. Not like what you stated specifically. You're not hitting on them. You're not trying to coerce them.
Nobody was making a should claim. Nobody was saying they should do anything. Right now, we're just asking.
I'm saying the hypothetical. I'm not saying like he didn't hit on them. I'm not saying he said something directly predatory. So you can't like, paraphrase me there. I'm saying the idea, the concept, they meet a nice guy, quote unquote nice guy, right? And he says like, I don't want this to work though unless this can't work unless we push that boundary of yours. We have premarital sex. No, then he's not the one for you, and that's predatory of him to try to push your boundaries.
Yeah, sure, but no, we weren't making that point as to whether or not they should or shouldn't do anything. We were just asking if they had considered the biological clock
Yeah.
As far as their faith goes, that's all.
I
So
understand.
We weren't making any
I understand.
or odd claims
I'm
or
not
anything
saying
like that.
you guys said anything predatory. I'm saying the hypothetical man in that scenario, Mr. Imaginary, saying like, be with me, but you gotta like, have premarital sex. That person is predatory. That Mr. Imaginary in that scenario, and they have someone for them.
What is the scenario in which a man that they would potentially be dating is wanting to have sex with them? How is that predatory?
No, it's like, it's a conversation that can come up. Like, people are attracted to each other. They want to have sex. It's understandable. But to say like, after someone's already set that boundary, which I feel is a conversation had early on, to say later on, like to try to push their boundaries and say, you know what, changed my mind. I can't stay in this relationship if we're not, banging. Then like, that is predatory. It's like
not,
coercion.
It's not,
because you want into the relationship knowing their boundaries. Now you're pushing their boundaries.
Well, I would argue it's not predatory to have a subsequent conversation at some later point in the relationship when perhaps what you want changes.
That's reasonable.
What people want changes all the time.
Okay.
Having a conversation about it is not predatory.
No, absolutely. Like I said, it's about the boundary.
My suggestion in that scenario would be for the end of the relationship to occur.
I agree with that. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm disagreeing with any hypothetical character in that scenario that would try to push their boundaries and or coerce them into thinking they should have premarital sex or go against their standards for themselves.
Right. If you're in a relationship with somebody who doesn't want to have sex and you do, unless
then
you guys
can agree to disagree, without it being creepy.
Unless you guys can have a conversation, and if there's any, changes on either side, that should be the end of the relationship.
Then we agree. Cool.
Okay. So you just introduced like this totally hypothetical scenario, so you could use a buzzword of predatory. Okay, cool. I'm a little
but that's
confused.
a good conversation.
The original point was, you're like, well, aren't these women like the manosphere really pedestalizes virginity in women, and so you took issue with us
questioning their belief system for themselves or their boundaries. I didn't take issue to it. I questioned you questioning it.
I mean, I don't actually think there's anything wrong with
then
what
we're on
they're
the same
doing.
Page. Cool.
But it was more so like, well, would you, in this circumstance, in order to secure having children, which you might elevate over your desire to not have premarital sex. So it's really just a...
Oh, no, you didn't phrase it like that. That's like a good new secondary question, I guess. But you asked if they would, based on
in the totem
pole,
in the totem pole of what they find most important to themselves, it occurs to me like, are you willing to kind of sacrifice in one area in order to secure a desire, which is having a family and having kids? Again, I don't think that
he's asking about the hierarchy of duty. So as far as they go with their religiosity, there's going to be duties which they conform to. So he's asking the hierarchy, which is the most important duty, and is the chastity the most important duty? That's all.
I just think they can have the best of both worlds. That's the point I was making. Like, they can freeze their eggs. They have so many options. They don't have to feel limited or rushed or pressured. So.
Well, there is actually a rush and a pressure.
I disagree.
For women. There absolutely is.
I completely disagree.
Well, first off, let's factor in, let's say there's women who can't afford some of the medical interventions you've suggested. Would you acknowledge that in that circumstance that there actually is a pressure and a rush for women who can't afford the medical interventions you recommended?
No, because why would they want to then rush into having a child if, like, labor is as expensive as freezing your eggs?
Here's the rush. Once you hit a certain age, you can no longer get pregnant. That's the rush.
I hear you. So that's why they could freeze their eggs for the same cost
you not?
now as having labor.
Not all. Are you aware that not all sects of Christianity allow for IVF or surrogacy?
I agree. That's why I asked them their beliefs. No, I completely understand that because I know it's not something that existed back then.
Andrew, isn't there a very high like the whole when they harvest your eggs or whatever, there's a pretty I don't know what the percentage chance is of it even working if they do put it in. And then is there anything when it comes to increased risk of birth defects? I know that's the case, for example, when you have pregnancy when you're older to begin with, is having birth defects. I don't know if there's anything
we've actually seen this at a higher scale with the nation of Israel. So they wanted their birth rate to be above replacement rate, so they made IVF free for essentially all of the women who live inside of Israel. And sometimes it takes them 30, 40, 50, 60 tries, and the government covers the cost of all of that. Here, of course, the United States and in the Western nations generally, it's a very, very expensive process, not very viable for most people.
Good to know. Yes. I'm interested. I'm not aware of like the complete numbers, so.
May I say something?
Go ahead.
I feel as though if you guys are virgins because of a religious reason, that you would have faith that God already has everything planned out. So why bother worrying with freezing your eggs or what's going to happen is going to happen.
Yeah.
There's so. Go ahead.
That's what I'm saying. That's the point. And one, again, I've known many women, babies in 40s, completely healthy, normal, no problems. And that's something that I pray for. So that's something I believe God for. And again, if it never happened, then it never happened. But it's not something that I idolize. It's not something that I am holding to this must happen by this time. That's what I've said, because there's a lot more that I do in life that is still fulfilling and would not require me to compromise my beliefs, my values, my standards.
Okay. Cool. Good times. Well, chat, if there's anybody in the chat that, you know, we've got a 39-year-old virgin, a 41-year-old virgin. Even them out, that's two 40-year-old virgins. Steve Carell, you can get in touch. Really quick, I got a message from that girl. Nick, could you pull up her Instagram again?
Oh my
No wonder you're
goodness.
so on edge.
She says, and Andrew, perhaps you can help me with this. This is no. Pull up her Instagram. I'll pull up her Instagram story again. Just pull up that second one. So again, wait, before you pull it up, this is the girl who maliciously locked up a seat here at the table, costing us money and time. And I intend to file a lawsuit for the tortious and malicious interference with my business. Pull up her story again, just for context for anybody who's newly. So okay, 4:30. She's supposed to be here at 4. I message her. So are you no-showing? She says, yeah. Seriously. She's like, whatever. You've been humbled. Obviously, evidence of her intentional, malicious, and tortious interference with our business. Now, Andrew. She says, she messages me now saying, I actually didn't make it because I realized I didn't want my socials to be put on blast. Now, I don't know if this is, there's this thing in argumentation where someone will use, and I think there's a Latin term for this. Someone will use something that happened in the future that they would have not had information on to justify a decision that they made in the past. Do you know what I'm talking about? There's like a term for this?
I'm not sure what the specific fallacy would be in this case. So it just sounds to me like essentially she has an excuse because you put her on blast. So she kind of came up with what's called a post hoc justification, right? So
did you say post hoc? Is that what it is? Yeah, I think that's what I was thinking of. Like, so she sent me a message. Actually, didn't make it because I realized I didn't want my socials to be put on blast. Actually, before the show, we ask all the girls. We tell them, we give them a bit of a disclaimer saying, "Hey, heads up. You know, the internet can be toxic. If any of you don't want your socials put in the description of the video because you don't want nasty messages, comments." You guys all heard that part, right? We can take it out if you don't want your socials listed. So obviously check the license plate on that car?
Her
Zoom in?
pictures, he's suggesting.
Oh, okay. You know, she's got a public Instagram, and she, you know, whatever. So, yeah, there it is. What's it called? You said it was a post hoc justification. Is that what it is, Andrew?
Yeah, post hoc justification, post hoc rationalization,
Okay.
saying that the determination of future events.
I see. Yeah.
Yeah, so you justified it that way.
I'm going to read a couple chats here. We got Flan Life with the gifted 10 whatever memberships. Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate it. We have Christopher Crotty. Love this podcast. I've been bringing it for the last week. Keep up the good work. And hello, ladies. TTS. Oh, I think I already read some of these, right? My bad. Grid 1. TTS went through but did not display. Assume is super lag. No worries. I'll send Andrew some love on this channel. I might be able to trigger them now, but we'll see. Grid 1. Virginity over 25 is not a value add. It's weird. I actually disagree. And men do not like weird. TTS is against me tonight, ruining my fun. Oh, wow. It's really laggy. Sorry, guys. Nick, you can unstar some of those. I'm going to read. Hold on, guys. Oh, he already sent that one in. I think I read that one as he sent it. Hold on, guys. Let me pull it back up. That's so weird.
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $100.
Wow, it worked.
Virginity is not value adder over 25. It's weird, and men do not like weird. Also, using the word predatory where it does not belong in a sex conversation is poor form.
Do you want to respond to Grid?
I said boo tomatoes.
Okay.
To the first part and the second part, like I don't care about like you could hate the way I use that word or whatever, but also telling them that that's weird is weird of you. You're weird.
Yeah, it's not weird, first of all, because there's a lot of people that do walk this journey this way, and there's nothing weird or socially awkward. It's not like I couldn't have already done so if I didn't want to. So it's not like I didn't have a bunch of options. It's a choice, is what it is.
I think
So
statistically it makes sense too, because back in the day, people got married a bit younger than us, right?
Yeah.
But we lived to like more than double what they did then. So like statistically, it's not like you're out of the like range that makes sense for this day and age.
We in fact do not live double the life expectancy.
I don't know
of
the
our
exact
ancestors.
statistics. You can educate me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, the reason that statistic exists is because they take into account infant mortality. So absent the infant mortality, if you survive past age 2, you were essentially going to live about as long as people do now. A little bit less, but about as long.
Grid 1, I actually, I don't think it's weird if a woman's a virgin over 25. I don't think it's weird. It's rare. I might be a little surprised by it, but I don't think it's weird at all. I don't think there's ever a point where it's like, oh, well, the body count is too low. Oh no. I don't know if that's ever crossed my mind, but
yeah, because it's something where it's like we live in such an over-sexualized culture, and everything is all about sex, and it's almost celebrated. But when you meet someone who's doing the opposite, it's almost like a disappointment. When it's like, well, why? When you have people that are actually practicing abstinence, they're exercising discipline and self-control, and I don't see why that is a bad thing. But it's like in the culture, it's like a bad thing if you aren't sleeping around.
Yeah. All right. We have Fukati, no problem, brain. We do everything and take everything. Wait. Oh, it's not even getting fucking. Hold on. Can you hide Andrew really quick? That's super weird. I'm trying to trigger it. Watch. It's going to come in like 30 seconds later. Okay, guys. I'm sorry. The TTS is weird, but it's not going to show up on screen. I'm just going to read it. Fukati, no problem, brain. We do everything and take everything for you. We have. Did the Brandon Lee one? Oh, wait. Sorry. All right. Hold on, guys. The TTS is all scuffed. One sec here, guys. I'm preempting one because there's one from Bronaissance coming in. We might have to... hold on, guys. I'm sorry. What do you expect from a $5 hookah? Here is a hundo. Save yourself from the mental torture of trying to collect from a lost cause. Nah, I'm still Fuck it, dude. It's not about the. It's really not that much about.
Grid One Motorsports donated $100.
Bro.
B, what do you expect from a $5 hooker? Here is a hundo. Save yourself the mental torture of trying to collect from a lost cause.
Oh gosh. Okay. Wait. Now how large is your dating pool? Weird is odd, and it is odd for a woman to be a virgin. Over 25 men will need to understand why, and if you cannot explain it, they move on. This is how cat ladies begin. What would the
They explain
what how do you not it's just like, oh, I haven't had sex yet. What other explanation do you need? I don't know. And then also it's not showing up on my end. Oh my God. Grid 1, I'm sorry here. Let me see if this one comes through. It's so scuffed, guys. I apologize. Do you guys know that that Gustavo here, he doesn't speak English?
Hola.
Yeah, you see that? He's here. I've been giving him tutoring lessons. You want to try something? You want to try a little something?
Sí.
In English?
Grid One Motorsports donated $100. How large is your dating pool?
Bro,
Weird is
fucking
odd,
1
and
minute
it is odd
later.
for a woman to be a virgin over 25.
So bad.
Men will need to understand why, and if you cannot explain it, they move on.
I'm sorry,
This
guys.
is how cat ladies begin.
Welcome to the Whatever Podcast. Absolutely fucked. What was that? Like 2 minutes later? That's terrible. You guys would probably be better served sending the chats through. It's not gonna come in as TTS, unfortunately. Honestly, you guys should maybe do it through YouTube instead of through Streamlabs for the rest of the show. It's not ideal, but obviously our TTS is fucked. So I do have one. I'm gonna try to send it. Nope, not working. Whoa, wait, look, it's working. Oh, watch, it's gonna read it in like 2 minutes from now. Question for the ladies: what years or even decades did World War I and World War II take place? Also, name 3 Allied powers and 3 Axis powers from World War II. Starting with you, going around the table.
My grandfather fought in World War II. It ended in like 1948, and we were allies with a lot of Europe, including Poland. We were anti-Germany. We were fighting like in Poland.
Who's we?
The U.S. He was in the U.S. at the time. My bad. I should have phrased that right. Yeah.
So you said, okay, World War II ended in
1948, I believe, something like that. I have a newspaper clipping at home.
Okay, so and what about World War I? What was the years for that?
I don't know. My ancestors were not in this country.
Do you want to do decade?
Decade. I want to. It wasn't long before. It was like the early 1900s, right? Like it was surprisingly soon before World War II.
Do you want to give it a shot?
I can't.
What
tell
decade?
You
Give us a decade.
1910s. I wanted to say.
Okay, that's the decade.
Duke Franz donated $100. Question for the ladies: what years or even decades did World War I and World War II take place? Also, name 3 Allied powers and 3 Axis powers from World War II.
Allied powers, so like the U.S., Poland, the UK, yeah, UK.
Axis, 3 Axis powers.
Axis, so like anti.
Axis powers.
Is that what that refers to? Like I don't know the definition of that.
Sure.
I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
okay, yeah. So like, Germany was not in our favor, and Japan. And then it was us.
One more?
Us. Like they're anti-us. Like the U.S. us.
No. So you got Germany. You got Japan.
Okay, and then
one more of the that team.
Was it Vietnam then? I feel like they were more involved in the First World War. I don't know. I'm not gonna lie.
Vietnam's involvement in World War II. That's not my expertise, but
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure they were an Axis power. Hold on.
I don't know.
I don't want to get actually schooled here. I mean,
I'll be honest, though, I don't think recall. They were. I was before my time. It was before my family's
Let me just
time.
Google Vietnam's
Oh yeah, relax,
Vietnam's
sorry, let me tap into like that part
involvement
of my
in
memories.
World War II. Hold on. Were they? I'm not sure. I mean, Japan invaded Vietnam.
Did they?
Yeah,
So
but I
they
don't know.
were,
I don't
like,
know
anti each
what
other,
they were
but
before.
I know that to get like it's very difficult for U.S. citizens currently to go to Vietnam. I've traveled a lot, and I know it's very difficult.
Well, there's the
so-
Vietnam War,
Oh,
which
I-
is a different conflict.
I don't know.
A couple decades after. Okay, so wait.
I listed what I know.
Years for World War I and World War II.
I did my best. I won't let
I
go.
wish I had as much information as she does, but I guarantee you I'm gonna be wrong. I
Go
can
ahead.
try.
Go
World
ahead.
War II.
Hide that. Nick.
1918.
For World War II?
No, one. Sorry,
Oh.
one.
So from when to when? You're giving a crack at the years.
Just complete shot in the dark here.
Okay.
Okay.
Started or ended?
Let's say it started then. I don't know. So yeah, started.
1918.
1918.
Ended.
I mean, it's a pretty good guess.
I feel like that year sounds.
It's not a terrible guess.
Ended when?
Ended. I'm gonna say 1934.
Damn, that was a long ass. That was a long ass World War One. All right. What about the years of World War II?
Well, it has to be after that.
It has to be by process of elimination.
I'm thinking 19. Thank you. 1939.
Short break between World
Short
War
break.
One and World War II. Yep. And then when did it
Really good in
end?
history
Wait,
class.
when did it start? Excuse me.
We're saying it started in 1939. I have no idea.
And when did it end?
Let's say 1950.
Okay, let's say that. What about you?
I want to say 1917 for World War One, and I know that
When it started or
When it started.
Okay, when did it end?
I want to say 1920.
It ended in 2019.
1920.
Oh.
Oh, 1923?
I want to say.
Okay, and
that's
World War
top
II?
of my head.
World War
World War II started after the Great Depression, so I want to say 1931.
2.
I do believe that another Axis power was Italy.
Wait, how is that related?
The three Axis powers. There's Germany.
Oh no, but okay. When did
Japan.
World War II start? When did it?
So I want to say World War II ended 43.
Okay. What about you?
No
World
ha-
War One, World War II.
No hablo.
No hablo. No idea. Just give us a guess. Just guess.
I had no idea.
First of all, I'm impressed.
Just
Good
guess.
job. Okay, I'm gonna cheat.
World War
Some other
One.
answers.
World War One.
1918 to 1920. No.
World War
World
II.
War II, 1930 to 1940.
Okay. What about you?
Please skip me. I
No,
don't
just
know.
guess. Just guess.
Oh god.
Just guess.
We're all guessing.
Okay. World War One, I would say ended in 1912. No idea when it started. World War II would be, I think it was 1920 something.
To when?
That's when World War II started.
When did it end?
1930.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. a
That's
second.
so
What
funny
about you?
because I took I
took
wasn't
what?
I was born in the Philippines.
Okay.
I took my citizenship about 3 years ago. I believe those questions were in there.
In your citizenship test.
I
huh?
don't know if they were like
okay.
there was like a list of like a
Yeah.
long
No,
list of
you're
As
right.
long
You're right.
list.
long as you
Can I
pass-
change my answer? It actually ended in 1917, World War One.
World War One. Okay.
What about you?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
What about you?
1906.
To what?
12.
Okay. For World War One and then World War II. What are the dates?
37 to 42.
Okay. What about you?
Yeah. World War One. I just 1910s somewhere. I don't. I don't know. And then, yes, World War II, the 1930s.
So when?
I don't know.
Or just the 1930s?
We'll just leave it in the
It was in the
30s.
30s. Okay. All right.
What's the actual answer?
All right. World War I, 1914 to 1918.
Okay.
World War II, 1939
To
1940.
2.
Anybody?
2?
42?
Anybody?
One of them.
You guys, come on.
47.
The end,
2 or 8?
the last
4.
year of World War II.
49.
Andrew, what is it?
I swear I think it's 48.
Andrew?
I think it's 1945.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
You should have met me.
I was going to say that.
Yeah. It wasn't too bad, you know. Anyways.
It
It
wasn't.
really wasn't.
I don't
World
remember
War
half
I
the things
question
I learned in
got
college, and they didn't tell me that.
So.
Yeah.
Let's see if this is going to actually... Oh my God, it worked. But it's going to read it in 2 minutes. People treat women like cars. Test drive before you buy. Rules to live by. No butt stuff equal... What? The Russian psyop looks like a...
What the fuck is a psyop?
blank Harley Quinn.
And I'm not Russian.
A psyop is like military trying to put psychological operation. Usually it's like really, they make like really pretty people work for them to try to like attract other people.
I'm not Russian though.
There you go. All right. Let me read these other chats here. Sorry, that's probably going to trigger the
The
TTF.
Bronasons donated $100.
I'm sorry,
People
guys.
treat
Our
women
internet's
like cars.
fucked.
Test drive before you buy. Rules to live by. No butt stuff equals no ring. The Russian sep looks like a...
What the Okay, cool, bro. All right. Jay, Canadian 70. We had natural fertility issues found at 25 years. Took 6 years to figure out, now have 2 kids. Ladies, you're delusional about fertility. Having spent a lot of time in the clinic, I can say they're packed with depressed and sad 40s plus couples. Good luck. Oh, Jay, she did not like your chat. Sorry. Thank you, bro.
That's fine. Agree to disagree, because I'm not delusional. Again, lots of women having babies in their 40s. And it's something, you know, that I'm believing, trusting God for, praying. You know, that's why I'm not concerned.
Well, do you at least acknowledge that as you age, your fertility decreases?
Yes, I know that is a natural thing, understood. But I know that God is bigger and greater, and that's what I'm trusting and believing for. My sister had my nephew at 39, and nothing wrong. Lots of friends having babies in their 40s. So.
No, you can, but... Okay, so you're 41, right? So let's think about this. Okay, so let's say you meet a guy today. Well, okay, there's going to be a dating process. Maybe you're going to wait. Like, how long do you think dating will last before you get married? Because you previously dated a guy for 3 years and you didn't get married.
Yeah, but that was a long time ago. Now at this stage in life, you're not wasting time. So
let's say 6 months, right? 6 months? Okay. You know, that's pretty, I think, you know, you being married within 6 months is pretty optimistic.
Yeah.
No offense.
Say 6 months to a year. That's fine.
It's pretty optimistic, I feel like. I don't know. Takes a while to find. You gotta find the guy. You gotta find the guy.
I think what people aren't factoring in, which I know is going to sound crazy to many people, is that we do believe in God. And we believe that there's been many instances of miraculous things happening. Even in the Bible, there's instances of women that shouldn't have babies and that they did. So that's the factor, which does sound crazy and it does sound delusional.
Well, but how far can you take that though? So
that's why it's called faith.
But
that's the whole point of faith.
Faith is
if you don't, if I see
the 60 years old, I don't care. If you're 70, I don't care how. Oh! Did you see that fucking computer came out of nowhere? Holy shit. It's good.
Don't talk about my God.
Bro, did you see it? It fucking came at me though. It came out of nowhere. I was being smite. God smited me.
Smote.
How dare you suggest that a 70-year-old woman
Again,
How dare you, Brian? I will smite thee. I will get all the 70-year-olds pregnant. Fuck your laptop while I'm at it. Fucked your laptop up, son. Fucked it up. Okay.
Yes, understood the natural elements behind it. But again, when you're that age, 60, 70, you're not anticipating having children. Like, it's not that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not.
But why does what she said, why can't that same sentiment apply to a 70-year-old?
If actually a country in Africa.
Actually, I want to retract.
Wait. There was actually a woman.
My
and
argument there
Google
wasn't good. My argument there wasn't.
She just gave birth at 70 years old. There's a lady in Africa. You can go look that up.
Wow.
Yes.
Good for her.
Women are evolving.
So
Women are evolving. God damn.
At 70, she literally just gave birth. Now, I'm not trying to be 70 having a baby. Let me just say that. But I'm just saying, like, it can happen. Miracles happen. Anything's possible. I believe that God will do it. But I don't believe it's going to take that long. I sure hope not. But I'm just saying, it's one of those things where it's not a concern.
I don't mean to cut in, but the woman that you just cited, who was 70 years old, she gave birth to twins, but it was through in vitro fertilization.
Okay.
Yeah, through IVF.
Yeah. But she had the strength. She was able, the capability to be able to do so. But, and again.
Was that miracle or was that science that did that?
Could be a bit of both.
Maybe a bit of both.
I'm not going to.
But I mean, you would even with in vitro fertilization, you would have to say that that's quite the exception to the rule at 70 years old.
Of course, agreed, and that's what I'm saying. Okay. But it's one of those things where you just can't count it out, is what I'm saying.
Is it?
You can't count it out.
How many 70-year-olds have tried, though?
70-year-olds getting pregnant. You can't count those out.
Is that
yes, I understand.
rare or is it just unwanted? How many 70-year-olds have tried IVF? Like, I don't think there's a statistic on it yet. You know, it's very new. And then I doubt there's many 70-year-olds trying to have IVF.
I doubt there's many 70-year-olds that actually want to. But I mean, I'm just saying. Yeah.
Well, it might not be that rare.
Their bodies at that point are not set for optimal pregnancy. Let's put it that way. It would be extremely high risk for almost any 70-year-old woman to engage in vitro fertilization or even natural birth if somehow they were able to get pregnant at that age. It would not be something that anybody would probably recommend in the medical field.
Hold on, I'll read it in a sec. Bad choices. The ASRM estimates that the live birth rate for a frozen egg is 2% to 12% for women under 38 years of age, as well as a high probability of a premature birth. This is from the National Library of Medicine. Thank you, Bad Choices. Appreciate it, bro. You're a fucking legend. All right, we have grid 1. Is it gonna work? Fuck. Okay. I did not say they were undateable. I said it was weird. I don't think it's weird. You assumed undateable because that is where your mind immediately went, because that is what you believe. Wait, is this directed at me?
It sounds like it.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think I said there.
I don't feel like.
I didn't say anything about undateable. I just said I don't think it's weird. It's not weird. It's not weird at all. It's rare. But I don't think it's weird. I think it's more rare. Like, men are much more likely, I think, to be virgins than women.
At 25.
At 25. I think it's more
I can see that.
Yeah, I can see that.
But I think that's not like due to attractiveness and like the thoughts that come to your mind first. I think it's also due to like disparity.
Women are sleeping around.
I think it's due to a disparity in men's mental health care.
They don't do that. What?
I think it's due to a disparity in men's mental health care.
You think men are virgins because there's a lack of...
They don't go to anger management. I think it's...
Hold on. You just went to fucking places.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I did.
You think men are virgins?
I think a lot of men are virgins because they're angry, and it's hard for them to have a partner when they're so angry.
That's a hot take. Andrew, what you got for that?
Yeah, I mean... I would just either the logical evidence for it or the empirical evidence. I'm fine with both, but I would like to actually know what the rationality is behind why you think that men, when they're in their early 20s, are not getting together with women.
Grid One
because
Motorsports
they're
donated $100. I did not say they were undateable. I said it was weird, and it is. You assumed undateable because that is where your mind immediately went, because that is what you believe.
Okay, get back to it.
Okay. Sorry, that kind of like distracted me. Lost my train of thought slightly. I think I need those numbers on the screen, like over my face right now. My point about like men being angry and that leading to them being virgins is the fact that like some men, as I've seen on like forums that are more than just like red pill oriented, like straight up pro incel forums, there are guys who are like just angry and seem to feel entitled to sex and angry and don't understand why they get laid. And I think that lack of confidence and like the mental anguish and anger that they hold is just perpetuating their cycle of virginity.
No, I mean, how many incels do you think there are?
I don't think
Like
there's that many.
incels?
I think more men are good than bad. My boyfriend is a great example.
Well, I mean, if that's the case, then you kind of contradict yourself.
I don't think there's that many virgin men either.
No, but if you look at the rates of men who are staying virgins until they're,
I don't know that
past
statistic,
25,
so you'd have
26,
to
27.
You'd have to
Hang on a second. Let me finish my point here. So if you're looking at the data here, I would actually like to know why it would be that you would correlate this with anger issues, just because of some shit you read on forums, or?
No, because I'm not looking at the data here. I don't have the statistics in front of me. If you can tell me how many men in the world in their 20s or whatever are currently virgins, then I might form a different opinion, but I don't know. Okay. The only ones I know of...
Well, let's forget that for a second then.
Okay.
Nickelodeon donated $100. A man was drowning in the water, turned away 2 boats saying God would save him. He drowned and asked God in heaven why he wasn't saved. I sent you 2 boats, idiot. You talk faith, don't refuse a gift.
Yeah, it's a pretty funny joke. I've heard many variations of that. But yeah, back to this. If you don't have the data and you're not familiar with the data, then there must be some logical or rational reason why you're coming to this conclusion.
Well, it's just based on like guy friends and people I've like seen online, and just like it's only based on like a statistic based on the amount of males I've seen that are virgins. But that's not all of them, and I'm not suggesting it is. So it is quite likely that if we tallied up all the male virgins in the world, there's much greater reasons than just their anger and lack of mental health, or maybe just in America too, like even if we did that tally. But from what I've seen, and from all these forums that have been put out in recent years, pro incels and for incels, those specific men are extremely angry, and I do think they would have less trouble getting laid if they weren't so angry and if they were just confident in themselves.
Can you give me the name of any of these forums?
Mostly on Reddit. Just mostly on Reddit. I like Reddit.
So just Reddit?
Yeah, there's a lot of people use Reddit, and I mean
that these people are angry because you read it on Reddit.
What?
Nick, can you boost the audio a little bit on?
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Well, you seem to be
That's
coming
fine.
to the opinion that with your rationality is the reason you think that young men are staying virgins for X amount of years because they're angry, even though maybe most of them aren't, but at least a good portion of them are, is because you read it on Reddit for.
No, I didn't read that verbatim. I've seen a lot of angry men complain about their virginity and perpetuate their virginity by doing nothing but complaining and feeling entitled to lose their virginity. I'm not saying that if we tallied up the score on every man that chooses to be a virgin or doesn't choose to be a virgin and is in their 20s or 30s in this earth, then that statistic would prove correct. I'm saying that's what I've seen, and I think that does apply to some, not all, but some, maybe many. I don't know. We don't know the statistic. We don't have the virgin calculator.
Because you've seen it on Reddit.
No, because we don't have the virgin tally.
I mean, we do have the data on this, but absent the data, because you don't know the data.
There's no log for virginity. The government doesn't send a pussy census. There's no log on virginity. Like, no, there's no data on that. That's something that's up for speculation.
Well, yes, there is. They use a self-reporting system to figure out how many men are staying virgins or not staying virgins. The same way we would collect all data in sociological fields. So yeah, we do have data on this. So you don't know what that data is.
Can you
and I
pull
don't
up that
expect you
data?
to. Hang on, I don't expect you to know what it is. I do want to know what the rationality is, and it seems like the rationality is I read it on Reddit. So.
Can you pull up that data, please? I love to learn things.
Well, actually, I think Brian can. I think he has it in his hot seat. He can just pull up how many self-reported men are reporting virgins until 25.
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $100. So it is weird for men to be virgins, but it is not weird for women to be virgins? Interesting. Do you not understand that it is purity and youth that men value? It's and not either.
No, I don't. I mean, I personally have a couple guy friends who are virgins still, and they're actually both 30 years old. And it's, again, tied to their faith, though. So it's not odd, but if you aren't part of that community, then you wouldn't know, you wouldn't understand. So, there's nothing wrong with them. They're not socially awkward. They're not ugly. They're like, it's not anything like that. I think it's just a standard. And then I know a guy who, he personally decided to wait because he had a friend in college who was accused of rape, who'd never raped a girl, and then I forgot about that.
I wasn't even really paying attention. Where's that coming from?
What?
Why do we need to hear the anecdote about the college sexual assault? How is it related?
I was just saying because for him, he was like, if he wasn't even messing with any girls, then that's why he decided not to. Sorry about that.
Good job.
Forgot.
All right. Cool.
She's saying her friend didn't trust women based on a friend's story, but I think that also ties into like my point that like I think that's like a trauma that he unraveled on himself over a potential scenario that's not of high likelihood. And I think that he could have resolved that in therapy.
I don't understand. Okay, cool. What's the whole thing? You're saying incels are angry? Is that your whole point?
I think most incels are angry. Involuntary. What it stands for, yes.
This whole incel thing is pretty much the biggest absurd moral panic I've ever seen. If the mainstream claims about them were true, we would absolutely be fucked. The number of men without sex lives who want them must conservatively number in the hundreds of thousands across the Western world. I don't know, in reality, the number is probably in the millions. If incels were really as dangerous as this moral panic claims, we would be seeing epic levels of violence, and we're not. So we've seen a few tragic events caused primarily by a toxic combination of mentally ill people and easy to access firearms. And
I agree
it's primarily about mental illness. I think
I agree that statistic's probably in the hundreds of thousands.
Mind you, a lot of these events are hardly restricted to incels. A lot of these are just mostly mentally ill people.
But I said men need mental health care.
Okay.
Yeah. Like, it's not limited to them being incels. Like, men need, in general, like, they need better health care and they need to swallow their pride and be willing to get mental help more often. They don't often enough.
Cool story, bro. Cool story. I don't know if
Not going to tell it again, don't worry.
It's good. Hold on one sec. Let's see. All right, let me do some other chats here. We have Bender the Offender. Hold on, this is getting pulled up. Oh my God, it's lagging. Sorry, guys. Apologize again for all the issues with our TTS and our, it's obviously not ideal for us. It's kind of disruptive the way it's coming through, but Kentucky had a bill passed in their Senate that would allow women to collect child support payments for an unborn child. Thoughts on this? It's actually a good question. I heard about this. So basically, like during the pregnancy, you mean? What do you guys collect?
I think that's really valid. I think if the woman is going to have to pay for the pregnancy, like just the medical stuff, literally while they're pregnant, like hospital visits, things like that, time they need to take off work because they can't physically be there, things like that, I think are justified. I think asking for anything beyond that before the child is there, though, is not justified.
So what is justified?
I think that like splitting the medical necessary costs of while you're carrying a child.
Let's say she gets pregnant by a guy who's financially well off, and maybe she's a little less well off than he is. Would you be in favor of the guy paying more than split to cover her medical expenses?
No. I think that it should be split unless her financial situation is preventing her from getting the necessary health care.
So before I ask you a question, just going around the table, how do you guys feel? Do you agree with her? The question is, Kentucky passed a bill for Senate that would allow women to collect child support payments for an unborn child. Presumably this would help cover.
The Bronasons donated $100. Of course, men have to make all the compromises for Western women. Either grab your passports or play Helldivers 2. Thoughts will be thoughts. Say Christ is Lord.
Yo, the Bronasons, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Okay, the previous question.
I think I generally don't agree, but I also am from New York City, so we have like access to abortions and stuff. If the guy didn't want to keep it though, and like she's like hypothetically like the term like trapping or whatever, I think then it would be wrong. But I also am not educated on Kentucky's abortion laws. So with that being said, I think that makes a huge difference, because if there's no ability or opportunity to terminate the pregnancy, then...
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $100. I told you, chat, man haters, there is a reason they are single and unmarried, and you are seeing it live. Ladies, you need to take a long hard look at what your value system is, because you are wrong.
Boom, roasted. Okay, thank you, Grid 1 Motorsports. Appreciate it. Not sure entirely who it's directed towards. So,
I think it's silly
on the men paying child support before she's given birth. Okay.
Yep. I think, especially if the woman is struggling and it was a decision like that they both made together. Yeah, that would be helpful.
What is the decision what is the decision that they both made together?
To have sex.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I'm just a little confused. I mean, I feel like our bodies are made to protect the baby and take care of it. What payments are you getting?
I feel like on that note, part of the reason why I feel the way I do is because I do have personal medical issues where if I do get pregnant, it will be a little more extra than everybody else typically would for a normal body. So for me, if I got pregnant, it would be a lot more medical bills. It isn't as simple as just going to get an abortion or just carrying this like with minimal medical obligation, if that makes sense. So I feel like it should be a case by case and not necessarily general. But that's why I say that depending on the case, if there are large medical bills to do with that pregnancy, 2 people participated and 2 people have a responsibility.
Okay, I'll come back to that, but...
I agree with her. I think it would be helpful, but at the end of the day, I think that's why it's important to have values and morals so that that situation doesn't happen.
What situation?
So that, like, having sex with somebody, you're not sure of whether or not they're going to stick around or you're going to have a relationship. That's why it's very important to know who you are, so that when you are out there dating and, you know, sexually active, that you're not doing it with the completely wrong person. Okay. So you're avoiding the situation altogether.
Okay.
I approve.
Approve. Okay.
I think it definitely would be helpful for certain women in whatever situation they're in.
Okay. So going back to, I mean, a lot of you seem to be in favor of it. So going around the table then, are you pro-life or pro-choice?
I'm pro-choice, and I think I'm the only one not in favor of it. Yeah, I'm pro-choice, and I think I'm the...
You're not.
Oh.
You're not in favor. What about you?
I'm pro-choice.
That's interesting. I'll come back to that.
Pro-life.
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 Okay. So for you guys here, I can sort of see your position on this a little bit. I'm a little confused by your position, though. So a woman who, for example, would you agree that a woman who's not financially ready to have a child, would you think that that's a perfectly justifiable reason to get an abortion?
Honestly, yes.
What if she's just not ready to, maybe she is financially ready, but she just doesn't really want to be a parent yet?
I think that no matter what point you're in your life, you can have so many underlying tiny reasons that have led you to decide that, I think she should have that choice.
Here's another scenario. So she would otherwise be financially ready. She's otherwise ready to be a mother, but remove that for a sec, Nick. But she just wants to keep partying. She doesn't want to, deal with a kid right now.
I think that's irresponsible.
Well, but should she?
I think that it's still not our place to choose for her.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. I think
So
I can
is
disagree with why she's doing it, and I can be like, wow, that's a really dumb decision.
Sure.
But she should still have the right to choose.
So let me ask you a question. What about in a scenario where you put a man in a situation where he's had a casual sexual encounter with a woman, and he doesn't want to have any children, and the woman gets pregnant and she wants to keep the child, and he wants to, what would you say to him when he says to you, well, shoot, I don't want an 18-year responsibility, I don't want to pay child support? What would you say to him?
I think that he has a certain obligation to do that. I don't think that he has any obligation necessarily to be, I hate to say this, but a parent, because they did not make that decision together. He gets a choice just like she does to be involved in that life. But I think that the second that you have sex, you are kind of putting that risk up, because I definitely know a lot of women who felt that way. There was just a hookup, then they got pregnant, and now they have that 18-year obligation, but they can't just say no, Because
but this is a very strange position. So you said that you essentially support on-demand abortion, correct?
I think with limitations, yes. I think that the term of which you should be able to get an abortion should be limited. And I do think that...
Wait, sorry, Andrew, if it's all right, I just want to have a bit more of a back and forth, but I'm happy to have you jump in on this on just a sec. So, what do you think about deadbeat dads?
I've met deadbeat moms too, so I think a good parent's a good parent, and they'll step up if they'll step up.
But would you look, like, for example, a man who didn't want to financially support an unwanted child, would you look down on him?
I think I would equally look down on that in the way that I would look down on an absent mother, to be honest. I think that... As opposed to
sorry, I'll let you finish. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. I'd love for you to clarify so I could give a more accurate answer.
Well, no, it wasn't so much that, but when it comes to the woman's side of getting pregnant, having an unwanted pregnancy, you're very clearly very progressive on this. You're very, by your own admission, you're pro-choice. However, when we look at the opposite side of this, we look at the male side of this, you're basically like a Bronze Age pro-lifer when it comes to men's responsibility. So why is it, for example, that you object to, you seem like men have an obligation to financially support a child despite his lack of ability to do so, or despite his lack of not wanting to do so? You seem to be kind of, I don't know.
Think
you're
it
basically
should be
you have
indefinite. I don't think it should be just like they have to no matter what. It should. The thing is, my view is a very, very case-by-case basis, which is why it's so hard for me to give you such a direct answer. So I definitely think that there are women that try to baby trap men. And I get that. And I also get that sometimes it's the opposite way around too. I've seen that as well, men that try to baby trap women. So,
okay. Well, the current state of the law is, regardless of the motivations of the woman, whether she was trying to baby trap him or they were being a bit careless when it came to protection or whatever it may be, if a woman chooses to keep the child and the man doesn't want, the man has no say. Really quick, just like the people that are pro-choice are only pro-women's choice when it comes to men not wanting to be fathers. Most pro-choicers turn into Bronze Age pro-lifers when it comes to the, the male side of
I see
reproductive
what you mean.
rights.
I completely see what you mean, and that's a new perspective for me to look at it. I still believe that women should have a right to choose. A lot of my opinion, I will say, comes from the medical side of things for why I am pro-choice, because I personally might not be able to survive carrying a child to term. I know several other people that are that same way, and there are so many states where if I was there, I would just die, because you're not allowed to have that choice.
Okay.
And so for the men's side, I don't honestly have super clear determinate views that I have created for myself, but I do think that there should be some level of choice, especially the way that you're saying that now. I realize that I'm definitely misrepresenting the way that I wanted to say that. And so I think that men should have some kind of choice, whether that be that they have the opportunity to say, hey, I don't believe that I should be locked in this for 18 years. I believe that I took responsibility for my part of this, and she's choosing to do this. There should be some kind of court where you're able to show that it was not malintent, that you got this person pregnant, and that you should be able to have just as much freedom in that choice as they do. But in that case, I think there should be some sort of government support.
You should have to petition a court to do that?
No, I'm saying there should be a different route than there is now. Like, there should be something in place that there currently isn't.
Yeah, there's nothing.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying, is we should have something in place specifically for this if we're wanting to give both of them a choice. Because
Well, that wasn't your position earlier. Your position earlier was, when it came to the Kentucky thing, not only should men pay child support, they should also pay before the child's even born, which is totally unprecedented in any state in the U.S.
I think for medical bills,
I don't think,
they should have to help.
Men should have to pay.
I think that this should also involve with that. They should have the choice to go and prove that they, shouldn't have to.
But you can't coincide, like, you cannot hold the pro-choice position, but also your position should be men should be obligated to pay for a woman's health expenses related to pregnancy. You know what? You're welcome to ask questions, but you ought to wait until I finish my sentence before you ask if you can ask a question.
Well, that's how we were instructed to interject if there's no
opportunity.
But
you know how I was in the middle of a sentence and you interrupted me? Can you not interrupt me?
To interrupt at some
No, there's you know how there's
no
periods? You know how there's periods?
Yeah.
You can kind of wait until there's a period.
And then it leads directly into her response, and then I'm interrupting
Go ahead.
her instead. I just wanted to know if you would still be pro-choice if you didn't have any medical factors in play. Not you personally, just in general in the world.
Wait, if
there was no
factor.
medical complications and everyone could just birth freely, would you still be pro-choice, or is it because of the? I think I get where you're coming from.
Yeah.
And I think it's
That's
your take being different is very personal, and I think I understand. I can empathize with it.
Yeah. No. I honestly don't really have an answer for that, because I feel a lot of my position comes from it being medical, from a lot of medical stuff. There's just the abortion laws have there's so many people that have been put into poor medical positions just because their body wasn't prepared to have that pregnancy, and now they need to keep it. But if that was taken away, I think that I would lean a little bit more towards pro-life, but I would still be in the middle because it's not my life. It's not my body. But as for men, I think that the reason that my position is changing is because a lot of what you've said has definitely opened my eyes to a new perspective that I hadn't looked at previously. Mm-hmm. And thinking about it like that, especially with you saying Bronze Age, pro-lifers, I do see what you mean with that, with how I view it. And while I do think that everybody should have a choice, I just think it's so convoluted and so hard.
It's not hard. No, it's very simple.
Legally.
I think it's very simple. Here's my position. In any state where a woman essentially has the right to murder her unborn child, a man should have a corresponding right to totally relinquish any responsibility or obligation to that woman financially. That's my position.
I think that that's valid. I don't necessarily perfectly agree, but I do definitely.
By the way, is Andrew's stream quality better? Yeah. It looks better.
It is better.
I think it fixed.
Yes. It's
okay.
It's going much better.
Oh,
I wonder if I can just ask you a quick couple of questions. The first question I had for you is: do you think in the first 3 weeks, for instance, that termination of a fetus that's not a human life?
I think it's as much of a human life as an egg is a chicken.
Okay, gotcha. But understand that you supported the fact that the first 3 weeks of pregnancy, that a man should have to pay support in that instance. This would make the determination that this is a human being, correct? Child support would infer that this is a what?
I think that in an anti-abortion state...
Hang on.
Sorry.
Child support would infer that this is a what?
It would infer that it's a child, so I see your point.
It would infer that it's a child, and so if you're asking for support for a child, how can you then hold the two conflicting views that this is not a child unless you determine that it is because you want money?
It's not a child, but I think that I would only consider this in states. It highly depends if that state has abortion, like what their abortion laws are, to be honest, because if they're forcing the
we're talking about the Kentucky abortion law. The Kentucky abortion law says that for a pregnancy, you can begin to collect child
the
support
offender donated $100.
Sorry, Andrew, one sec.
This an extreme example, but imagine if this law passed in a state where abortion was legal up until birth. The women could just take money from a man, then abort the child.
Ooh, I don't think...
Wow, that's another consideration.
It's a good point. I don't think any state should allow that.
So moving into the Kentucky law, the inference here is that this is a child, right? How could a person who was pro-choice take the money to begin with? Because then they would have to be admitting that this is a child, correct?
Well, I think that's if it was the whole question originally was about the state of how Kentucky's bills are currently. I think
and
that
you supported it.
If you're if they have to keep the child, if the woman does not have a choice to keep the child, the man
that's
does
that's a caveated position now, because your initial position was that you supported the fact that a man would have to support this pregnancy, and you said this is due to cost considerations. If that is true, then and you would take the money, then you would have to be admitting that this is actually a child, yes?
No, I would be admitting that my body's going through something that needs medical bills and money.
I see. What you're saying there is it's not a child because you want money.
No, I'm saying that if a child, a fetus, from the first part where it's not a child yet, they're still affecting the woman's body in a medical way where they need to pay for that. So at that point, no, you're not paying child support, in my opinion. You are paying medical support because you've put this woman into a medical position that requires money. It's not about the kid, in my opinion, at this point, because as I said before, most of my stance comes from the medical side of this. So that's why I have that view, is because if the woman is needing to pay to, do the things they need to do for their own body, regardless of the fetus child.
Okay, I understand. Then what your position actually is that, no, I don't consider this to be a child. I just have the expectation that men will pay for and support whatever decisions you make for the pregnancy. Whether it be that you have the child all throughout the term, or if they pay for the abortion, halvesies on the abortion, I don't know. But that's the actual position, right?
Well, I just stated that I think that should only be true if it's in a state where the woman doesn't have a choice either.
You mean where a woman has to bring the pregnancy to bear, can't get an abortion early?
Exactly, yeah. If they're obligated to go through those medical things...
So let us assume for a moment that she can get an abortion in this state, and they have a law which says that the man would have to assist in the payment. Would you be against that law?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm only for the man being obligated in a way that the woman is as well.
Okay, I understand. Well, that's at least consistent, right? So when we can deconstruct it back a little bit, it's at least a bit consistent. So, but just understand that the law is basically stating this is a child right from inception. That's why child support is available, is because they're considering this to be a child.
I understand that. I'm looking at it from the medical and obligation point of view for literally what your body is actually going through and the costs that come with that. So for me, I'm looking at it just a little bit of a different direction than just the ethics of whether or not the fetus is considered a child.
Yeah, but medically, I mean, life begins at inception. That is the medical standard.
True, but I'm not talking about the fetus, I'm talking about the mother. The mother's the one who needs to pay. The mother's body is the one that's going through that, whether or not you get an abortion. But only if you have to carry that do I think that he has to help support you in that. I do think they should be able to argue the circumstances of it, but I think that in a general rule, if the woman has to pay those medical bills and they do not have a choice to have an abortion, then the man should have some part in that obligation as well.
Yeah, I don't think that that's the portion that's being argued, though. If we're going to assume that it's a living child from inception, I don't think anybody would say that the man wouldn't have to take care of his end of that obligation. But rather, we're trying to determine whether or not it is the case that you believe that this is a life to begin with. And if you don't, then asking for support as though it is seems inconsistent to me.
I don't think that you're asking for support for the fetus, though. You're asking for support for your medical bills for your own body. Even if the woman decides to get an abortion, that costs around $600 to $2,000, depending on where she can go. And so if the male counterpart of this responsibility is not willing to even a little bit help out with the medical bills, the woman...
Well, no, I mean, that's ridiculous. If his standard is that that is a child, why would he be obligated to assist you in your abortion?
No, he wouldn't. That's what I'm saying.
You're essentially asking him to murder from his worldview with his money, right?
No, I'm saying if the woman cannot have an abortion, then the man should be obligated. If the woman can have an abortion, the man should have a choice as well. That's what I've been trying to say this entire time. I just don't...
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know if that came across right.
I'm trying to be charitable to the viewpoint here. I just noticed that was a massive inconsistency, but it seems like you've moved it back to a more consistent standard for us. So,
sure,
I appreciate that.
Good talk. Sure. Good talk. Let me do a couple of the chats here. We have Rockhead AB. Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Guys, by the way, our TTS is back again. Streamlabs should be back again, so it's coming in clean. My wife of 27 years passed away suddenly in 2022. Hey, sorry, man. Sorry to hear that. She couldn't have kids, so my existence is a lonely one. Find someone to love and make a family. At 64, it's too late for me. Time is a cruel master. Dude, Rockhead, first off, bro, there's still time. You're 64. You got this, bruv. You got this. There's plenty of babes at the bingo hall. Dude, you're good. Don't trip. Thank you, man, though. Sorry to hear about your loss. And you know, guys can have kids until they're an octogenarian, so you're good, bro. You're chilling. All right, Chicken Kiev. Thank you, man. Andrew, can you talk more about your... Oh, my... Okay, well, this is obviously... How does it relate? I mean, I'm just going to skip over this unless, Andrew, you want to say anything, but it's obviously a troll.
No.
Okay. Skipping over it. We have we have Jiri Bieland with €50. Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Sorry if I butchered your name there. My bad. Thank you for your patronage. What?
No, I think she was right about Italy.
Yeah, no.
Okay. Germany, Japan, and Italy. All right. Thank you. We have CJ. Hey, thank you, CJ. Appreciate it. Listen to the Incel Projects podcast from Nama Cates. It's an enlightening look into another subject the media has twisted into a pseudo-extremist movement. Most self-identifying incels are lonely, not violent. Yeah. I think I kind of touched on that a little bit, but yeah, I think it's this sort of trope that it's this violent threat. Most of these guys are just lonely who struggle when it comes to developing romantic relationships, either due to there's various circumstances, but thank you, man. Appreciate it. Sasquatch Mechanic, appreciate it, man. Why do women lie to a man and say the kid ain't his, then years down the road they come back and say it is just so they can get a child support check, then get mad that the man actually wants to be an active father to their child? Can anyone explain? Explain what part? They come back and say it's just so they can get in trouble. Well, obviously there's a huge financial incentive to lie about it. There's also another major incentive if there was infidelity to lie about it, because it would reveal the infidelity if there was, you know, an ongoing monogamous relationship. So yeah, thank you, Sasquatch, appreciate it. We have, actually, hold on. Oh, we have Nickelodeon here, hold on. Hey, you guys, I want to have high hopes for women, but I just hear echoes against us and them. Was this a fucking song lyric? One of these days they want to become mothers, but settle now, being comfortably numb, run like hell. What are you gonna, what is this, like you in like a death metal band or some shit? What is this? Send this in as a TTS with a fucking screamo voice or something, I don't know. Thank you, Nickelodeon, appreciate it. All right, we're all cut up there. Let me get into some of my pre-show notes here finally.
Can I just say something though?
Yeah, absolutely, go ahead.
I don't know where that us against them is coming from, but that's not, at least for me, that's not for me. It's not a us, me against a man. It's, I don't like that actually. Mm-hmm. I really appreciate men and what they do, and I honor them. And are they all perfect? No. But are women perfect? No. We're all imperfect, and that's why we need God, Jesus, salvation. You know, just therapy, like, you know, all these different things. So. Yeah, I never said us versus them. So I'm sorry if that is coming across in any type of way, but that's not the message I'm trying to send here.
Can I piggyback off that real quick?
Yeah.
So I feel like that might have been somewhat directed like toward me, but I'm not trying to insinuate that either. And like I know based on like my amazing relationship that I'm in that like there are good men out there, and I'm not trying to suggest otherwise, but I will also say it came to mind as that person mentioned an incel podcast. There was a statistic, I can't remember where, but you can definitely pull it up online, and it was a study that showed that incel men, and this is a proven study, are more violent and aggressive, and incel women are more depressed and like different they suffer different like avoidant personality traits than incel men, and there's a study on this.
There. I mean, there's so much there. First off, I don't know what study you're referring to. I've actually seen other studies that seem to indicate that compared to the general population, men who are incels are actually less likely to be violent. But your assertion that there are even female incels is just laughable.
There are.
There's no woman cannot be involuntarily celibate.
There are.
No.
We can agree to disagree.
There's no agreeing to disagree. A woman cannot be an incel.
I'm not gonna.
Here's the metric of what it takes to be an incel. So
I know what it means.
Oh, tell me what incel stands for.
Involuntarily celibate.
Involuntarily celibate.
Yes.
So let's assume that the metric to be involuntarily celibate is somebody who's incapable of securing a sexual relationship. Now, we need to, for the sake of this conversation, we need to exclude people who, for religious reasons, are waiting until marriage.
That's
generally
voluntary.
Speaking.
Yeah, I agree.
Generally speaking, now you can say that there's a certain social climate that where in previous times that was a social norm, and you would have not had such an issue finding a marriageable partner. But let's look at it perhaps from a more secular view. So you have a bunch of men who, despite efforts to get even casual sex, are unable to. They can't get a relationship, they can't get casual sex, they can't get anything. My position on this is that any woman, regardless of her physical appearance, she could be obese even, if she was inclined to have a casual sexual encounter with a man of comparable physical attractiveness, could do so very easily.
I think it's circumstantial. I think there are less female incels, but they exist. Like, there are people across the world that don't have the same privilege we do of going out into a busy city like Los Angeles or Santa Barbara or New York and just meeting anyone. There are people in the middle of nowhere who get bullied. There are forums where there are like incel women who feel worthless or like low self-esteem and cannot and then struggle with getting laid and feel like they're a burden.
Okay, let me ask you a question. So let's remove this argument of, well, there's women that live in the sticks in a 200 population city. Let's say that there's male incels in New York City. Let's assume there are, right?
I assume there's much.
Let's assume. Are there female incels in New York City? Because you made it a geographic thing.
I wouldn't know, but I'm not sure. Honestly, you could be right. There might be none in New York City. I don't know. In New York City is very liberal and very sexually free. Like, maybe everyone's fucking everyone. I don't know. I don't keep a tally on them all.
Okay, so...
But I will say there are female incels in the world.
No, there's not, because a woman cannot be involuntarily...
Yes, they can.
Any woman, regardless of her... She could be... How do I explain
I think
this?
It could also be a mental thing.
An obese woman who's incredibly unattractive can still procure casual sex.
And I think it could also be a mental thing.
What do you mean a mental thing?
Have you ever seen Catfish?
No, you'll have to explain it to me.
You've never seen Catfish? Oh, okay. So, or allegedly you've never seen Catfish. Cool.
No, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, wow. So I think it's a mental health thing too, because a lot of like the women that go on there pretending to be someone else in hopes of finding like a partner, they are not unattractive. It's a mental thing that keeps them from being able to pursue someone and like a desire to be someone else or something. Like there is a mental health aspect to it too for women, but they exist. There's incel females that exist.
That makes no sense. Look, so let's say one of these women who is absolutely batshit insane but is not unattractive went out into the middle of the street and hung a sign around her neck which said, "Please come over here and have sexual intercourse with me." Would a man go and do that with her or no?
Mm-hmm. I don't like this hypothetical. I'm not gonna. It's like
checkmate.
Yeah. So can he answer the question for me?
I don't know. It depends on where she is. I mean, I would hope not. If she's clearly mentally ill, I would hope no one's trying to take advantage of like a mentally ill woman.
Yeah, but if she did,
I don't know.
Hold the sign around her neck and the sign said, "I want to have sex with whatever random man will have sex with me right now." Is she getting some or not?
It depends where.
Okay,
it literally depends
where. Any place that you can think of, other than the middle of a forest.
But like I said, the middle of the forest
in the middle of a forest.
The middle of nowhere is my best example. I don't think that in New York it's as difficult, and I stated that. I'm not going against like anything I've stated. I've like tried to break
Forget New York. She lives in the rural countryside, and she just goes next to a main road where people are passing by in trucks and semis, and she's got the sign around her neck. Is she getting some?
I don't know. Maybe she's getting trafficked. I hope not. But dear God, I don't know. I can't imagine. That's such an outlandish like concept.
But you're the one who's proposing.
Which is designed to
I'm not proposing. I'm just stating
the
like
logic of you is to say there's a mental illness. There's a mental illness which exists, which can prevent women from pursuing relationships. I agree, but that wouldn't actually make them Femcels, because even if they were mentally ill, if they chose to have sex with a man, they're going to get some.
Here's how I say it, okay?
How do you
to make it make sense. There are 8 billion...
Grid One Motorsports donated $100. The mental health issues are sitting at this table. A lot of cope and transference going on. Mostly cope. Feminism has failed you all. Please do better. The patriarchy stands ready to help.
Thank you, Grid One. Appreciate it. What's your... Go ahead.
I'm sorry, the patriarchy part.
I'm
sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, my take was there's 8 billion people in the world. You're not gonna tell me that there is not a single femcel on this earth.
No.
Well, so let us assume for a second that there's at least one. So what?
Ben. I win. I don't know.
You win what?
That was just my point. They exist. They exist. That's just my point. They exist.
Okay,
I didn't say they're at the same caliber statistic as men.
So I'll just concede this then and say at least one exists somewhere due to the fact that she has no arms, no legs, it's totally blind. Nobody can see her. She's in the middle of a forest. Fine, I'll concede that such a woman somewhere might exist. But can we say that overwhelmingly they do not? And that's what, by the way, it's not 8 billion
I would
people
not
we'd
say
be referencing
overwhelmingly
here. It would be 4
they do
billion,
not.
right? 4 billion, because only half can be women.
I think the lingo is just opposite here, but like we're not like arguing. It's just you're not agreeing with my phrasal of it. That
And that would be an argument.
Well, we're saying the same thing. You're just paraphrasing it.
No, we're not saying the same thing. We're saying
it.
different things. I'm just conceding to a portion of what you're saying so that we can move the conversation forward, so I can show you that still, even if we were to grant that what you're saying is right, the overwhelming majority of what you would consider to be incels are not going to be women. And because they're such a social outlier, it's irrelevant to even count them into the incel movement.
I don't think it's fair to count anybody out. But see, we can agree to disagree on that.
Oh, it's not fair?
I think they exist. I think it's determined they exist. We could like tally everyone in the world. There's Femcels out there. They exist. And whether or not you choose to believe them, if you want to believe they're unicorns and not human beings that exist on this planet, that's fine. Like, you're entitled to that.
I mean, I don't actually know how to have a conversation with you if I'll concede a basic point that you make, but you won't concede a basic point I make.
I don't agree.
You don't agree
That's
with
the
what?
conversation.
That
I don't agree that
even
they-
if Femcels exist, that the overwhelming majority of incels are going to be males?
I agree with that. I don't agree with the notion you stated that we can agree that because it's such a low statistic, they don't exist. I don't agree with that.
Yeah, but if it's an aberration, why do we care about it? Why is it important? If it's just an aberration, why would we give a shit?
I don't know, to care about
Yeah, you're right,
everyone
you
on
don't
Earth,
know.
to care about every...
That's the problem.
I'm saying I don't know, like I'm saying I don't know sarcastically, like for obvious reasons. I don't know.
No, well, what's the obvious reason?
Like just...
Why would we care about aberrations when we're talking about these in general terms? I don't get it. Like if you say, okay, 1 in a million of these incels happens to be a woman, who cares?
With
That's
8
the
billion
exception.
people on
Which,
Earth,
that
that's still a
exception
lot.
itself actually proves the rule, right?
I mean, statistically, 1 in a million out of 8 billion is a decent chunk of people, but like, I digress.
That would be 4 billion. It couldn't be 8 billion because
Okay,
half of the
that's
population
reasonable.
are men.
That's reasonable. I agree. Yeah.
Okay,
You're
so
right.
anyway, but back to this. I'm just saying that obviously it's an aberration. So when you say they don't exist, you're talking about such a statistically low volume of people. There's no actual reason to include them into this stat. It makes no sense to do so. Because
If you don't want to,
they
you
just
don't
really
have
don't
to.
exist.
I acknowledge they exist.
Okay, fine. I acknowledge also that there could be a woman somewhere who could fit this profile. Now that I've acknowledged that, can you acknowledge that almost none of them do?
I mean,
No, I
almost
can't do
none.
that, Andrew.
Almost
Why
none.
would
I think
ever
no. I'm not
concede to a
disagreeing.
good point?
Whoa, relax. Statistically, I think that last statement is correct. Almost
Okay.
none of them. Statistically, I agree with that, Mr. Jumping at it. No.
Great. Well, then if we agree with that, then who gives a shit? Then he's right.
I do. I
Essentially,
care
when we
about that
talk
little
about this,
percentage.
there's no reason to include females in the data
I don't know. I
because
care about them.
there's essentially not any of them.
Okay.
So
I care about the no ones.
You're essentially arguing, for example, if I were to sit here and say humans have 10 fingers and 10 toes,
Okay.
that's a fair general statement.
That's a
to
much
make.
more countable
Grid One
statistic.
Motorsports donated $100. Even Helen Keller got laid, and she was deaf,
Wow.
dumb, and blind.
Nice.
You will never agree, as you know that the second you do agree, your entire worldview must change. Seriously, be better.
Yes! That's awesome!
At least you understand I'll never agree.
Look to end up my point about the 10 fingers, 10 toes.
Yeah.
There are some people out there who have 11 fingers, 11 toes. They're born
So cool.
with it's a genetic anomaly, basically. But it's not wrong to state that humans have 10 fingers and 10 toes.
Yeah. I just feel like that's a much more trackable statistic.
Well, I mean,
But some of them don't, Brian. Some of them don't have 10 fingers and 10 toes.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I don't even know where that convo came from.
Yeah, I don't know where we're going with this either. Like,
I did have one question for you, if you don't mind. Just the last one. How would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast this morning?
Me?
Yeah.
I didn't.
Yeah. How
What do you mean?
How would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast this morning?
How I feel right now because I didn't eat breakfast this morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Wait, what's the bit?
What's the punchline?
What's the?
Well, so this is. Now I read this on Reddit, so you can't take it too seriously. Okay, but apparently there's a phenomenon which happens where if you ask a person if they've eaten breakfast this morning and they just give you the status of whether they did or didn't eat breakfast this morning, that they can't engage in hypotheticals. However, if you ask them if they've eaten breakfast this morning and they say, well, or how would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast this morning, and they say, oh, I'd feel bad, or I wouldn't feel great, or I'd feel hungry, then they are engaging in hypotheticals. And as you saw, she stated the fact that she did or didn't eat it rather than how she would actually feel if she did or didn't eat it. That's the point of the question.
Oh, all right. Okay. Interesting. I think really what it comes down to, though, is any woman has the capacity to be a slut. Any woman has the capacity to sell sex. Very few men have the capacity to be a slut. Very few men have even fewer men have the capacity to sell sex.
I have a question to that, though. Whose fault is that?
Doesn't matter whose fault it is.
No, I'm seriously asking. Like, historically, can we date, like, did women start the sex trade or did men?
It's probably, what? Okay, well.
Like, did men proposition it's woman, or did like
it probably? I mean, women often. A lot of women will come on the show and say, "Well, prostitution is one of the world's oldest professions."
Just asking if
it probably started out like, "Oh, look at that strong caveman over there who just got a fish. Let me offer some pussy for some fish or something."
But what if
that's how it started?
What if the caveman saw her and was like, "Look, my fish. Like,
give
who
me
knows?
Some,
like, give me some. Yeah, like it could have been. What came first, the chicken or the egg? I don't know."
Who knows? Who knows? I don't. We'll have to check in with the fucking archaeologist or some shit. Okay. I don't know where to go with that one. Let me get into my pre-show notes here. So we have. Actually, wait. Let me do this one. We have SSJ Krillin. Thank you to the women that do OF. What would it take for you to stop? And to the women that don't do OF, why don't you? So you're the only one here who does OnlyFans, correct?
Hello. Yeah. Okay. What would it take me to stop?
Yeah.
I mean, I plan to actually probably, like, when I have, like, kids or whatever, I guess.
Beautiful. That's beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. That was great. That was wonderful. What about you guys? Why don't you do OF?
I am in a very committed relationship, and while I don't judge anybody for doing that, I also personally think that my body is just for my partner.
Based.
I have standards, and I do judge.
That's beautiful. Yeah. Thank you. What about you?
I think I already pretty much said it. It's the same reason why I'm saving myself for marriage. It's for, like, my body is my temple, and I'm
OF. That's good. What about you?
I'm a woman of God.
She's a woman of God.
And I genuinely...
Wait, are you also waiting until marriage?
No.
No? Okay. All right.
I'm not for sale.
I'm not for sale. Wait, where are you from again?
I'm from Maryland.
Maryland? Wait. Hold on. You're from Maryland?
Yes.
Yes! Crab cakes and football! Nice. That's what Maryland does!
Bro, I've had that on my fucking soundboard for 150 shows. I've been wanting to fucking play that shit, but there's been nobody from Maryland, so.
You're welcome.
Yes! Crab cakes and football! Nice. That's what Maryland does!
Okay.
The same reason I stated earlier. I just want all of me to be for my husband. So
It's beautiful. What, Gustavo?
Estoy feo.
That was beautiful. Thank you.
Really quickly, let me clear up something. So I am waiting for marriage now, but I'm not a virgin.
You're not a virgin. Okay.
But I am.
Now, but now you are.
Mm-hmm.
Should we talk about that? Should we? The only issue I have, question for you. Okay. The only issue I have with that though is it's like we've had women come on the show say that they're waiting for marriage. And they conveniently slip up. Oops, mistake. And from a guy's perspective, that's where I sort of raise an eyebrow to the whole waiting until marriage thing, especially for people who aren't virgins. It's like, well, you fucked up recently. Have you fucked up at all recently? No? How long have you been celibate?
A year.
1 year
now.
And you're 27?
Yeah.
So you fucked up a year ago?
It was with my past.
Why weren't you waiting with him though?
I didn't really have a relationship with God then. But now I have it, yeah.
So it's new. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew, I want your thoughts on this because this is something that I've kind of, the whole, in your past, you maybe either had casual sex or you didn't wait until marriage, but now you're waiting. And on one hand, it's like, well, I see that women are in this like damned if you do, damned if you don't position of, well, obviously you should, if you had previously were promiscuous, you should stop being promiscuous. But like me as a guy who's, not married and dating, whatever, I'm like, I just can't take it seriously if a girl previously had 1, 2, 3 dozens, however many previous sexual partners, she slept with them on the first, second, third date, and all of a sudden, now she wants to wait. On one hand, it's like that's good for her, but for me, I feel I don't like that. So, any thoughts on that?
Yeah. So this is a complicated one. I guess I'm going to end up arguing a little bit with Brian tonight, just a little bit.
Okay.
All right, Brian, if you had a woman, two of them are exact clones of each other, essentially, right? And they reached 30 years old, and you liked them both. You were into both of them. And one of them said, hey, look, I've had the same body count as this one next to me, but the one next to her said, okay, but I've adopted the virtues of a Christian woman. And he had to choose between the two. Which one would you choose?
So both same body count, but one has
same.
adopted.
Just one has adopted Christianity and is trying to live by those virtues now, and the other has not.
Boy,
which one would be your preference?
I'm sweating, boys. He's starting in on me. Okay. Whew. And those Christian virtues.
So the Christian virtues are going to be things like
chastity.
They believe in covenant marriage.
Oh.
They believe in submitting themselves to the church. They believe that man is the leader of the household. They believe that they need to submit to their husband. They believe that he's going to have the final say over things, though it doesn't mean they have no autonomy. And they're essentially going to give preference in reference to you first as their husband.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Yeah, right.
The issue is, so me personally, Andrew, I know I'm a degenerate here. I engage in premarital sex.
Sure.
And I don't know if I'm going to change. Now, I'm not trying to sleep with a bunch of women. I prefer long-term relationships, but I'm a sinner and I have sex with women before marriage.
Yeah.
But I'm not like trying to fuck a bunch of chicks either.
But let's give it to you, right? Okay, I understand. So your kind of primary objection here is to say, look, I'm still going to want to have sex with her before I marry her. That's essentially what your objection is, right?
Well, the other problem is I don't think I want to get married either.
Right.
That's the other problem.
I get it. But let's assume for a second you had to get married for
Had to
some
get married.
reason.
Okay.
Which of them would you pick?
So one I can sleep with prior to marriage.
You can, but she refuses. But she has no safeguard for virtues. There's no safeguard for virtues for you. There's the other one you can't sleep with before, but there is the safeguard of virtue. She's given herself over to the church to be a good wife for you. You got to marry one of them.
And I have to marry one of them.
Yes, you do. Yeah.
I got to marry one of them.
This is kind of the marshmallow. Yeah, this is the marshmallow experiment in the hypothetical, right? Can you delay gratification for the better wife?
Marriages are a pretty quick process. We'll just go to the courthouse, get it done real quick.
Sure.
I'll take the Christian woman. I'll take the Christian woman.
You gotta take the Christian one, right?
Yeah, there you go.
But this,
oh no,
this is the point. But to your point, to be charitable to your point, you're saying that I think a lot of women utilize this and this conversion over to Christianity in order to be more appealing to men who want those virtues intact in a woman. And essentially, it's a LARP. They haven't given themselves over to the church. They haven't done any of those things. And so how do you ascertain which is true, I think is a better question. But I would certainly, if I had to pick, I'm going to pick the woman who I think is more virtuous.
Nice.
So that's, this becomes complex, right? Because you don't want to question anybody's faith. But at the same time, I can see the coping mechanism from a lot of OnlyFans girls who go, well, I found Christ and now you need to discount my past. Got to be careful with that, right?
Interesting. Yeah. So, what you're saying, Andrew, is that I should continue having. Wait, okay. I don't know. It just.
I'm saying that if your values are not really Christian values, then what's the point in you getting a Christian woman? It makes no sense. That makes sense to me, right? But if you are a man who has adopted Christianity, of course your preference is then going to be for a more virtuous Christian woman. You're going to want a woman who is under the adherence of the church. And so sex outside of marriage is going to be one of the tells that she is trying to live up to her faith.
I concede this argument because Andrew is the debate god. So whatever arguments he was going to make, I just concede. What's it called? What's it called in chess when you just
checkmate?
Or no, it's
you castle.
When you surrender.
You castle, bro.
Huh?
There's a term for it when you surrender. I get what you're saying.
Oh, I just concede the match. Yeah. GG, well played. Wait,
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is everyone here Christian? I'm not. That's why I'm asking. Okay.
I was raised Christian most of my life.
I resign. I think resign. I resign from the chess game. Yeah.
That's all I want to
Can
say.
I ask something?
Sure.
Especially since most people here are Christian. Is everyone here heterosexual?
Yes.
Yes.
Are
yes.
you?
I don't think so. I'm with a man, but I mean, I've been with women and I'm not opposed to it. My relationships with the men, like with now being my best example, have gone better.
Okay.
Evidently, or I'd probably still be with like any girl I ever dated.
It's curious.
Is anybody here pansexual?
I am.
Is anybody here demisexual? Wait, so you're
For
bi?
men.
You're bi or you're pan?
I'm pan.
Have you dated a trans person?
No.
Isn't that what pan is? Somebody who would date?
Pan is the gender doesn't matter.
Wait, but so you would date a trans person then?
If I loved them, sure.
What do you mean if you love them?
If I fell in love with a trans person, then I would date them. Yeah, just
Well,
same
wouldn't
as
you
everybody
date
else.
somebody? Wouldn't you be dating
I don't really
somebody
care what they
before
got
you-
going on. Honestly, I've mostly been with women. I'm currently dating a man, but I don't know. For me, it doesn't really matter, to be honest. I just think if you're a cool soul and I like you, then that's good for me.
So you would date somebody who's trans?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't care.
I assume that's what people mean when they say pansexual.
Can you define
Right.
demisexual? I think that's me, but I honestly forgot the
I'm
definition.
demi with
of that.
men.
What does that mean?
It means you need to have like an actual emotional connection, I think,
Yeah,
with
not to be
somebody
confused
before. I
with-
think, right?
Not to be
Yes,
confused
it
with
is.
sapiosexual or whatever.
That's
right?
Yeah, you need to have-
Didn't that
I'm
used to just be called
demisexual.
normal?
What's that?
Didn't that used to just
I
be
think
called
that
normal?
was just the norm.
Yeah, I
but
think I'm
yeah, now
demisexual,
it's-
honestly.
Now
But I
it's
just wanted to make
sex
sure I didn't
comes first.
use the phrase wrong.
I don't know 20% of them.
Let's do so. Oh, okay. Here we go. We have Stifler here finally. Ask everyone to rate their looks on a scale of 1 to 10, starting with you. Go ahead.
In my own eyes,
Looks.
in my own
Looks.
eyes, like 8. In the eyes of those that I love and matter, 10. And in the eyes of the general public, socially, I think 6.
That is possibly the best answer we've ever had to that question. But okay,
Thank
what
you.
about you?
I don't know. I feel like I have probably a different perspective, but I don't know. I'd probably say that I'm like a 6. I
Okay.
think my partner would probably put me higher.
Okay.
And I don't know. I've been committed to one person, so I just haven't really thought about the way that other people are looking at me like that for a minute.
Sure. What about you?
I'm a 6, but with personality, way higher.
Love that.
What?
Oh, I want to say 7.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Probably like 7, 8.
Can I have you scoot your mic to the left just a bit? That's good. Yeah.
I'd say a 7.58.
All right.
I actually did a poll of people in my town and had them rate me.
In your town?
I came prepared for this question.
Like your whole town?
Crab cakes and football. That's what Maryland does.
And you're a town in Maryland, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. What were the results of the poll?
So I asked them to rate me 2 scales. One in my hometown, what would you rate me? And then like one like
What town
the
in
world.
Maryland are you?
I'm from Southern Maryland.
That's the name of the town, Southern Maryland, Maryland?
No, it's called the southern part of Maryland.
No, what is the actual city, the designated...
I walked around a place called Leonardtown.
Leonard?
Leonardtown.
Like Leonard Skinnerd?
Like
Do you not know the band?
I know the band. I'm not a complete idiot. Thank you.
Oh, you didn't just, maybe you just didn't want to reveal like exactly. So, okay, so you're a 10 in Leonard.
I'm a 10 where I'm from, but like the
you're-
world, the overall average was like 7.5, but I definitely think I'm like a 5.
And is it a small town where you're from?
Not really. No.
She's a 10.
It's like a
Leonard.
big military area. There are like 3 military bases nearby.
Okay.
So there's a lot of people.
What about you?
I guess I would say maybe an 8.
Okay. Gustavo?
No sé.
Okay. I give myself a 5. Andrew, what about you? Can you
4.
4. All right. You're more handsome than that, Andrew. Don't rate yourself so low. You got some nice blue eyes, solid nose, handsome guy. Look at the hair. The hair's all slicked back. Come on, Andrew.
As long as your wife thinks you're a 10, that's all that matters.
Can we add personality to it?
What do you mean? You said that.
Well, if we add personality to it, I'm a 20. I mean, if we're just going off of actual looks, yeah, about a 4.
Word. We have Dub right side. Hey, thank you, man. Stop cooking on the show, embarrassing yourself. There's no such thing as a born again virgin. Respectfully, I don't think any of the girls here. Well, we have 2 genuine virgins, and then some people who are waiting to marriage. But I don't think anybody's claiming born again
I'm so
virgin.
glad I'm not dating donated
thank you.
$100. I'm also pansexual. I get home from work. My wife makes my family and I a delicious dinner in a pan, which gets the old pumps running in return. I get sexual with her. Is that it?
That was beautiful.
Yes.
That's beautiful. I'm so glad. Thank you for that. That's great. That's great. Thank you. Well done. All right, let's get into the pre-show notes here. Pre-show. Wait. We missed one. Valdiv. That's weird.
Valdev donated $100.69. After your back and forth with the new little Bible thumper, I respect and appreciate you more, Andrew. Far too many individuals make a mockery of the faith with no pushback. The point is to be better.
Yeah, I got a lot of shit for that, but the thing is I'm not biased when it comes to my criticisms, right? It doesn't matter if you claim you're on my team or not on my team. If we're tangling up on an argument, it doesn't matter what you identify yourself as. I don't hold some view where my side can't be criticized, and I'm just as likely to criticize conservatives and Christians as I am the degens. So I appreciate the super chat. I appreciate it. But yeah, I got a lot of shit for that one.
Was it with the Asian woman, or was it with?
Yeah, it was with the one who knew the ass-kicking, leg-breaking Jiu Jitsu master who took on all of those dudes at a park and broke all of their legs with her savagery. It was that panel, yeah.
Yeah, I did a Google search, Andrew, to try to find the story about the 4'11" Brazilian Jiu Jitsu chick breaking. Now, I'm trying. Did she? To be charitable to her, she said that she broke all the legs of two people. I don't know if she ever stated they were men, but I assume
I'll even take it the other way, right? Assuming that they're both women. I still couldn't find anything on it.
I could not.
Nothing.
What's up, Nick?
I was just an Anastasia student.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I cannot find anything. I mean, I'm gonna message her. Let me actually message her right now and just be like, hey, can you send me that story? Let me see if I can find it.
Now, I mean, she did to be, and I was charitable back when she said, like, look, I heard this through the grapevine. Actually, it was through a friend of a friend. But she had started off by saying, no, look it up. You'll see this 4'11" chick got attacked in a park and then busted out her jiu-jitsu move and broke the legs of these two men. And then she did kind of subtly backtrack on that as she went. So
okay, I'm gonna try to message her just to like see if she can provide it. But hold on, let me just send her. Can you send me the story of the 4'11"? Oops, caps. Too bad. 4'11" girl. People are asking about it. Oh my God, I can't type on this shit. Okay. All right, we'll have maybe a status update for the viewers.
Can I ask?
Yeah, what's up?
Why doesn't everyone do jiu-jitsu?
Not really dating related, so moving on. Okay, we have here. Let's get into some of our pre-show notes here.
Because I'll tell you, I can just answer it for everybody, right? Just so you know.
Watch out, Andrew.
A 45 ACP beats jiu-jitsu. That's why I don't need to take jiu-jitsu.
That's reasonable.
A gun.
Oh, I mean, okay.
Yeah.
For reference, you can go watch a movie called Indiana Jones, and you can watch what happens when an expert sword fighter goes up against a 45 ACP.
Usually you have both. You know, your hands could be guns and weapons.
Wait, you mean that literally or figuratively?
Yeah, like my coaches have guns as well as skills. And they support both.
Jay Aiken, sorry, not sorry. I want to hear from Martina. Well, you just did right there, but we'll get to the pre-show notes here in just a sec. So we have, okay, that was the flake. That was another flake. Okay, hold on, guys. That was the no-show. Had a bunch of notes. Yeah, now they burned the thumbnail too. Oh, we got to get into that. Hold on. The tweets. Hold on, not the tweets yet. Let's get through people's stuff. We might have already touched on this, but Monique, you said you're an abstinence advocate. You believe that waiting until marriage to have sex is the best option. It's something I live out personally. I'm a virgin, and waiting until marriage. Yeah, we kind of already touched on that. Let's see. We have Martina. You 30 years old, recently you got or 31 actually.
I'm turning 31 next
recently
month.
You got divorced after 9 years, and why did you get divorced?
Well, I want to say it was a codependency and mental health were
on your part or his?
On both. Were
what problems do you have?
Well, the biggest was I want to say porn.
Your problem or his?
Well, that was his.
What was your problem?
It was my trauma with it.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Wait, so who initiated the divorce? Was it you?
I did. Yes.
You did. Okay. And so he was addicted to porn.
Yes. Well,
what was the scope? What was it? Because you said in the notes here that what you experienced was watching a heroin level high.
Mm-hmm. Well, that.
So what do you mean by that?
That itself is more of the research that I have done. My experience, I feel, goes with a lot of people's experience. It's not just my life, but more of how they normalize this. So if you have an addictive personality, say you're an alcoholic and you withdraw from that, it's very easy to catch on to whatever else feels good. And there's absolute ways you can boost a heroin level high with just porn.
So he was also addicted to heroin?
No. That has nothing to do with heroin. This has nothing to do with him.
I think we ought to be considerate of all the heroin addicts out there. I'm not quite sure that porn is as addictive as heroin.
I believe that porn is harder to quit than heroin.
Porn is harder to quit than heroin?
Yeah.
Was he out in the streets sucking cock for $5 a pop to continue his favorite porn site monthly subscription?
Absolutely not. This has...
I'm sorry, then it can't be as bad as heroin. There's people out in the streets sucking dick for a bit of heroin.
I believe the term is called edging, where...
Huh?
and again, this has nothing to do with
edging.
my
What do you mean
personal
edging?
life.
What do you mean?
This is the science that I looked into.
He was on the edge of the streets trying to
I don't know
suck the dick of a homeless person. What was he doing for that Pornhub subscription?
Okay.
What was he doing?
Again, this is not him
gambling debts. What was he doing?
But edging is where you can stay on a certain level of climax for hours, if not days.
So wait, he would just be
no, not him. let me clarify.
Wait, he wasn't doing that. So he was just like busting. He was just busting. Boom, 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 all day. What was he doing?
The thing is,
tell me what the thing was. Excuse me.
What I view as porn and intimacy is very private, and whatever I witnessed caused me to research what it actually does to your brain.
But give us some details, because you said he's addicted to porn. So are we talking just all day, jerking it off?
I think you need to ask actual porn addicts. He was not, I wouldn't say a porn addict. I would say he had an addicted personality.
Wait, but you said in your notes he was addicted to porn.
Absolutely he was. At one point.
What else was he addicted to?
I mean, with an addictive personality, if somebody understands that it could just be
10 hour fucking gamer, 10 hours a day,
anything you touch,
raiding fucking Naxxramas, son. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, well, anything you touch could be a libel, including being addicted to people.
Was he addicted to you? His wife?
I would say, yeah, in an unhealthy way.
So did he cheat on you?
Oh, I wish. I wish.
What do you mean addicted to people? What does that mean?
Which means that you can use people to get high, like as a drug. The brain, the way it works is if you take a substance and are addicted to it, it doesn't matter what it is, it will give you an unnatural boost. An alcoholic that is withdrawing, it will take from 3 weeks to have physical withdrawal symptoms to 6 months to a year. what happens when you withdraw from porn is easily.
Gruggle donated $99.99.
Oh.
Brian, Andrew, thanks for the content. Martina wasted her best years and threw away her marriage over discomfort. What about the vows? In sickness and in health, addiction is a sickness.
I would like to respond.
Go ahead.
Who says I threw anything away? He's my best friend, and we're
You guys
partners.
are still friends?
Oh, we're not only just friends, we're best friends. The only reason I took a step back was so we can concentrate on mental health and being the best version of yourself.
Oh, so you guys are gonna reconcile?
I hope so.
You hope so?
I really do. One day.
Have you been dating at all?
No.
No? You haven't been dating at all?
I mean, honestly,
There's no rebound?
No rebounds. Absolutely no rebounds. I don't believe in a hookup culture. I believe.
Have you been celibate for?
I have been celibate.
2 years? What do you mean? The way you phrase that, you have been celibate. What do you mean?
Okay. Well.
You still fuck him? Your husband?
No.
Ex-husband?
Oh no, absolutely not. No. Boundaries.
Get this girl some water.
Boundaries.
Get her some water. God damn, her throat sounds fucked up.
No.
Sorry.
No, I believe in boundaries.
Got excited there. Batteries.
Boundaries.
Batteries? Why are you bringing fucking sex toys into this conversation? What the fuck? Batteries. Get this girl cough drop, something, Ricola. We need it, Nick. Look at how sharp Nick looks with those.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Well then.
Look at how futuristic this guy looks. He's got these orange sunglasses.
So I do jiu-jitsu and I cross-train at.
So you, just to be clear, you separated. You've not had any carnal knowledge, sexual intercourse, with anybody since your separation.
No, absolutely not. But I have dated, but I'm not dating anyone now. Okay, so I do jiu-jitsu, but I visit other gyms. So
The Protestants donated $100. Her explanation of her husband gave me an aneurysm. Her answer about dating and hooking up is cap. She's a cancer to society and her own enemy. Kick her 6 head off the panel. Say Christ is Lord.
Christ is Lord.
So I do jiu-jitsu and I cross-train at a lot of gyms, and I'm surrounded by high standard people.
She does.
Yeah.
We have another.
She does do jujitsu. Okay, I just want to make sure that she did jujitsu.
Thank you.
I believe in supporting potential in the people we're surrounded by, and I also believe in being very professional. So it's not like I would visit 5 other gyms and then sleep around because I can.
Wait, why are you telling us this? Now I feel like.
What I'm saying is, I started doing jiu-jitsu and he decided not to. What I'm saying is, if I take a step back, and the way I see it is, if I'm the light in his life and he depends on me to have a good day, he will also depend on me.
Donated $100. Brian, can we please get the copium addict to make a point? This conversation would make a prom addict lose his stiffness. And delusion is a dug as well. Gun fun beats senti all day, every day.
Grid 1, thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Hold on. Are you telling us the jiu-jitsu story because you're around these like really physically fit, attractive, masculine men, and you had this opportunity to fuck these men, but you didn't?
I'm so glad I'm not dating. Donated $100.
Oh.
Seems to really have affected the relationship. What's your thoughts on sitting at the same table with a distributor/producer of the drug that caused your love to falter? I'm sorry that happened.
Distributor of the drug that caused.
Yeah,
because she.
I don't.
She
I'm not gonna get
basically
into
caused your divorce.
Yeah, I did.
Because she
did.
She did not cause my divorce.
He was sub to me. It was
your
great.
husband.
He was putting money in my bank.
What if your husband was addicted to her content? This is it, bro. Bust out a fucking armbar on this chick right now, dude. Fucking let's see that armbar. Okay. Shoot a shot.
So,
do an Imanari roll.
So if I can continue.
Sorry, the caffeine, bro.
I don't know if you know what codependency is, but it's being so dependent on a person that you can't prioritize your own goals and your own ambitions. So what I'm saying is, when I started doing Jiu Jitsu, I started to prioritize my goals and my potential.
Okay.
And I believe that if he or anyone is dependent on having a good day for you to make sure that I have a good day, then you're also to blame for their bad day. And when I take a step back, maybe instead of me being the light, he'll find the light within himself. And
what happened with the ones you were dating? You said you dated briefly. Why did you stop? Like, what came over you?
Why did I stop dating?
Yeah.
I mean, what?
You've broken Andrew.
What?
You said that like you briefly dated
Andrew.
before, after like you're at the beginning of your separation. You said you dated, but you're not now. So like, what changed?
Well, I wouldn't say I'm not now. I would say that I have a way higher standard because I myself value myself more. So I would value others.
We didn't really get a full explanation of the whole. Okay, so hold on. Let's rewind here. Rewinding. You said that you got divorced because your husband was addicted to porn.
No. I said I got divorced. No. I said I got divorced because he had an addicting personality.
And what was the primary thing he was addicted to?
Alcohol.
Oh. Huh?
Which the porn and the alcohol. So
he was an alcoholic. And a porn addict.
So can I ask you, do you watch porn? If it's
very rarely, actually.
But if it's rarely. So easy to quit,
what do you mean?
Why is it rarely? The thing is,
I mean, like, I very rarely watch it. Like, especially, like, if I'm seeing somebody, I'm not watching porn. I don't.
So, if you quit porn for a year and it's...
But my actual personal view is, like, I guess some guys can be addicted to porn, but, like, my experience with porn has always just been, like, it's just a visual aid. Boom, boom, get it done. Cool, moving on with my life.
You're watching instead of doing, and you're teaching your brain and you're rewiring it to get off to watching.
But that's why I've actually made a conscious effort to like limit my exposure to it. But I actually don't think personally it's had a massive...
It's not easy to quit. I mean, it's very easy to quit.
Watch.
Very easy.
Boom. Fucking close my computer right here. Boom. Porn addiction gone. I'm chilling, dude.
So Brian, can I ask you?
Sorry, my fucking caffeine's kicking in. Go ahead. Ask me.
Did you know that after quitting porn for 6 months, you will lose all sensation. You will have numbness.
Huh? Numbness?
Yeah, because that's
in
how
the penis?
That's how the brain works. The
That's
withdrawal
the most
symptoms
ridiculous
go
thing
through.
I've ever heard in my life.
Wait, did your boyfriend?
Did you come up with if you quit pornography, you will?
No,
have
I mean
numbness?
it's based off of studies only.
Wait.
I only.
Is this something that your husband told you? Did your husband tell you this?
donated $100. Martina, can you even name 3 Pink Floyd songs? Hint: see my last death metal comment? Or is the shirt just to try to make you hopefully seem interesting? That's about as dumb as this story.
I love Pink Floyd.
3 songs. Go.
I don't have to answer.
Gotcha, bitch.
Oh my god, dude. Nickelodeon just checkmated. Wait, do you want to try? Do you want to do one?
Yeah, I mean.
You want to try for one Pink Floyd?
Wait, no. The thing
hey,
is.
she just helped.
No, well, the thing is, I don't do names very much. Is it possible that my favorite bands, I wouldn't be able to tell the songs, but yet I listen to them all the time.
Can you sing us a song?
No.
Can you hum? Can you hum the melody?
No.
Can you hum the melody?
I use music for different reasons. I don't really visualize the artist, and I also don't need to know the exact name for me to enjoy the song.
We don't.
And you know what? I also don't know how Pink Floyd looks or any of the musicians I listen to.
We don't need no thought control. Come on, nothing?
Do you know that song?
Yeah, I know that song.
Yeah? Mm-hmm. What band is that?
Who's it by?
What band is that?
The Satisfaction song.
Ooh, no, the song he was just singing. Which?
That song?
Andrew, do you want to repeat it really quick?
Oh my gosh.
Can you repeat the little bit that you did?
We don't need no education.
Which band is that?
I can't tell you that.
Woo! Holy shit!
Is it Pink Floyd? Look, again.
If you had to consider yourself some type of building material, would you consider yourself a brick that might go into a wall by chance?
Look, it's the same thing with actors. I don't know any actor's name. I don't know any movie names, as well as song names, or how they look like, because it's not necessary. I'm listening to their art.
But you should have just said,
For me, I'm sorry.
Look, I actually don't know jack shit about Pink Floyd. I just like the shirt.
Well, no, I really like the Over the Moon album.
Andrew just sang
their
number one hit, and you weren't able to match it.
So that's a mainstream thing. Why do I need to follow?
Oh, so you only listen to their like niche.
Yeah, I would say so. Absolutely, I would say so. So can we get back to the porn, or?
Yeah, let's get back to the porn. So alcohol and porn.
Okay, again, I didn't come here to talk about my ex's personal life. I came here to talk about what happens to your brain when you watch mentally consumed poison.
I concur.
And by the way, I mean,
yeah,
he's working really hard on his sobriety, and always, and it could be easily watching on a screen while you're not dating. Right?
Wait, I'm watching what?
Whatever you watch on a screen.
Wait, I'm confused.
When you're not dating.
What are you saying? Wait, what?
I'm just saying there's easy ways to poison your mind.
Yeah.
and the whole numbness, it's just 6 to 9 months withdrawal for mental symptoms, especially if you've been easily doing this for decades. I'm not an expert.
Decades?
Yes.
How old is your husband?
Again, this is not specifically to him. I'm saying how old are preteens that watch porn nowadays, and how old did you start?
You're not decades old.
How old were you when you started?
Wait, why? How is my...
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. So my ex's personal details, but I can't ask you how old you were when you started?
No. First off, one of the pre-show instructions is not to discuss children watching that content. But I don't see how it's at all related what anyone's background here when they started watching adult content.
I'm saying a drug. If you are
Porn's
on the
not a drug.
Porn is absolutely
it's
a
not
drug.
A drug.
It's
no,
called
it's not.
Fight the New Drug. You should look it up.
It's called what?
Fight the New Drug. Coffee is a drug. Any kind of stimulant can be defined as a drug.
Are movies that depict violence a drug?
Well, yeah, I would love to get into that. I would. But no.
What's your definition of a
drug? So when you're watching a violent movie, you're not literally getting.
Well, actually, look, there is I believe a colloquial usage of like you can use drug, like a certain thing could be a drug, but when I think of a drug, I think in the literal sense of like something that you consume, like
Truth
an
Bomb
illicit
donated
substance.
$100. I think it's safe to say he probably needed alcohol to deal with you. I'm not a drinker and at all, and just opened a bottle of whiskey.
You have fun with your bottle of whiskey.
So do you think, so is pornography, thank you, Truth Bomb, is pornography a drug in the same way that heroin is a drug? Is that the argument you're trying to make?
I would say that if you've never consumed heroin and you only consumed one kind of drug, it could bring your levels of high to the same kind of level.
You're saying watching porn will have a same level of high
so
as
you're can I just
heroin?
ask if not you or anyone specific, but if you consume something for 15 years
Sub-Citizen donated $100. I hope the guy who asked Martina to speak is now regretting his TTS.
Wait, oh dude, I have one.
I now understand why the husband chose Pornhub. God bless his soul for putting up with this for 9 years.
Sub-Citizen, you wanna respond to Sub-Citizen here, and then our boy Jay is about to come in.
I believe that responding with insults means that you're losing the discussion.
Yeah, Sub-Citizen, you're losing. Jay Ekin, I've made a I think he meant great mistake. She's wrecked it by talking LOL. That's the guy who originally said, let me just pull that up. Hold on. Jay Aiken said, sorry, not sorry, I want to hear from Martina. And then that's what he previously said. Now he's kind of having his regrets. Sorry, you were making a point of, okay, you've been doing something for 15 years. It's going to feel like a heroin withdrawal? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, if your habits are for 15 years, it will take you more than a year to withdraw, and for your brain to rewire to its original state.
Bullshit.
I mean, you can cite the source. I have the studies.
Yeah,
including I wouldn't come up with it.
Could you cite those sources for us so that I can look at
yes,
them real quick?
it's called Fight the New Drug. And it
I'm
has,
on the website for Fight the New Drug.
Yes, and
it looks like it's a charity of some kind based out of Salt Lake City. Is that correct?
Yes, and they also have studies. I wouldn't say that you have numbness in the area after 6 to 9 months from the top of my own head. This is research that I did.
Matthew Harder says, did alcohol make her comfortably numb? I mean, this is a Pink Floyd reference.
If you choose alcohol to escape, you guys go for it. If you choose porn to escape, you guys go for it. But that's what you're doing. You're escaping.
Wait, but you said you want to reconcile with him once he's gotten over his addictions?
I wouldn't say that. What I'm saying is
those words literally exited your
when
mouth.
you are married to someone for such a long time, your priority is their health, their happiness, and their potential.
That's beautiful.
And if that means that I need to step back in order for him to be who he was, then I will, because I would rather us be separate and healthy and happy rather than the alternative.
So you would
dependent on each other.
The relationship?
He's my best friend. And
you're still friends?
No, I wouldn't.
Do you guys live together?
No.
Still?
No.
You guys, how often do you talk?
Every day.
You talk every day with your divorced
yes, because we co-parent.
Oh, you got a kid together?
We have more than one kid.
You have multiple kids together. Okay, well, that makes sense why you'd be
obviously.
Communicating.
And it also makes sense why we choose mental health over alcohol, escaping to alcohol or escaping to various forms of escapism.
Do you have any addictions of your own?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm looking at this on the, sensitive aspect, and I'm looking at this from their site, and it appears that while this can happen to some people, it's not particularly prevalent with most of them, and almost everybody who quits pornography, when it comes to desensitization, mostly all of this becomes reversed.
It is, absolutely. It does become reversed, but you have to quit for a very long time. And again, I didn't make this up.
That's not what this says. This is not saying that you necessarily have to quit for a very long time. Nor does it say that most people suffer from a desensitization, over a large span. It says some people can.
Well, I think that would, again, depend on who, how long, how often they consume.
So hold on. Getting back to it, though, you said you had addictions of your own. What are your addictions?
Well, I do Jiu Jitsu. I would say that's an addiction. And I also meditate.
That's not really what I meant.
Oh, do I have like a poisonous outlet? No, I don't have a vice.
Okay.
Because vices, again, why am I trying to escape?
Okay.
I don't understand. Do you consider jiu-jitsu to be a vice?
Oh, yes. You can absolutely be addicted to relieving a lot of frustration.
You can be, but that doesn't mean...
No, I wouldn't call jiu-jitsu a vice. No, I said I have no poisonous vices. And if I did, I dropped them because I'm trying to better myself.
Yeah, but anything, literally anything, can become a vice. Like almost any human interest can become a vice.
I think is vice a negative? Has a negative connotation to it?
Yeah, definitely has a negative connotation.
Yeah.
So basically anything on planet Earth can become a vice.
Moderation is key for sure. I mean, you can overdo anything, including porn. Especially, you should look up edging if you don't believe the heroin level high.
I know what edging is. It's where you basically like get to the right before climax and reel it back, and maybe you go back there. But so what is your point with the edging thing? Are you saying you do that for like hours
you were asking for a heroin, what would be a heroin level high?
You're saying him
I'm saying not him, I'm just saying specifically in general.
Oh, he wasn't edging?
And this is not based on my experience. This is based on studies.
Grid One Motorsports donated $100. Okay. See? Here is proof that any woman can get laid and procreate. Men, this is why you should carefully consider who you spend your life with. And she has kids. Wow. Just wow. Abdul, you know the score.
Get the rocks. Yeah. Abdul?
Again, you want to resort to insults to make yourself feel better. You go for it.
You're saying your husband was not edging?
I'm not saying that this is not about him. This is about everyone.
Yeah, but we're talking about your specific situation.
Well, my specific situation is that I believe in privacy, and I also believe intimacy especially should be private. And all I did was look into actual research of brain scans, not my opinions, or I feel like all that is bullshit until you look at the science.
Is English your first language?
It's not.
What's your first language?
Slovakian.
Slovakian.
Yes.
Okay. When did you learn English?
When I was 8.
Okay. I wonder if that's part of it.
Part of what?
Well, people who, if English is your second language, sometimes people have difficulty articulating precisely what their points are in a coherent manner. Mm-hmm. And that you're laughing because that sounds really insulting.
You just called her stupid.
Oh. No, I didn't call her stupid. English is my second language too, huh? Oh, some of you maybe didn't know that. my first language was French, and I am also not as nearly sharp as, for example, Andrew Wilson. Andrew Wilson is a wordsmith. He is a wordsmith. He's a master debater.
So some people do this, as a job, and some people enjoy to insult others to win an argument. I mean,
I wasn't insulting you. Sometimes it's a little.
It's just you're trying to get specific details, and what I'm trying to do is that my experience will coincide with other people's experience.
Okay, you've kind of sent us on a wild goose chase here, because I asked you, I went to the pre-show notes on you. I started asking about your divorce, and then you mentioned in your pre-show notes that he was addicted to porn.
Yes.
And then, now you started bringing up edging, and now you're saying that wasn't the case for your husband.
$99.
Well, you're trying to.
She's just coping. She divorced her husband and broke her covenant over nothing. The vows say explicitly in sickness and in health. How can you break a vow with God and word salad this way?
Well, let me push back on the chatter for a second. So the thing is even in the Orthodox Church, for addiction can be considered for grounds for divorce. It's always the last thing that you want to do, obviously, is get a divorce, but addiction would be considered. Addiction, abandonment, abuse. Those are the three big ones, right? So, I'm trying to hear her out and see what the kind of concerns were here that she was experiencing. I don't believe her studies so far, but I'm willing to hear her out. And I'm not trying to attack you. I just want to kind of listen to what your arguments are so I can hear them and see if they make sense to me or not.
So, what's the question?
Well, there wasn't a question.
Yeah.
The question was, how can you break a vow with God and word salad? Well, I don't know.
Yeah. So, my trauma is not something that I need to explain, and science, it's something you should question, and I want you to question the science of it, because if you can't question the science, it's propaganda.
Are you talking about well, actually, we shouldn't go there because of YouTube TOS, but we have a chat here from John. Hello, all. I was addicted to heroin for 6 years. Heroin high feels very similar to a very intense climax. You can very well become addicted to climaxing.
Well, thank you, because again, this is what people experience, and I feel like that should validate a lot that it is poisonous. I feel like if anybody's pushing back against porn, it's because they have their own insecurity over it, and insecurity that you can't stop.
No. I'm 100%
so glad I'm not
against
dating
pornography.
donated $100. Edging? So basically that's when I'm laying it down. Then I hear the 3-year-old come running across the house. Have to stop. Opens the door and says, Mr. Grinch is in my room. Sleep with Mama, Dada.
What?
Not sure where to go with that, but yeah, no, I'm adamantly and vehemently against pornography, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to take your arguments at face value. It doesn't mean that just because you happen to be against the same thing that I'm against, that means I agree with what it is that you're saying.
And
so
I really do appreciate that. That's why I admire you, because you do question, and we should be questioning. And the science of it especially is something that we should question.
Of porn?
Yes, of porn, of what happens to your mind when you consume thousands and thousands of videos and hours and years. Yes, believe it or not, it builds up. And I'm not saying this is my experience. This might be yours.
It could be.
And subconsciously, you're watching millions of phalluses. You become...
Phalluses?
I said phalluses.
Oh.
I said it.
What crusade are you on exactly? I'm a little bit confused.
I'm super confused too. I'm trying to figure this out.
Wait.
I've been over here taking notes with all the prattle. I can't make heads or tails of any of this. I'm trying.
So, Heroin is chemically addictive.
Nickelodeon donated $100. Can someone read the definition of addiction to this chick? Or would that make me addicted to making her look like a fool?
I think you should look up the definition of addiction.
Yeah, Nickelodeon. Why don't you go do it?
Yeah, because I feel like you're a little confused. Psychological warfare is very real.
So that would be, I think that this is the most charitable definition we can give. When you have a strong physical or psychological need or urge to do something or use something. I would agree that that's probably pretty concise, right?
Yeah, I would absolutely agree. Thank you. That's a great definition.
All right, let me do these chats. Killer of cereal, impressionable kids and constant brain growth. Can synapses get wired in a way where they believe what they watch is true to life? Would they assume that is what they should expect in their future?
Yeah, I mean, yes.
Yeah.
Right? Yes. He's saying impressionable kids and constant brain growth.
Right.
He's saying, can their synapses be rewired? Meaning, can they start thinking about reality in a way that isn't exactly true, or start thinking about it in a way which conditions them? I would say absolutely 100% yes.
Yeah.
We have Matthew Harder here. Hey, Brian, all in all, I think she's just another brick in the wall.
That was pretty funny.
Do you know that song?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got it. It's a lot of Pink Floyd references because everybody likes to know their names.
You've invoked the Pink Floyd fans in the...
It's cool. It's
well,
cool.
How do you know the name of this institute where you're referencing all of this research, but you don't know the name of Pink Floyd?
Because I have a lot of knowledge in my brain, and I like to keep actual studies and knowledge, you know.
Wait, so question.
Priorities.
In yours, like, situation, right? Was there, like... Sorry, why am I doing... What's that? What's his name? L.E.G. Was there, like... Because of all the porn, was he not, like, having sexual intercourse with you?
That is private. And I believe sometimes privacy should be valued.
Bro, you came on the whatever podcast. That shit got to go out the door.
And I'm okay with being insulted. I'm okay with...
I ain't insulting you. I'm just asking.
No, Brian,
you
wouldn't insult me.
If he was drinking, watching fucking Bang Bus, I don't know. Maybe he couldn't lay it down all the time.
I mean, imagine...
I'm so lost. I get home from drill and pull this up to see Andrew teach young women, and it's just Jiu Jitsu prattle. Also, Brixan Quebecois. Unfortunate.
Let us not talk poorly of the French Canadians. It is not very nice.
Well, I hear the French are going bankrupt because all their white flag factories are going out of business, Brian.
Uncalled for, Andrew. That was uncalled for. I'm deeply offended. I demand an apology.
So wait, can the question that you asked, can I ask you the same? Not you specifically.
What's the question? Tell me the question.
When you're drinking and jerking off. No, not you, but I'm just saying.
Oh, I thought it was directed at me.
No, nothing. Nothing directed at you.
I don't drink. So.
What I'm saying is,
I've been drunk and when I say drunk, like I've never been blackout drunk. I've been like drunk 5 times, maybe.
Okay, well. Again, not you.
Rarely
hypothetically, if someone drinks and then jerks off, do you think that they can satisfy whoever they're with?
I can. I got that shit on lock, son. Give me a little bit of... What am I doing with my hands, bro? What the fuck? I'm like in this Ali G fucking thing. Okay. Sorry, it's the fucking caffeine that hit me, bruv. So are you throwing your ex-husband under the bus? Are you saying... he had issues in that department because of his drinking and porn
Absolutely
usage?
Not.
Wait, so why are you throwing it on me, son?
No, not you. I'm just saying, hypothetically, if someone would do this on a daily, how would they expect to...
Oh, definitely. Those are like probably 2 pretty bad things when it comes to being able to get an erection. Drinking... that fucks you up. And if you're busting nuts watching porn all day, and then your lady friend comes over and you're trying to get a stiffy.
That fucks you up.
You're fucked up.
And because your brain is being fucked up,
You're
which,
so right.
Which again,
right.
it can be based on studies.
Totally
and MRI scans.
I don't need studies. That whiskey dick, that term goes back centuries, son. You don't need to do a study. Let's just get all these men drunk and see if they can get an erection. Nah, you don't really need to do that study. You can just, you know.
But what she's saying is true, because what they're finding is men under 30
who drink alcohol can't get erections.
Justadu donated $100. This chick means well. Her main idea is correct, but she's lost on details.
You know, she's
not a brick in the wall, just needs some help on the details.
You know, it's just a little bit. You know.
Well, I mean, what you're saying is true, though, and that's why
the truth
studies as far as when it comes to pornography, how it changes brain chemistry, how what they found in men under 30 is that they're having erectile dysfunction because of it. And they find that men under 30 who consume porn a lot, they are more apathetic, they have no drive, no ambition, they're more depressed. These are things that they are finding because of porn addiction. So
it's true. It's true. Last thing with you, Martina. Okay. You have a vendetta against sunglasses.
Yes.
What?
Can you give us a little 30-second rundown on the sunglasses thing?
This was not based on studies. I did not look into it. I just experimented myself, and I highly recommend you to do it too. I believe that after a year, you just stop getting burnt. You see better. You don't squint when a sun. Okay, so this was kind of my mentality about it.
One eternity later.
Grib One Motorsports donated $100. First, I am psychological warfare and she knows nothing of my work. 2ND, let's just all admit that she is addicted to copium and drove her man to drink. Please seek God.
I would advise you to do the same.
Grid 1 is psychological warfare. A lot of people think Grid 1 is part of the CIA, like to come in and like psyop the whatever podcast. I'm pretty sure.
I don't think he drove his man to drink. No, I don't think that's correct.
No, I don't believe that's correct either, but yet
he might be onto something.
But yet people resort to insults because they feel bad about themselves. I don't know why they do. What I'm saying is are we gonna go back to sunglasses? Okay,
yeah, can you just tell us the sunglasses thing real quick?
So if we're supposed to be living outside, and sorry.
Wait, is she the female version of me? Is this how annoying I am when I'm like stuttering and I'm like trying to land the plane? Is this me? Chat?
No.
I'm not that bad?
No.
Okay, so sorry. Keep going. You're doing great, Martina. We love you.
So I believe that if we're supposed to be living outside, our brains have the capacity to see the sun, and if we wear sunglasses, then we're confused if it's cloudy or not.
Donated $100. I really hope she never leave them kids alone.
I don't know what that
band
means.
is that from? What band is that? Real quick.
Is that another Pink Floyd?
It might
joke?
Be.
It
is.
I mean, I could Google all the names of Pink Floyd songs and make jokes from them too.
You should. You totally should.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, quick, sunglasses, quick. Why don't you like sunglasses? Do you think it's a conspiracy theory?
No, I don't.
Do you think it's a psyop?
Yes, I would say so.
Psyop, sunglasses.
Is it like they live?
So, I mean, think about it. You're tricking your brain into thinking it's cloudy outside.
Whoa.
And
She's right.
if it's cloudy outside, then we can't tell how strong the sun is, so we'll be more easily burnt. While if I don't wear sunglasses, your brain will tell my skin to prepare itself, and we can tan better.
Then why do you wear clothing?
What?
Well, why do I wear clothing?
Yeah, aren't you tricking your brain into into believing that your body is not nearly as robust as it actually is by that logic?
Honestly, if I'm outside, I would not want to wear as much clothing. You know, I mean, I feel like the sun is amazing and has many benefits.
Can I ask?
Do you wear shoes?
Do I ground as in wear?
Oh my God.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I would rather not wear shoes. There's amazing studies to that too. It reduces your inflammation. We have anything in nature benefits us, and anything that's made in a lab does not.
So you're on like the vibration thing? Like the Earth has a frequency, you hear the frequency, it means X, Y, and Z. That's what you're on, right? You're on the frequency. That's the bandwidth
frequencies are very real, yes.
Andrew,
for sure.
Okay.
Andrew, don't encourage her. Don't encourage her.
What frequency do you think you're on right now?
Any chakras? Are you into the chakra stuff?
I'm not an expert. I'm a scientist. So
Wait, you're a
all
scientist?
all I do is question and
Wait, Andrew wanted to know
Sorry.
what frequency you're on right now.
What frequency I'm on?
Yeah. Is it AM or PM? Okay, that was so stupid, sorry. No, but
really,
what frequency
what
for
frequency do you think you're on right now?
I believe that our frequencies are in tune to nature.
Yeah, what
and we're very
frequency is
similar. Like the actual number?
Lag.
Yeah.
No.
You're a scientist. These are the details you're supposed to know. The frequency that you're on right now is what? Is it 104.5, whatever?
I would say.
Is that the frequency that you're on right now?
It's just until you go out and try it yourself. I'm not here to convince anyone of anything. I'm here to see if maybe you'll try it yourself. Take off your shoes. Don't wear sunglasses, and maybe you'll see some benefits.
Word.
Have you ever done any psychoactive drugs?
I have not.
Mushrooms?
Not a single mushroom, not one.
No shrooms, but
peyote.
LSD.
Come on, there's peyote. You took the Thai tea, right? Little peyote. Little bit of a nature.
I believe we can get high to our own supply. We don't need to.
What does that mean?
Which means that if we can hack our brain and make fake dopamine explosions in your head while watching porn, we'll be able to do the same thing, but in a beneficial way.
No
Everyone
peyote
should
at all,
watch
really?
porn.
Do you know anything about Wim Hof, Dr. Dispenza, or Dr.
I know Wim Hof.
Malice?
I think that stuff's legit.
Well, it's all based on science, not my opinion or how I feel. I believe that we should show and calculate and measure.
DMT? Any DMT?
You can do that all by yourself if you try.
Yeah, no, but have you ever tried DMT?
No, I have not.
No, nothing at all. No psychedelics of any kind. Come on, you're looking like you want to say yes. What are they? What are the psychedelics? Come on.
Again, I have not, and I don't believe we have to consume anything. We could just do it ourselves.
All right.
Have you tried any psychedelics?
Yeah.
How was that for you?
Well, I mean, it was fun.
Wait, is Andrew's stream quality chat, one in the chat, is the stream quality bad again? I think
it
is.
went down.
Yeah, it'll probably fix itself in a bit. Well, let me, I don't get the sunglasses thing. Let me get through some more of our pre-show notes here. We got our homegirl over here. You're a feminist by definition.
Yes.
Let's see, we'll get into the feminist stuff in a bit, but you said that in the past you've received monetary compensation for strictly platonic dates.
Yep, and I'll do it again.
Can you turn the mic so it's straight. Yeah.
Yep, and I'll do it again.
So escorting.
By definition, but like non-sexually. But yeah.
Okay.
And I don't have like anything against any woman that does anything to provide for themselves either.
Okay.
So like, I don't care if I'm labeled like a porn star, whether or not like I put out anything. Like, I don't care what people think of me.
I just don't understand what the incentive is for a man to pay a woman to go on a platonic date with
I'm
them.
not gonna lie, me neither. But I asked one. I asked this rich dude who paid to have tea with me, and he said verbatim, like he's like 80 years old, and he said verbatim that he just loves the company of like a beautiful woman. And like it's just like a flex to him, I guess. I don't know.
I personally don't get it. I can't. I mean, maybe my circumstances will change when I'm 70 and I'll be like, oh yeah, I see.
Yeah,
but
maybe. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't think so. I don't think I'll ever be compelled. Even if I'm lonely, I don't think I'd be compelled to like pay a porn star or sex worker to get lunch with me.
Yeah,
I'm
I feel
chilling.
you. I mean, I
I'm a
don't
DoorDash that shit to
understand
my
the
house. I'm
ideology
chilling.
of it. I can't pretend to. I can't put myself in
Yeah,
their shoes,
okay.
but I can reap the benefits.
That's certainly true. Wait, is this a face tattoo or is that like
It
a
is,
stamp?
indeed.
Can you show it?
Yeah, okay.
What is it? What is that?
It's a compass with no direction. I got it as like a badoomcha to show like I'm misguided and have no direction. That's why I have a tattoo on my face. I also got it because my twin sister has a birthmark of like the same size and like shape on her face, and she was bullied for it growing up. So I did it to like kind of send out a message to normalize things like that.
Yeah, how long have you been involved in doing OnlyFans?
OnlyFans itself.
Well, okay, so let's
Or like
let's
you want
look.
to timeline everything. Let's go.
So, have you danced in a club?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, you still currently do stripping?
Yes, I shake ass for cash.
Okay.
So we're clear.
Thank you for clarifying. We were certainly clear. Have you done any porn?
No. But yes.
Have you shot content with men?
I'm gonna say yes.
On your OnlyFans?
I'm gonna say yes.
What do you mean you're gonna say yes? How would you know or not?
I want if they subscribe to me, they'll know.
Okay. Have you had any sugar daddy?
It depends how you define sugar daddy, because I saw like in your recent like podcast, I saw people were talking about like having platonic sugar daddies. Basically platonic sugar daddy. Yeah, I don't. Like me personally, I don't see a sugar daddy situation as platonic. I find that as a distinction, in which case I would say no.
Okay.
But I mean, it depends how you define sugar daddy.
The sugar daddies you've had sex with them?
No, I haven't.
Oh, you haven't.
So I don't feel like I've had sugar daddies.
You've had men who just give you money for nothing, essentially.
I mean, if you want to call it that, I kind of would say so.
Nothing,
for my company, for my ass shaking.
You send them photos.
No. I've never sent like pornographic photos.
I'll go into that a little bit. Has anybody else here had a sugar daddy?
No.
Any sent money for anything, feet pics, anything you?
I've had random like men
requests?
like ask to do what she's saying, but I haven't.
You haven't
personally.
done it? Okay. So let's go into it.
Let's go.
How many arrangements do you currently have?
Oh, currently?
Yeah.
I don't have any ongoing. I never see them again. Like we hang out one time.
You hang out in person?
Yeah, in like public, say like somewhere safe. Yeah, I never like.
So you'll go on like a.
I'll meet someone at a predetermined restaurant. They'll hand me an envelope with money in it my company.
How much typically?
Nowadays like 300. It's nothing crazy, but it's like an hour of my time and free food. You know, like I'm vibing, whatever.
And then you never see them again?
Yeah.
No offense, you're like a terrible salesperson.
No, but I've had
do you like those guys? You can probably not that I'm like suggesting this, but like to me, it's like, how are you not continuing like fucking upselling them? Oh, hey, you want to get fucking brunch?
So I think maybe like when I haven't in a while. I want you to keep in mind like in my timeline, like I'm in a relationship, right? And like I don't think he'd mind if I hung out with a guy and got paid. He knows like I'm a stripper and stuff, but like I just haven't because I haven't had
you're
time.
in a relationship.
Yeah, I have not had time. I have not like gone out and met anyone lately. When I did, which like I said, I'm not opposed to, again, if a guy wants to pay to take me to dinner, that's cool. When I did, there might have been like one or two that maybe like paid to see me again like once or twice, but then they always want something more eventually, and I'm like not interested in them like that.
Have you done any actual escorting?
Oh, like are you saying prostitution?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I have not prostituted, but I don't shame anyone who has.
Okay. So you're 28. When did you start getting involved in any form of sex work, whether stripping at the club, escorting?
Okay, so like
OF.
16.
My
yeah.
gosh.
That sounds illegal.
It is.
Okay.
Can I ask a question on top of that? How were you influenced, or who influenced you?
I was in foster care,
age?
and it's a very fair question. I'm sorry, I didn't even realize it was going to be a two-part.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, I was in foster care, and my homegirl, she did it first. Like platonically, was going out meeting men, and she's like, "Yo, you like to go out to eat nice restaurants, stuff like this." Like, and she's a very like seemingly like innocent, good girl too. So I very much trusted her judgment, and it went like fine for me. And I was in my 5-year relationship at the time. It was like from like 15 through 20, I was in a relationship. So like there were times initially, like before I got comfortable, and I was like, I know New York like the back of my hand. I'm meeting them somewhere safe in public. I'm basically getting paid for an appearance. That's cool. But in the beginning, I would have my now ex-boyfriend like follow along, tag along, like secretly, like stalk in the shadows and make sure I was safe, until we were like, yeah, this is like too easy. He's just wasting his time following me. Like they don't have the opportunity to stalk me or anything. I just leave them, take
Was
an
your
Uber
friend
home.
older?
My friend?
That
No, she
influenced
was my
you?
exact age.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Who
She was-
influenced her, or how was she influenced?
I don't know. I never got that deep into it with her. I know she influenced other people, and I know she like strongly encouraged it being platonic, but I also don't recommend it and would say I am lucky, and I'm not gonna I'm lucky because then she influenced like a very easily manipulated person, and something bad happened to that person from what I heard. So it's not something that I recommend, but it's something I own and I'm not ashamed of. And no, I wasn't like sexually escorting, but no shame to whoever is either. Like, get it however you need to. I don't know. I don't care.
Word here. Let me read these chats, but I'll come back to that. Dopamine is, oh no, it's lagging again. Shit. That's weird. Oh, there it is. Dopamine is a hell of a drug. Brian gets a hit with every TTS. Girls get one with every device notification. Everyone gets one with climaxing. At what severity of a dopamine hit causes more addiction? Oh shit, am I addicted to the whatever podcast and getting the getting the TTS trigger? And am I addicted, boys?
You can also release dopamine naturally. It doesn't have to be a
Let's not talk about
doesn't have to be a notification on a phone.
Oh, and for whatever it's worth, I've always been monogamous. I've never cheated on a partner. Never. I can put that
never?
on. Yes, never. Never.
Oh, look at this. It's Uzumaki. Hey, Andrew and Brian. Kevin Samuel's birthday is this March 13th. Would you take a minute and have some kind words for the Godfather? Rest in power, Godfather. I was slightly familiar. I've watched a fair amount of his stuff. I'm not super familiar with him, but he certainly had some very cool moments on the internet, and unfortunately he passed away. So rest in peace to Kevin Samuels. Gone too soon. It would have been
Uzumaki, I donated $100. Hey Andrew and Brian. Kevin Samuel's birthday is this March 13th. Would you take a minute and have some kind words for the Godfather? Rest in power, Godfather. Folded hands.
Andrew, I don't know if you're familiar with Kevin Samuels. Any words for?
I have no idea who that is.
Yeah.
Who is that?
He had a live show where women would call in and ask for dating advice, and he would kind of a lot of them tended to be very entitled and tended to be a bit delusional, and he would often correct them. He would give them advice and oftentimes have to correct them that, hey, you're delusional, your expectations are way too high, and
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, may the dead rest in peace, and happy birthday to him.
There we go. And then we have a chat here from Matthew Harder. Hey, Brian, just a reminder to everyone, there are places on April 8th in North America where we can experience the dark side of the moon.
I would love to go to a Pink Floyd concert. Anyone wants
Is
to
that
join?
a Kid Cudi reference?
Wait.
Oh, boy.
Is
Yeah, it
Pink
is.
Floyd touring?
They have those, what is it called? Where they idolize concerts. I've seen them.
You mean a cover band? I'm pretty sure Pink Floyd is not.
No, Pink Floyd is definitely not touring. I'm saying
Bro,
they
you,
have.
You're trying to get out of it. Yeah, okay. I'm pretty sure that. Oh boy. Okay. See, sometimes it's better to. I already said this. It's better to just be like, yeah, I just like the shirt, because now you're so dug in. You've dug yourself into a spot.
I like the music. I feel like music is very, very important. All I'm saying is, and I like the shirt. How about that, Brian?
You couldn't name one Pink Floyd song.
How about this? If you like the music so much, how about just one lyric?
The lyrics?
One lyric.
One lyric, yeah. Just one line of lyric, yeah.
I mean, wait.
Gotcha, bitch.
So, on the top of my head, no, I'm not gonna do that. Look, honestly, I do not do the names, and I can't, if you tell me to sing a song, I feel like some people are just born not being able to do that.
Cope. It's such cope. You dug yourself too deep into your position.
But if you ask me to name a lyric from any other song or musician, it would be exactly the same. You're just specifying.
What is that? You see that light? Am I just tripping balls?
What do you see?
You don't see that? No. I saw like a.
Can you name
You're not delusional.
Can you name a lyric from a Taylor Swift song?
No. I don't believe in Taylor Swift.
Can you name the lyrics that he just said? When Mr. Wilson was singing, can you repeat those lyrics?
No.
Wait, here we go. Jesus, Brian, there will be a solar eclipse on the 8th of April in North America. Keep up with the times. Wait, this is still, I think, another Pink Floyd reference.
Very nice. Yeah, no, if you ask me to repeat whatever line he said,
holy shit, remind me never to wear a band t-shirt on this podcast, otherwise the fucking chat's gonna...
Unless you know them well. Unless you're ready to impress.
I have a Pearl Jam t-shirt. I don't think I've worn it. I have a Queens of the Stone Age t-shirt.
Brian, were you at home drawing pictures on mountaintops?
Jeremy, I'm pretty sure that's from Jeremy. Now I can name.
It is.
I didn't even need to hear the melody. I just heard one lyric, and I know Jeremy, Pearl Jam. Check this shit out, Andrew. We got. Oh wait, hold on. What's the elderly woman? That title's a tough one. Okay, we got Yellow Ledbetter, Pearl Jam. We got Even Flow, Pearl Jam. Now let's actually get into Eddie Vedder's discography. I'm a big fan of Hard Sun from the Into the Wild. The film Into the Wild. Have you seen that movie? Good song.
Based on that.
Eddie Vedder did the whole soundtrack for that film. You got Hard Sun, great song. Okay, and then but let's go back to Pearl Jam.
I mean, you can prioritize knowledge.
You've got Black from Pearl Jam. That's a great one. You've got Sirens. Wait, is that?
So you're just showing
okay, so
off.
sorry, I'm just
you
flexing. I'm flexing my Pearl Jam knowledge.
Yeah, you're flexing real hard.
Wait till World of Warcraft comes up.
Oh yeah, wait until the World of Warcraft shit comes out. Yeah, nothing gets women excited like knowing the discography of Pearl Jam. Let me tell you, they just fucking go for you.
Yeah, it was exciting for sure.
Okay, good talk. Good talk, Martina. Okay, we have Daniel W. Let me have you read this one for us.
Andrew, what is your opinion on current child support laws? Recently divorced, I know she will spend the money on herself and not the children. I love my kids. It feels like they've been ripped away. Would rather die than give her money. 50-50 custody.
Wait, you have an accent too? Are you from somewhere?
It's complicated.
What do you mean? What's complicated?
I have a lot of foreign friends and family, and I grew up in the room next to them. So,
Andrew, your opinion on the current child support laws?
This is why I support court reform in lieu of marriage through an ecclesiastical authority and through the church, because of exactly this problem: child support being spent not on the children, but on possibly a lavish lifestyle, due to the fact that men can many times over-earn what would be necessary to take care of children as far as support laws go. And I think that only the church authority would actually be fair-handed about the dispensation there. So that's my take on it. I would like to see 100% reforms, and I'd also like to see the state completely remove from marriage altogether. 100% remove from marriage. Period.
Based. Let's go. Andrew, have you seen The Tudors?
I think I did watch a couple episodes. That was like an HBO or Cinemax special or something, right?
I think originally it was Showtime, but it was on Netflix, and now it's on Amazon.
I just remember it being really boring, with way too much gratuitous sex in it.
There was a bit of gratuitous sex. It's a bit slow, but you could give it a chance. I think you'd like it.
All right, I'll take another look, Brian. I'll take another
give another crack, and skip past all the sex scenes. All right, let's see what else. Anastasia, Panda, Padana,
Pandana, Panda, Anna.
I get it now. You said there's societies where men have multiple wives and they're all happy in that arrangement. That's fine for them as long as it's happy and consensual. Therefore, it's fine for AB Check, thank you for the gifted 20 memberships. You said it's fine for couples to be poly or accept each other for their past as well. So, So you're fine. Are you fine just with men having multiple partners?
No, I'm fine with anyone doing whatever makes them happy. I've never been in a poly situation personally, and nor have any of my partners that I know of. That's just like a boundary that I seem to gravitate toward with men. But I have a lot of friends that are poly and have, I don't know, their own things going, and more power to them, whatever makes them happy.
What about women having multiple men?
Good for them.
Cool.
If that's what makes them happy and they're all on the same page about it and they're all cool with it.
Are you from Canada?
No.
I don't know, just the way you talk. It's like
Thanks,
Canadian.
I guess. Okay.
It's kind of like Canadian,
Oh, I guess. All right.
But so you're, whoa.
I got a lot of family in Canada that I didn't know existed till this year, so it's funny you say that, but no.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So you're fine with the poly thing.
Yes.
Andrew, I wanted to ask you your take on this.
And trans lives matter.
Whoa, that kind of came from nowhere.
Well, I just think everyone matters. I just was throwing that out there.
Hold on.
It kind of popped in my head because of the Canadian family thing. I have a trans family member that I found out exists that I didn't know before. Yeah.
Yeah, but what does that mean? It's just an empty platitude, right?
What?
Trans lives matter. Okay, and then you qualify it with all
Also,
lives
I had
matter.
a trans
so
foster
it just doesn't
sister
matter.
in foster care.
You're just basically zeroing in on something that's irrelevant, right? If you say all, it already encompasses
it just popped
trans
in my
people.
head in the scheme of things.
It was a non sequitur. Was it a non sequitur?
I don't even know what that means. None.
It just means it means nothing, and it
it was it was the intrusive thoughts take over.
Yeah. Well, how about this? Since you brought it up.
Okay.
Since you brought it up, I always avoid these topics, but let's try to bring this into the realm of dating. Would you object to a man not wanting to date a trans woman?
People are entitled to their preferences.
Would it be transphobic to not want to date a trans woman?
I don't think so. I think people are entitled to their preferences. I think everyone has different boundaries. There's people that will hate me for being okay with people being poly despite the fact I'm not poly.
Okay.
Like, people are always going to have their own opinions on things.
Going around the table on this?
What? Could you repeat the question?
Do you object to men not wanting to date trans women?
Oh, no.
Going around the table?
Well, if I was a man, I wouldn't want to date a trans woman either. So.
That's their, like, I don't think that's transphobic if someone says that's not my choice, that's not my standard.
No, but I'm actually curious to get your opinion and yours as well about the topic of what you mentioned earlier about dating multiple people.
Well,
whatever that was.
Maybe time permitting, we'll come back to that.
No.
Yeah. No.
Okay. Another question related to this. Let's say a guy, would you object to a guy categorizing, or just anybody categorizing, a man dating a trans woman? Like, let's just have like, hold on. No, let's just have a sort of intellectual analysis conversation about this.
I hear you.
My view on this, maybe I shouldn't have said that. Don't cancel me, whatever.
He means my view on this.
Wait, what's that?
He means my view on this. That's what he meant.
Yeah. So Andrew,
he's not scared to get canceled.
Speaking as if Andrew was passing through me. What the fuck?
Oh my gosh.
Not like in a weird sort of way, but I had his spirit inside me. I'm channeling Andrew's deeply toxic and, deeply. Okay, just say it, Brian. Jesus. Okay. I think it would not be straight for a male, I'll say a man, to date or have carnal knowledge of a trans woman. That's not straight, and it never can be.
That's your opinion.
It certainly is it certainly is Andrew's opinion, but
I understand.
I think you're entitled to that opinion. Do you object to this categorization? Because
It's a good question. I'm not gonna lie. I honestly just think you're entitled to your opinion there. I don't like.
Well, what's your opinion?
Me personally,
yeah. Could it be straight for a man to date a trans woman? You can still be straight. Okay.
I think so. Yeah.
Going around the table on this.
I'm probably the only one that thinks that.
Well, I don't know. I don't think that they necessarily. I don't know. I think it's so to each their own for that, to be honest, because it.
Well, this would be objective, I think.
I'm thinking that if. I don't know. I've met some trans women that are fully transitioned, and what does that no idea that they were trans.
But what does that mean when you say fully transitioned?
Bottom and top, like all surgeries done.
So they're fully what?
Fully a woman.
They're fully a woman.
Now they are fully a woman.
They're fully a woman.
They have all the woman things you'd want on a woman, and none of the male things that would be identifying as a male. At that point,
do you think that I can be, as a man, do you think that I can be tricked into believing that I'm not trying to say this to be insensitive, but if you've surgically removed your peen and you've put what is essentially, I think my understanding, it's an open wound basically, that's not pussy. That's not a vagina.
Yeah, then I'd say that's your opinion.
It's not my opinion, it's fact.
What?
Well, I think.
Wait. How is it his opinion?
Well, because it might not be just like a born biological vagina, but a lot of people would still consider having that anatomy down there being having a vagina. So if you're able to kind of correct that medically, a lot of people would still consider now you have a vagina.
No, you
but
have.
There's so much more to being a woman, though. Than just
No, but I'm just talking about the genitals right now.
No, I'll engage you strictly on the genital conversation.
Yeah.
That's not pussy.
But it looks like
But
pussy.
it doesn't look
I
like.
don't know. I haven't like examined.
I don't know.
But
To be honest, I
think
just
so.
had watched like this like short documentary. I don't remember who it was by, but just because I was intrigued and I wanted to have a little bit more accurate information since I genuinely didn't know that much about this topic. And it was just from the medical side and literally like how they take how they do it, how they change it from what you had before to what you're wanting. Literally just like the surgery process of it and how it works and why it works and why the nerve connections now, like trans people after those surgeries, they can climax in the
Don't care.
Yes.
Don't care. That is a vagina. That's not a vagina.
You're allowed to.
Yeah.
And hang on, when they do,
It's not. No.
hang on, when those,
It's
when
not
those
my
trans
opinion.
people, when those trans people do climax,
Truth Bomb donated $100. Crazy this is even in question. You cannot be something you're not. Men are men. Woman are woman. Just like a white man can't become a black man.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly true. But to this, when those trans people do climax, if they are a M to F, is it going to be sperm or is it going to be ova?
Yeah, it's not gonna. I mean, it's not gonna be sperm. I'm not saying it's exactly the same thing.
Yes, it's going to be sperm.
From
M to F, that's correct. What else could they ejaculate?
I'm sorry, I heard
than
the other way
sperm?
around. My bad.
Yeah, what else could they ejaculate other than sperm?
I don't think they really ejaculate that after the.
Just Tardu donated $100. It isn't straight. In fact, there's no way for it to be straight. You are still genetically a man, period, end of story. We are not God.
I mean, I think this is.
Wait, you. No, go ahead.
I think this is all like very subjective, and I just think like they.
No,
they
it's subjective. It's not subjective. What does homosexual mean? Homo meaning same, sexual meaning sex. Unless you're claiming that they're a different sex because they've had genital mutilation, I would like to actually hear the rationale for how this is not objective.
See, that's a claim that can be made. You can like disagree with that, but there are people that firmly believe that. That's why I feel this question is so
people can firmly believe things that aren't true, right?
There's a lot of species that switch sexes, and then they're
not
genuinely
ours.
Considered.
Our species is not one of those species that can switch sexes.
It's actually
Unless are you claiming that that humans can switch their sex?
No.
Well, I mean medically now.
Medically, yes, we now have a way to do it.
No, medically we cannot switch our sex.
It's not your sex, your gender.
Right, but
your expression.
I
don't know the right
Continue,
word.
Andrew.
I don't want to say it.
Okay, so let's break this down. Gender is a social construction. Sex is a biological certainty.
Okay.
Correct? Gender is a social construction,
biology
meaning how we
society.
perceive a male or a female as being as far as behavioral characteristics go. We can say that's socially constructed, right? Based on culture, based on things like this. However, sex and sex characteristics themselves, those are not socially constructed. Those are biological realities, meaning if you were in a coma and you were the last person on Earth who existed, your sex would still be what your sex was.
I mean, but they get their like IDs changed and everything, and like.
Oh. You can get your ID changed right now to doctor. Does that make you a doctor? You could change your name to Dr. Such and Such. Does that mean you're a doctor now?
No, but I'm saying like if in the scenario you just said, like technically wouldn't they be looked at as like a woman on their or man or whatever they have identified as and gone through like the procedures to become like on their deathbed? Wouldn't like the doctors still like perceive them as that?
No.
If they're dead?
No. Here, let me give you an example of how untrue this
think,
actually is. Here, I'll give you an example.
Okay.
Let's assume for a second that there was a virus that only affected males and not ever females. If somebody had transitioned from a male to a female, would that virus still affect them?
biologically, I guess it would be capable of affecting them in theory in this like extreme hypothetical.
No, it's not an extreme hypothetical. There
I've never
are
heard
some
of-
viruses which
Really?
only affect different sexes. I don't know if you're aware of that,
I
but
wasn't.
but the question becomes, if that is true and it would still affect them, then you have just determined that their sex has not been changed.
I think this is subjective.
I have a question.
How can it be subjective if you just gave an
Truth
objective
Bomb
metric?
donated $100. Using the animal reference is stupid. Animals do things that people should never do. Rodents eat their young. Male dogs will hump other male dogs. Just because animals do doesn't make it okay.
We are animals.
People do things animals wouldn't and shouldn't do, like pollute the earth and whatever other reference I can think of. I feel like that's like an invalid argument.
Why would that be an invalid argument? Obviously, we can transcend what lower animals do, and I know this because we eat them and seem to think it's okay, and we don't eat people and seem to think that's not okay.
There's a lot of cannibals. I think we have a lot of like issues.
Do you think we should eat people?
No.
No, clearly you hold people in a different regard than other animals then, don't you?
Well, I mean, no and yes. I mean, I was vegan for years, but I'm not currently, so I'm not going to say your claim is like completely
yeah, that claim went out the
wrong.
window the second you had that nice
But
tri-tip steak, didn't it?
I do think that we as a society are corrupted in many ways and could do better. Like if being vegan was more easily accessible, everyone could do it, and we could be ethical and not eat animals, but it's not an easy thing to do either.
Don't you make tons of money on OnlyFans?
I lived in Guam for 4
so
months.
I mean, you could be a vegan if you wanted to
in
be.
Guam, they don't have like tofu. Like you can
Yeah, okay,
go there
but they
and
have vegetables in Guam.
I guess.
Yeah,
But
so
then,
you're
like,
not a
protein.
vegan because you like to eat meat. So clearly you think that eating animals, consuming their flesh after they're killed is absolutely fine. If you think that that's
No,
true,
I don't think
clearly
it's
you
fine.
hold people in a different regard than animals.
I think we like that's why people identify themselves as sinners, because we all do things that are bad, and I think that is bad actually. Like no, I don't think it's fine. I
You think it's
socially
bad, but you do
I
it
think
anyway,
it's
huh?
socially normal, but I don't think it's like good.
Then why do you do it?
I don't know, I'll stop now. But I don't agree with it. So.
You're going to stop eating meat?
Yeah, I
Really?
already did for years.
And now suddenly you're going to start again because you suddenly had the realization that it's immoral to
Well,
eat
I
meat?
acknowledged it was
After a
immoral.
30-second
It's
conversation
an
with
immoral
me?
thing that I've turned a blind eye to, but I shouldn't. You're right. We shouldn't turn a blind eye to that. It is immoral.
It's immoral to eat meat.
I think so.
Okay, so you're never going to eat meat again.
You're right.
And do you consider eating meat to be on par with human cannibalism?
I don't know about that.
Well, if the answer is no, and you don't, then you must hold animals in a different regard than you hold humans. So just saying that we're
That's
animals would still
reasonable.
make no sense.
I agree with the fact that I hold animals, and we as a society, and not just myself, but yes, including me, hold animals in a different regard than
Right.
other people.
So if you do, then just saying that we're animals would be a silly argument,
But
right?
we
Because
are.
you clearly believe that there's something distinctive between us and animals, or you wouldn't eat their flesh, right?
I think any other animal would favor its brethren and its species over us.
No, they
other
don't give a
species.
shit. Animals eat each other all the
don't know
time,
that.
including within their own species.
Not every animal.
I didn't say every animal,
Okay.
but many of them do. And
think there
almost
are
all the
ethical
carnivores
animals.
will eat their dead. We don't eat our dead.
Truth Bomb donated $100. At the end of the day, when human remains are discovered, they can be identified by bone structure. They don't look at male bones and say, I wonder if this person identified as a female. This is crazy.
I'm not arguing with biology. I'm just saying everyone matters. Like everyone, poly people matter. Any other sexuality that's escaping my mind at the moment, trans lives matter. Everyone matters. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
that's an empty platitude, though.
And that's how
you
I
believe,
feel. If
You
it's so
believe
empty,
all
then I'll
lives
stay
matter,
empty.
right?
What?
You believe all lives matter, right?
I believe everybody matters. I don't believe in the term all lives matter.
Yeah, but you do, because you think everybody matters. What, all and everybody, what's the distinction between those two words? All people versus every person.
The abuse of that term in recent years. And,
so you're giving it a political connotation.
The negative I don't care to even remotely affiliate with the negative connotation surrounding the term that has been established.
Okay, let's forget the political connotation for a second.
I'm keeping
when you
those
say
in regard.
all, meaning everyone, everybody matters.
Everybody
that would
matters.
necessarily be inclusive of trans people and everybody else, right?
Everybody matters.
Right. So then the only reason that you're making these special distinctions and categories is it's a virtue
society
signal,
does.
correct?
Is because what? I'm sorry?
It's a virtue signal.
Virtues? I don't understand what you mean by that.
It's you saying that I hold this category in this regard as being special in some way, which is why I'm singling it out.
I think newer categories, trans was kept in the dark for longer, so it does need to be mentioned. It's more modern. Certain categories need to be mentioned more because they're more modern. Women's rights as well, because women didn't have the same rights just within the past century.
So you're virtue signaling. You think it's maximum virtue in order to identify these groups which you consider to be oppressed and then give them some type of special shout out. That is literally the definition of virtue signaling.
Fair enough. Then I do that.
So
if that's
so,
what
so
that
you're
is.
virtue signaling. So that's meaningless to me. Virtue signaling is meaningless to me. I'm just
That's all
sticking
I'm
with
doing
what
then,
the
though.
facts of the matter are.
Okay, but the facts of the matter, that's what I'm doing, that's how I feel, and I
Yeah, that's
feel
your
that those
virtue signal.
virtues matter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a huge virtue signal. So back to the question at hand as to whether or not trans individuals, if you engage a M2F transitioner to them having sex with a fellow male, can you explain how that's not homosexual sex?
I'm sorry, I'm gonna need you to repeat that, because something semi-interesting.
If two men have sex, how are they not homosexuals?
By their own boundaries and definition, I'm guessing in that
I see.
circumstance.
So let's
I'm
assume
not a
for a
man,
second.
so I can't put myself
Got
in
it.
that
So let's
perspective.
assume for a second then that if it's based on self-ID, if two men are engaged in a sex act and one of them decides to change their gender in the middle of having sex, is it now a heterosexual sex act?
That's so
Meaning, let's assume one of
unrealistic.
them says I'm a woman, one says I'm a man. They're both males, but in the middle of them having sex, one says, you know what, I'm a man again. Are they homosexuals then?
If you say so.
No, I'm asking you.
It's so unrealistic that I can't.
Why would that be
answer
unrealistic? You could just self-ID. That's what you're saying. As long as you self-ID as being this thing and your boundaries support this thing, then a person in the middle of having sex with another person, the other person could say, well, now my gender is this, and that would make them a homosexual.
I mean, I don't know. I think just people's boundaries matter, and how they identify their cards should be laid on the table beforehand. They should be transparency and boundaries matter. That's where I'm getting at. That's all it comes down to. Transparency and boundaries matter.
This doesn't answer to the question.
I think if someone was to say something mid-sex of that regard, it would matter what their intention is and what their relationship is. I think the way you're describing it sounds like it's of malicious intent, in which case I would think that that's malicious.
No, there's no malicious intent.
Then
just got a
as
feeling.
long as they're aware, maybe they switch gender. I hear BDSM people switch. Maybe they're aware in advance that their partner switches gender. I'm not familiar with that. I haven't met anyone that identifies as that or does that. But if they're aware of that with each other and two consenting adults, then I don't think it matters.
Big Sass Energy donated $100. It's only gay if you continue pumping.
And in the middle of them having sex, can one of them change their race?
No, but that's definitely not the same.
Why not? Why can't they? All they have to do is decide they're a different race, right?
Race and gender identity are not the same.
Oh, wait. Now it's gender identity, not a biological reality. So if it's just a gender identity, then can
I never
you
said
explain
it was
why
a biological reality. We've already established it's like.
If it's a biological reality and it's two people of the same sex having sex, how is it not homosexual sex then? Homo meaning same, sex meaning, sex.
I think there's
Lawyered.
a lot of identities. And
Checkmate.
I don't agree, but I just think there's a lot of different ways people nowadays identify and have their own sexuality and are not in
they identify as being black and then they identify as being white. Why are they wrong?
Going from gender to race, it's not the same.
They're both social constructions, correct? Or is race also a biological reality?
Social. Okay. All right.
Oh, it is a social construction, so they can change their race in the middle of having sex then, right?
No, but is it a social construction? Isn't it?
I'm asking you, is it a social construction or a biological reality?
I don't know, but I know they're not the same.
Right, okay.
I know that you can do a 23andMe and see like your race and background that's in your blood.
So then if it's a biological reality, if race is a biological reality and you can't change that in the middle of sex, and your sex is a biological reality which you can't change in the middle of sex, then it would have to be homosexual sex. There couldn't be anything else it could be.
I feel like people can identify as whatever they'd like, and people move
except black to white.
People move no, because those are
biological realities. Can't change those, right?
They're not just biological realities. They're like
light that ciggy up, Andrew.
Oh my God!
Hey, but Nick, put it back, bro.
Oh, okay.
You missed the ciggy light. Oh my God, Nick. Rude. Nicholas Gertrude Guantanamo. If Andrew is ever lighting a cigarette, you never switch away. Never. Okay.
What would the kids think? What will the kids think?
What would the kids? All right, let me read a couple chats here, and then you guys can continue talking about gay sex or whatever it was you guys were talking about. Carl Bennington says, "I love sluts." Sweet, thank you, bro. Appreciate it. We have Kubanski. Oh wait, that's just one of. Did you already pull this one up, Nick?
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. This one. Okay. I'm just waiting for the TTS coming in. Here it is.
Nickelodeon donated $100. Does everyone really matter? Or only special interest oppressed groups? Don't tell me there's no hope at all. Together we stand, divided we fall.
It's beautiful. By the way, I just want to take this moment to, while we're talking about gay sex and stuff, to this episode is. I feel like this is a bit flippant to say. Sorry, it's being kind of. This episode is dedicated to the memory of. Oh, I shouldn't say it now. I feel like I'm being. Huh? I gotta wait a little bit. I just talked about. I shouldn't talk about. I shouldn't do a memory. Okay. You're right. So I was just gonna say I put out these Dragon Ball Z VHS containers, not DVD containers, VHS containers, just like in memory. Cool. All right, we have Matthew Harder here. Jesus Brian here. Let me spell it out for you. And all the astrology lovers on the panel, there will be a solar eclipse on the 8th of April in North America. This is where the sun is blocked by the moon. The next one is in 20 years. Experience it. Can somebody fucking cipher his super chats, bro?
Is he being literal?
No, there's like a fucking cipher. Like he's there's like some words are capitalized and shit.
Living donated $100. Andrew, why do you always look like you're about to cry? And why do you do that tick with your head where you turn it to your left? All these women are smarter than not so fucking bright.
Okay, so let me respond to some of this. I can't help the fact that I have a negative cantal tilt, okay? It's just the way I was. It's the way I was born, right? It's an Irish trait. What can I say? Right? So maybe that's why I always look like I'm sad, even though I'm always happy. But then to the other end of this, no, they're not all smarter than not so fucking bright, but most of them are. So.
Cool. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. Also, sub to our Clips channel. Oh, never mind. Haha, already beat you, Nick. Sorry.
You know what I should have said? You know what I should have said in retrospect, but now it's not going to be nearly as funny.
Yeah,
what I should have said was I look like I'm always about to cry because I'm on a panel with these women. That would have been fucking awesome, but I fucked it up, Brian.
You missed opportunity, Andrew. Missed opportunity. Okay. Goddamn. How did we started talking about that stuff? Because like you brought that up super fucking randomly. Thanks, dude.
We established this.
Thanks, bro.
Intrusive
Appreciate
thoughts
it.
took over. Congrats.
But like, so for example, right? I'm straight.
Oh, we're still on this? Let's go.
If I didn't want to date a trans woman,
we just established
wait,
this. I think that's your preference. You're entitled to.
Okay, but I would think it might be not straight to suck a woman's dick.
What?
Just saying. You know what I mean? Would that be... Because you said, right, because a woman could have a penis, right?
No.
Right? A woman could have a penis.
Hermaphrodites.
No.
Oh, that's a good point.
But are you saying trans women aren't women? Because you could be a trans woman but not have... Well, talking to the mic, but you could be a trans woman but not have had bottom surgery and still have your peen, right?
Yeah. Do you plan to keep it? Like,
what?
Are you keeping the peen? Like,
I
do you
think
want to
that's
live
an argument, though. Is it doesn't. The thing is, most people right now would say that it doesn't matter.
They're still a woman, right?
If they're identifying as a woman, then technically, yes, they're going to be a woman. Like for their legal sex,
right?
I don't think that they would.
You could put the number.
Oh, so wait a second. So if you gave one of these women in a dress a blowjob, you would be a lesbian.
The wrong person to ask. Sure.
That doesn't sound insane and ridiculous to you at all. Like the second you actually said the word sure, did you think to yourself, that's the dumbest thing I've ever said? I mean, honestly.
Well, for me personally, I just really don't care because me personally.
Well, I get that you don't care, but if we're talking about it, if you just basically sucked off a dude in a dress, you would actually say that that's lesbian sex?
I think I'm confused now.
I don't agree with this conversation.
Going back to the original, why he even brought that up is because he's saying people say that it's transphobic.
I think
and that's going back, I get the whole.
I get where
I don't think so. A man.
I think people are entitled to their preferences,
who is a trans woman that really is a man. So therefore, that's like the long way around of being homosexual, is what it is. So
I think people are entitled to their preferences.
I think honestly, everybody, like in my opinion, anybody can decide how they feel, like if that is for them queer or not.
But we're not saying preference in the sense, because he's saying specifically people are being called transphobic for something.
Oh, I don't think that's transphobic at all.
It's okay. That's what he's saying.
Yeah,
that's the original argument.
I think that it's such a progressive concept that, to be quite honest, most people don't really have a solid, firm identity of how they would deal with that or what they would label that as, because it's just so
let me give a little pushback there, because I do. See, I think that they would say, well, no, you're gay. That's what I think that they would say. See, I think they would say, if a dude was blowing another guy, I think they would say, you're gay. That's what I think would happen. I don't think there's any confusion at all, in fact. I don't think anybody's confused about this.
I think I would be interested in the take of a trans person and how they perceive that, and I can't put myself in their shoes. I can only empathize with their plights and the way they're like stigmatized in society. I can't put myself in their shoes.
What?
Why do I need to put myself in their shoes to understand that if a dude blows another dude, they're
I don't
gay?
understand the mentality of everybody else in the world. I think.
Why do I need to understand the mentality of somebody else to know that if a dude blows another dude, they're gay? Why do I need to? What mentality am I missing here?
Because
I
you're
feel
talking
like
about a woman.
I feel like I'm not. I feel like I'm straight.
Wait,
like, is that the mentality I'm missing?
Wait, you said
I was
because we're
just gonna
talking
say
about a
because
woman
we're talking about somebody who's identifying as a woman,
who
and so,
has a penis?
But yes, but if you're talking about everybody in the world will look at that and be like, oh, it's gay, it's not gonna be viewed like that from everybody in the world, especially a lot of people in our generation.
But
I think that it's queer. I don't think that it's necessarily gay. I think anything involving the community is inherently queer. So you could say that it's not straight, but I wouldn't say that it's everyone's gonna say, oh, it's gay.
Is it homosexual?
No, I think almost everybody's going to say that it's gay.
I'd like
in
to
fact, let me just challenge
point
you on
out.
this,
Here's
right?
one thing.
I think right now that if we went down any American street, which exists, and we were to ask people, sir or ma'am, if a man sucked off a man who was wearing a dress, would you consider them to be gay? What do you think they would say?
I think a very important point to make, and why I'm.
Now, hang on, let her answer. What do you think they would say?
Wasn't this question for me? Okay.
I think that if it's a man in a dress, then it's a man in a dress. I think if it's somebody identifying as a woman in a dress, then it's somebody identifying as a woman in a dress. And those
Great,
can't
so let's
be
change
said
it
as the
then,
same
and we'll
thing.
say, we go down the same street and we say, sir, there's a man who's going to suck off another man who identifies as a woman. Right? There's two males, but one identifies as a woman and one's about to suck the other one off. Do you think that they're gay? What do you think they would say?
I think it's queer. I think that not everybody's going to say that's gay, so I think it falls under the umbrella of queer, and then each person is going to personally define that instance.
Well, gee, what does queer mean? Does that mean
under the
other than same-sex
LGBTQ
activity?
spectrum. Anything under the LGBTQ spectrum. Trans, all that is all queer.
I
It's
just
like
Yeah, but that would mean if it's queer or LGBTQ. Let me make sure I got this right. Lesbian, right? Gay. So far, am I correct so far? Bisexual, transgender,
Can I
and
say
queer.
something?
This is all other than this is all same-sex activity, correct?
No. Queer is an overarching umbrella that includes all of those things. It doesn't have to
Okay,
necessarily
I'm so
be
confused.
same-sex.
Lesbian would be same-sex, right? Gay would be same-sex. Bisexual is alluding to people who also have sex with the same sex. I'm so confused by this.
Bisexual doesn't necessarily mean sex with the same sex.
Well, then I'm confused. If you only had sex with the opposite sex, how could you be bisexual?
No, bisexual is attracted to two different. So there could be bisexual people who are only attracted to like trans women and like.
Yeah, we would call them homosexuals.
Small men. It's a spectrum.
I've never met a trans male-born female person who's wanted to keep their male genitalia, so I can't answer this question.
What?
Why can't you answer the question? Who cares if they keep the genitalia or don't keep the genitalia?
I mean,
They're
based
still
on my
males.
experience with like trans people, they cared. So I don't think it's fair to categorize them with these hypothetical scenarios that
No, I don't think
apply
it's fair not to.
them.
I think it's unfair for you not to consider same-sex activity to be homosexual. I think that's unfair. I think you're being the most unfair you can be.
I think your hypothetical is. I just think your hypothetical is non-applicable.
The hypothetical of well, let's see if we can map this on to something which is not a hypothetical. There was a music video recently of a man who went on to Adam 22's show after he made the music video, and the music video was all about how his trans lover was better than if he was a heterosexual, and he talked all about how they engaged in all sorts of sex acts with each other. So now we're not in hypothetical world anymore. Is
I don't know.
that
I
guy
have
gay?
to see the clip. I don't know.
You don't know.
Can't wrap my mind around it. It's not like in my sphere of things that I am accustomed to, but everyone and their preference, like, they're entitled to it.
Well, it's all right. I don't think we're gonna get any progress there.
Okay.
I do think, though, if a dude is S-ing the D of a trans woman,
Not S-ing the D.
I don't think that's straight.
I just don't know of that ever happening.
I think it's queer.
I'm not saying
It's
it doesn't
not
happen.
straight.
I just don't know of that ever happening.
What the hell does... I don't understand what queer means if it doesn't mean same sex. I honestly, I don't know. I just went through this. Lesbian, same sex, gay, same sex, bisexuals alluding to some sort of same sex attraction. You can't be bisexual, you'd be a heterosexual. What do you mean when you say queer if it doesn't mean same sex?
I think your limited views on that come from the fact that you're determined there are only two sexes.
There are
That's
only
because
two
there
sexes.
are only two
Or
sexes.
genders. Because these are...
Well, no, hang on. There's an indefinite amount of genders because of social construction. You make up whatever you want.
Exactly.
But there's only two
Exactly.
sexes.
Okay, so I misspoke. I meant gender and not sex. But queer is going to involve anybody who identifies under any branch of whatever gender they feel like they are. Whatever that
And
may
I
be.
will accept that as an argument, absolutely, that you can identify as whatever gender you are. The question still comes down to if two people who are engaged in sexual activities who are the same sex, how would they not be under the umbrella of queer?
Wait,
what?
Why is he freezing?
I don't
Is he
know.
freezing?
I just saw that too. It looks
He
like
got
we're
canceled.
good. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, so why is it then, even if we ascribe an indefinite amount of genders to people, same-sex activity would be homosexual sexual activity, correct? Same sex.
I don't really know how to answer that.
What's the next question?
Okay, hold on.
Yeah,
All right.
'cause-
I'm going to ask a question to Andrew.
We keep dancing
I'm gonna
in a
ask
circle.
I'm going to ask a question to Andrew, then we're going to move on. Andrew, would it be helpful perhaps for the more conservative position on this to basically just say that we reject gender entirely and we only view this through the framework of sex? Would that be productive? Or will they
But
not?
that's what you're... The second you say it's social construction, you're already rejecting it as anything other than a concept of the mind. So we're moving into biology immediately. So I'll accept the argument from the left of gender because it's irrelevant to me. Gender just means fashion. I don't care. You can have as many fashion statements as you want. A school doesn't exist, a building exists that we call a school. I can accept all of that as being true, but they're just concepts of the mind.
into the table.
What is not a concept of the mind is your biology. That is not mind-based. It's not mind-dependent. It's going to exist absent your social construction. So I'm just trying to step into
move.
their world.
Did I read this one? Did I read this? I think I did, right?
Yeah, I think so.
This
Yeah,
one.
many times.
All right, we have Jazz23. OF girls are always the worst guest. Illogical, never bring any stats, contradict themselves, and base opinions on their personal experience and the 12 people they know. Just narcissistic. Shout out to Andrew for keeping the convo intellectual. Thank you, Jazz23. Appreciate it. All right, we have Raphael. Hey, thank you, man. Hey, guys, from Brazil, gay, 30 years old, and one of the stupidest things about this generation is or as I like to call it, hospice Napoleons, okay? Now, if I think I'm Napoleon, why not force everyone to adapt to me? Have holy patience. Well, I think you being Brazilian is probably going to be an issue there when it comes to your identity as a French emperor. Was he emperor? I think he was emperor. Okay. Matthew Harder, no cipher needed, brain. Thank you, dude. Appreciate it. I'm telling the truth. A solar eclipse in almost a quarter of America.
I think he's being
go
literal.
to Texas, Arkansas, Missouri, Illinois, Kentucky, Tennessee, Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York, Connecticut, Delaware, and Maine. Tell me I'm wrong.
I'll be there. I'll
Cool.
Why does he care so
There's a
much
solar
about
eclipse.
this? The solar
I don't
eclipse
know,
is
I
going to
think-
last longer than any other one.
It's a big event. He's really stoked. He's
it's pretty
big.
historic.
Matthew Harder's big on astronomy.
He needs new hobbies.
Astrology. He's just a fan of telescopes and things getting blacked out, like the sun. There's probably a joke there somewhere. All right, thank you, bro. All right, hold on. Let me get rid of those. Okay, what other notes do I have here? We have Mars. Mars, right? Mars? Is that your nickname? What?
I said hola.
You said you've dated an alcoholic racist.
Yes.
And I'm PR, Puerto Rican?
Puerto Rican.
So that was interesting. Do you want to tell us about the alcoholic racist?
Well, he was an alcoholic.
Did he hate Puerto Ricans?
Oh no, he told me point blank, black people are more.
Just shut up. Jesus Christ, this girl's gonna fucking. Oh my god.
Cancel. Literally told me point blank that.
Did I stop her in time?
Yeah.
You did.
Amen.
You're good.
Oh my god, this fucking idiot. Okay. Bro, even if you say it like in a quote, it just. Oh my god. Okay. I stopped it in time, right?
You got it. You got it.
Okay.
You got it.
Okay. Is there any
Just
way?
understand that that Brian's streaming to YouTube, and they are very, very sensitive about this topic. So if you're gonna discuss it at all, the best thing to do is just say, yeah, he didn't particularly care for that group, I guess. Something along those lines.
Okay, moving on.
Don't want to hear any quotes. We don't want to hear any of that.
Okay. So you also said, why do men not know how to act properly?
Yes.
What do you mean by this?
I feel like people in general just lack social skills.
Okay. Can you relate it to dating?
My favorite is when men ask you out on a date and then expect you to go to their house. I think that's rude and that's disrespectful.
You could say no.
Oh, I do.
Okay. But is that just as soon as they do that, just no go?
Yes. If someone asks me out, my general rule is if you ask me out, I'll go out with you. Just mostly because I look like a bitch all the time.
Oh. Word.
So if you have the balls to ask me out, I'll say yes. But if you say, come over to my place, it's an immediate no.
Oh, okay.
I actually look like a bit.
I have really good resting bitch face.
RBF. Word.
Huh. Okay.
I actually think it's not the worst move to just be like, my place?
Ew.
Does that give you the ick?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right. I think it's a good move, right, Gustavo?
See.
Yeah, see, he fucking agrees. Okay. So you say men don't know how to act properly. They lack in basic manners, but maybe you're just too old school. They harass you for a date. Whoa, okay.
Yes.
That's not cool. And when they get one, they don't talk or they're rude to you or they just get drunk. I'm sure it's semi-specific to my area. What area are you referring to?
Maryland.
Yes! Crab cakes and football! That's what Maryland does!
What's going on with dudes dating in Maryland? What's going on?
They're terrible at having conversation.
They're bad?
Oh my goodness, yes.
Okay, let's role play a conversation. So
I can give you an exact conversation I had with a man.
Let's do it. Bust it out.
He said, "How are you doing?" I said, "Good." And he said, "What you doing?" And I said, "I'm in the garden." He said, "What are you doing in the garden?" I said, "I'm picking beans." He said, "What type of beans?" "Green beans." "How do green beans grow?" "There are two types of beans. There are bush beans and there are pole beans. They're pole beans. So they grow on a vine." He was like, "That's cool." It's like, "Yeah." It's like, "But how do they grow?" "You put a seed in the ground and you hope for the best."
Was this a text conversation?
Yes.
Okay.
And then he asked me 5 minutes later, "What you doing?"
Wait, this poor guy was just trying to use the Socratic method, and you shut him down over the Socratic method.
Why are we having a conversation about picking beans in a garden? It's not important. It leads nowhere. Every single conversation I had with this man was like chewing on drywall and washing it down with a glass of mayonnaise. It was the most painful thing.
Yeah.
The most painful thing.
But one man doesn't always equal all men.
There's a lot like that.
And ladies do the same thing.
Yeah.
I know.
And it's rough out there.
Yes, that's a really good point. Women are the most guilty of being dog shit communicators. If you've ever been on a dating app in your life, one word answers.
You're on the date with the wrong ladies then.
Oh yeah, it just means they're not interested in you. But women are.
They have to be masturbators.
A lot of women can't just give you just straight up rejection, or a lot of women are just on the dating apps for validation and attention.
It's rough.
So they have no intention of actually meeting up with the guy.
Those
but
dating
they'll just,
apps are pretty
I'm
rough.
getting like a subtle amount of attention from a maybe okay attractive guy. I'm never gonna meet up with him, but okay, I'll just fucking give him one word answers. Women do this shit all the time too.
We're all the same. We're equal.
Actually, let me double down on this. Most of the dates I've been on from dating apps, which is a lot, you guys are terrible at fucking conversation. Terrible at conversation.
I think people in general are terrible at conversation.
I want to ask the chat. Chat, you guys have been on dates, dating apps, whatever. This is my experience. If I did what women do on a first date, it would be like dead silent. Because you guys have this expectation of us to lead the conversation and to have initiative and, direct the flow of conversation. I'll ask questions and I could ask a girl like 7 things about her. And I'll like add in like a little banter response. She won't ask me one question in return.
So lacking reciprocal conversation.
Or interest. There's just...
I feel like you should stay off the dating apps.
Oh, I stopped the dating apps like a year ago. But it was my experience. Like if I did what women did on a first date. Wait, do we have the chat up? Yeah. Has that been your guys' experience on from any sort of dating? You meet a girl for a first date. What doesn't matter how you met her, although obviously there's better ways than dating apps to meet a woman. If you didn't carry the conversation, you have to carry the conversation as a guy.
It should be mutual.
It should be.
I tend to carry it most of the time on the dates that I go on.
And look, there's definitely women, I've encountered women that are decent conversationalists. And, but it occurs to me, like if I just did what women did and I just you guys are looking to us to talk. Like if I just stopped talking on a date, it would be silent.
I think a lot of times women do that if they're not interested.
Mm-hmm.
And instead of hurting someone's
Free
feelings.
food.
Shit, you picked the wrong one. I ain't paying for your shit.
But also sometimes I think because when you meet
you
somebody
want me to
online.
Out you go.
You meet someone online and
Yeah.
then sometimes when you meet them in person it's completely different. So
Saying I'm a catfish.
I'm just saying so I understand I'm not saying it's right.
You're so right. When you meet these women in person, after you remove all the filters that they've put on their photos and the caked on makeup and the precise lighting and the posing, and all this and the Photoshop, you're right. The woman I meet in person looks nothing like her dating app profile photos.
And that is true.
You're so right.
That is unfortunate.
Maybe men should do that
too.
They'd get more swipes.
No, I don't think men should use filters and makeup.
No, I don't think I don't think either of them should do it.
I feel like we expect everybody else to entertain us.
Right.
And you expect to entertain, or you expect for us to entertain you when we should be entertaining ourselves.
You can get a Netflix subscription if you want entertainment. I'm not here to be your dancing monkey.
No, and you're not. Absolutely. But I feel
we
like
can have a conversation.
I would love a conversation. What I'm saying
Ask me a question about me. I remember when I used to go on dating app, right? I got on dating apps in 2012. That's when I started my YouTube channel. I've been on so many dating app dates, and I'd be asking these girls about their boring fucking ass job. Because that's what you got to do, right? You got to ask about their boring ass fucking job. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm being toxic. And then I'm like, yo, I've got an interesting job. It never occurred to you, lady from dating app, to ask me about my kind of unique job. Not that I really even want to talk about my job, but I'm like, this would be your opportunity to actually contribute to the conversation. But no, I suck at conversation. I'm just gonna let them carry it.
Really?
Can I ask a question?
Brian,
Yeah, go ahead.
How was your day today?
So
don't worry about it.
you would say like you date girls with boring jobs, like you don't really care like how much they make, I'm guessing, right?
No.
Would you
don't care.
date a girl that works at McDonald's?
Absolutely.
Okay, just making sure. Yeah.
Sure.
I've said nothing wrong with that. I just wanted to know your take on that.
But, like,
that
it-
aside, I'm sorry.
Oh,
it was
go
a
ahead. No,
two-part.
you go ahead.
I also wanted to say, piggybacking off your other thing, because this is a hot take and it's like ironic, but like I mean it fits me because I'm so like so pro equality. Like I prefer to pay for the first date.
Good for you.
Yeah, but I'm
Congrats.
mentioning that because I think that that's like beneficial to like for the woman, because now my man pays the rent. Like if you really like someone, like nowadays I do basically agree on the one hand with the one point that women are in a better position to pursue men than vice versa. Like
Okay,
you can
so-
have the conversation go south immediately.
So, okay, let me give two things on the whole paying thing. The most optimum thing you can do as a man is to just pay for the date. Like that's the most optimum thing you can do. We can have conversations about what's equal, what's fair, etc. We can have conversations of all these non-traditional women still expecting, feeling entitled to, and demanding traditional treatment from men. But that really, at the end of the day, even the most, Andrew, you remember the girl from the last show, the OF girl, the porn star, wanted traditional treatment. Even non-traditional women who are engaged in sex work and are highly promiscuous still feel entitled and expect men to adhere to their traditional
There's
gender
entitled
roles.
people in the world. Yeah. Not
So
all
the
any
most
category.
optimum thing, because you don't always know who you're gonna get. You don't know really unless you have a conversation about it, which could be detrimental. The best thing is to just pay for the first date. But also, I'd recommend to men, if you are kind of like, trying to be a little frugal, you can do something for free, or you could do something simple like coffee, or go get like a drink. I think food dates are fucking terrible, especially for first dates, because it's just like you always, whether you're the woman or the man, you always want an easy out.
Yeah.
Like if it's just weird, it's like you don't want to be waiting 30 minutes for food and like feel obliged to stay. If you get coffee or if you get a drink, you can just dip.
I recommend like museums or something entertaining too, because then you can tell if they're interested in you or they're just like using the art and stuff to distract.
Word. But just last thing on so the optimum move as a guy is to just pay for it, but if the girl's down to pay, but she's doing it like she's a simp, I think that's the best position. But most girls aren't down to simp like that.
How do you like define like what's the barrier there? What's like
what do you mean?
What's simping to you, and like why is it optimal? For
like
a guy
she
to
wants you so bad that she's gonna pay.
I don't know.
That's would be simping. But most women aren't about that.
Yeah.
But if they are, that's great, because then that's a better position to be in as a guy.
A woman could pick up the check with someone she's interested in, and it doesn't mean she's like simping.
True, but
I mean, I think it means like she's showing interest since it's so normal.
Yeah, it could be a little. It could be a little less intense than like full on simping, but when women simp for men, that usually is like men are gonna find that pretty appealing. Whereas when men simp for women, that's not. Women ain't going for that.
I don't know. My man's a simp for me now. I love him. It's
okay,
great.
well that's a little different. I'm talking like within the context of a
First
initial
date.
meeting, very early on. Last thing here from Mars. You said you took issue with my BLM movement. Big labia matter. What's up?
I thought we clarified that and said I don't actually have an issue.
Oh, okay. Oh,
I have an issue with the bowing. I decided that.
Oh shit! Why?
Because I don't think people should bow to other people.
Do you want to get married one day?
Yes.
So you want a man to get down on one knee, like a groveling?
I didn't say I want him to get down. He could just look at me and say, "Let's get married," and I'll say, "Okay."
Okay.
He doesn't have to get down on one knee.
But that's what a lot of people do when they propose.
I'm not a lot of people.
Oh, okay. Cool. Well,
I don't get it though. What's the problem with bowing?
I don't like the idea of bowing to another person. I think it's a very vulnerable position. Your face is towards the ground, the back of your head is towards another person.
But isn't it usually done as a sign of respect in Eastern cultures?
It is, but
And
we don't live in an Eastern
done as a sign of
culture.
respect even in Western cultures.
I don't like it. I don't think a person is deserving of that level of respect.
Should we pull up the bowing video?
How much respect are they deserving of? I don't get it.
The only one you should bow to is God, in my opinion. I don't think you should be bowing to another person.
Oh, I think you're kind of...
Yeah, but why? I don't understand that. Why not?
Sorry, what?
Why not? Like, if you were in Japan and there was a custom there to like bow to the host, would you do it?
I just probably wouldn't go to
No,
Japan,
I
to
think
be honest.
she's...
But
Nick, can you play the bowing video?
out of respect
Nick,
for
play
the
bowing
culture...
video. She doesn't like this video because I always show this video where it's like, yeah, I'd want my girlfriend to bow to me when she greets me at the door.
I mean, you can get like a "what's up" head nod.
No, I'm getting a full respect bow. Look at this.
She can show respect in other ways.
Attentive. My food's ready. I've gotten home to my $1 million penthouse.
She can stir the noodles and feed it to you like a child to show respect.
I don't need the noodle stirring. That's a bit extra. But look at that. Look at that. Great techniques. The bow one more time. Go ahead. Show this the bow. Boom. Huge. That's huge. Did you see the bow?
No, I didn't. Show it one more time, please.
Yeah, so I would want my girl to bow to me like that.
Okay.
You wouldn't do that?
No, I'd be like, sup.
The fuck, bro?
Would you take interest in a girl who's not willing to do that, like by any means?
No, it's not a deal breaker if she's not down to bow, but is it a big plus if she is? Oh, yeah.
Are you actually being serious? Like every time?
Show me your bow. Let's see it. Stand up.
No.
What? Why not?
No, I'm asking.
Filipino, right? Do they bow in the Philippines?
They do like bless.
They don't.
But that's like elders.
They don't bow in the Philippines.
No, that's like
I would prefer
Japanese.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm gonna get canceled for making assumptions about. Okay. There's no bowing in the Philippines. It's more of like it's China, Japan, Korea.
Japan. Yeah.
They don't bow in China?
Well,
I thought they bowed in China.
I'm not sure.
I don't know. I'll have to ask my Chinese friends. So you wouldn't do a bow?
No.
So I got a question for you. In the Old Testament, when Abraham was called Lord, you said you only would bow to God, right? Why is it that so many of the male figures in the Bible are referred to as Lord? Would you refer to your man as Lord?
I don't think I would refer to my man as Lord. Why
not?
I would respect my husband and I would submit to him, but I don't think I would bow to him.
Now, what if it just made his day better if you did?
I would bow if he would bow back.
No. He's not going to bow back. Let's say he doesn't bow back.
There are other ways to show signs of respect.
Yeah, I know, but that's what he wants, though.
Yeah, it's what I want.
It's not about you. It's about
sucks to suck, bro.
It's not about any of that. It's about
look at this trad Christian.
He says, I just want you to because I like it, and I want you to bow to me. Like, what is he doing that's wrong?
At what point does the "I like it" end? Is my question to you.
At the bowing.
Just at the bowing?
Yeah.
No, I would not bow.
Can I say you cited?
You won't bow. So let me ask you, what makes you submissive exactly to your Christian husband? I'd like to know.
I never said Christian, first off.
Well, I'm sorry. You said you would only bow to God. I assumed that meant you were a Christian. Am I wrong?
It's complicated.
Well, I don't know what that means. What does that mean? It's complicated. Are you a Christian or are you not a Christian?
I don't like to say that I'm a Christian because I feel like too many people who say they're Christians actually aren't.
Okay, well, that's fair. What would you identify yourself as then? Just somebody who believes in God?
Yeah.
And would this be the Abrahamic God of which you would believe that Jesus Christ was your Lord and Savior?
Yes.
Well, then that would be called what?
I mean, obviously Christian, but I don't like to use the title because there are so many fake people using it, and I don't want to be associated with them.
Would you deny Christ?
No.
Okay, well then you're a Christian. So here's the thing: if you want to deny, go ahead and deny Christ. If you're not a Christian, go ahead.
No, I do not deny Christ.
Right, because that would make you what then?
In your view, a Christian.
A heretic?
No, in your view.
A heretic?
I am somebody who believes in the God of the Bible. I do not like using the title Christian. The reason I don't is because so many people put labels on things because they think it sounds cool.
If we're gonna reference the Old Testament, why don't we reference?
Yeah, but hang on. Back to this. I'm sorry. We've had a bunch of exchanges tonight. If you don't mind, I'd like to finish this one more. I'm very confused here by this. Okay, you are a person who believes in Christianity but do not want the label Christian. Is this because you don't want the responsibilities that come with Christianity, which would include being submissive to your husband?
It's because I don't want somebody to look at me and say she's a Christian and then see anything that I do as a hypocrite.
So then how could you be a Christian?
Because people make mistakes.
Yeah, but that's not hypocritical that you made a mistake. Christianity is not about perfection.
I would say it is, because you want to be perfect. You want to be more like God.
Well, sure, but I mean, you're a human being. You're going to fail over and over and over and over. That's okay. We understand that that's true. That wouldn't be a hypocrisy. That would be part of the Christian ethos.
Okay, then.
Yeah, so I mean, if that's true, and it is true, by the way, that nobody's saying that perfection in Christianity, I don't know where that idea even came from. It's the furthest thing from it that I could even imagine, is that the requirement of Christianity is perfection. Jesus came to absolve you of your sins because you're going to sin, right? That's the point.
Yes, I do understand that. But I think that you should still have I don't want to say facade, but almost you should be essentially perfect. And I don't want people to look at me and say she's not perfect and then call me out. So I would just rather not put a label on it.
So it would be better for you to reject your faith because you're concerned about what other people might think?
I'm not rejecting my faith. I'm rejecting a title. I'm rejecting hypocrisy.
Well, I don't understand. Why would it be hypocritical to identify yourself as a Christian even if you weren't perfect?
What do you mean?
Christianity is the faith and belief that Jesus Christ is Lord, yes?
Yes.
Okay. You believe Jesus Christ is Lord, yes?
Yes.
So then why would you reject the label?
Because I do not want people to look at me and think I'm a hypocrite because I don't do everything perfectly.
Yeah, but the requirement of Christianity is not to do things perfectly. Where on earth did you get that idea?
Buenos dias.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. That's super bizarre to me. But kind of coming back to this, if it is true, even if you don't call it Christianity, that you believe in the Christian ethos and you believe in what Christians believe, what about submission to your husband?
I do believe in submitting to my husband, but I don't believe that submitting to my husband requires me to bow to him.
Well, then that sounds like you're not submitting. It sounds like you're being willful,
fulfilling
right?
my husband's every single desire does not mean submitting.
That's not fulfilling his every single desire or submission. But what does it cost you to bow if he wants you to?
Doesn't take much. Bow is pretty minimal, you know?
Maybe in her Christian faith, in accordance with citations in the Old Testament, it's wrong to worship false idols. Therefore, she does not feel right in bowing to someone besides, as she said.
Well,
God.
That's nice. I'm glad that
not
she can
Christian.
speak for
I'm
herself.
just quoting,
Plus, that argument makes no sense because bowing to somebody wouldn't make them an idol.
There
That's
is a
insane.
citation in the Old Testament where
where
several
is it?
people
Is it in the I just
died.
made it the fuck up? Is it in the King James I just made it the fuck up?
No,
section 5, verse 3?
When
Is
the
that
father
where it
and
is?
his sons died because they refused to bow before a false idol, that could be why she feels so.
You're not bowing for a false idol. That's insane.
I just don't
So
believe
anyway,
in
if
bowing
your
to a
husband-
man.
if
I
your
will
husband asks you to- if your husband asks
almost
you to just
anything
bow-
else.
Nope.
Wait, can I ask? Can I ask? I got a question. You said you do almost anything else.
Yes.
Are you waiting until marriage?
No.
You've had carnal knowledge.
Yes.
Okay. This is what's. I can try to frame this as a question, but like it's so interesting to me. You can ask women, would you bow for? Let's say you were weird, your boyfriend, whatever, was weird like me. He just wanted the girl to bow. It wasn't like anything crazy. It's a very simple motion to actually undergo. And a lot of women would be like, oh, I don't know if I can do that. But what if your husband wants to, I'm going to be a bit vulgar here, put on your earmuffs if any of you are, whatever. You'll have women who refuse to like cook their husband a meal.
I will cook you food.
Okay, great. Or you'll have women who refuse to bow, but they'll happily allow their boyfriend to blast all over their face. I said it. Oh, you want just a facial, huh? But you won't bow? You won't make a sandwich, but you'll let me bust a nut on your face? What? Huh?
So I have a question. So bowing is an Asian form of respect.
That's right. Cultural
It's not.
appropriation. I'm
No, it's not.
culturally appropriating.
I'm asking.
No, we
Isn't that,
did all
isn't that
over the West
disrespectful by
forever and
cultural
ever and ever.
appropriation?
Well, okay, I'm making
Because
a joke. I'm making a joke, but actually, if you watch the Tudors and shit, they're fucking bowing.
Yeah, the West bowed. Where did you get the idea that this is just Asian?
No. What I'm saying is that in certain cultures, this is a way to show respect. If we grew up in a culture where this is normal to show respect, I would show respect to my significant other in a million other ways. If you ask me to bow, I'll bow. I mean, if that gets you off.
Well, hold on. Let's see it. Bust it up.
You want me to?
Let's see a bow right now.
I mean, it's unfortunate you're not my significant other, but I would.
This brings up a fine question, which is to ask this. Are you saying that Japanese Christians who bow are not real Christians?
No.
Okay, what makes them still real Christians?
It's my personal opinion on bowing. Because it's part of their culture, they can do it.
Right.
I'm saying, but for me, I don't believe in that.
But what if your
I
husband?
I do not believe in that for me.
But what if your husband?
Yeah, you don't want to, right? You just don't want to.
No, I don't
There's nothing
want.
sinful about it. There's nothing bad
I do
about
not
it.
want to
You
bow to my
just don't want
husband.
to.
I do not want to bow to another human who is flawed, because I believe that there are certain actions that you should only give to God.
Okay,
And would you not agree that?
Will you curtsy?
I'm sorry?
Will you come in and curtsy?
Yeah, let's see.
I will curtsy.
She'll curtsy.
Okay, what is the difference between curtsy and the bow?
I just feel as though a bow is more. I think that a bow is more respectful than a curtsy.
Why?
So
because when you curtsy, you're upright, and when you bow, you're in a more vulnerable position.
No, a proper curtsy, I think you bow the front of your head as well.
Wait, what?
Can I just say,
curtsy, not just like a doot.
But I think you bow your head down with it.
You also kind of do bow your
Just
head
so
a
you
little
know,
bit.
you bow your head down when you curtsy.
Wait, what? So is your primary thing like you're putting yourself in this like vulnerable position? Is
Yes.
that it? Would you be Little Spoon? Would you be Little Spoon while cuddling your husband? You realize how much more vulnerable of a position it is to be Little Spoon with your husband? This guy's a fucking Jiu Jitsu 10th degree black belt. He'll sink in the fucking, what is it called? He'll sink it in. What are you sinking in, bro? The rear naked choke. He's sinking in the rear naked choke. Boom, you're fucking done.
No.
Wait, what?
No.
No what?
I'll be the big spoon and I'll do the chicken.
You've never been Little Spoon?
I have, but I don't like it.
Oh, she doesn't? Oh,
so talking about jiu-jitsu, every class we bow to the coaches and the masters.
This chick's like a vegan.
I mean, for
they always got.
What I'm saying is to show respect in any way, you should show respect, and maybe you should be humbled.
She doesn't want to bow, bro.
I mean, if you walk into, like, let's just say hypothetically, you walk into a jiu-jitsu gym and at the beginning of class, everybody does a bow. Are you gonna say no because you don't want to show?
I just won't
Just forget this
participate
fucking
in the
oh,
activity that requires that.
Wait,
I
you
mean,
wouldn't even
do you bow when you go to class? Exactly, because you need to be humbled and show some respect and maybe put down your ego a little bit.
But my point is, I believe that there are certain actions that belong to God, and I think that bowing
Is that
is a.
anywhere-
I believe that bowing
that-
is a very, very
It
respectful
cites
thing.
in the Bible
Is
that
there
bowing
anything
is
codified that it's like you can't bow in the
Of course
Bible?
not.
It is
It's the most
implied in the
ridiculous
Bible,
thing I
like
ever heard.
many-
In fact,
yes.
she just got done saying it's cultural. So she says it's cultural, and Christians in different cultures can bow, and it's not an offense to God. How in the world can she say in her culture it is? That makes no sense.
For
It's
me,
insane.
it is an action that I do not give to another man or another human. It is an action
Yeah.
that I would only give to
Oh,
God.
so it's your
So
own
it's-
personal.
it is my own
Christianity,
personal
so.
thing. I will not bow to a human
it's your
because
own
I look
personal
at it as
conviction.
such a high form of respect that
Yeah.
only God deserves.
Well, I bow to my priest when I'm in divine liturgy. Does that mean that I'm a fake Christian then?
No.
It's her
Okay, so
personal.
It is
I'm-
my personal opinion.
She just doesn't want to
Personal
bow. It's kind of
opinion.
weird.
So is it just your personal opinion then that nobody should bow unless it's in front of God?
No, because I look at it as such a high form of respect that
Wait.
only God deserves. If you look at it and you're like, oh, it's just common respect and common courtesy, then okay, it's just an action to you. It's not the action itself, it's the meaning behind the action.
Okay, here, hold on. We're gonna move on here, but last thing on the bow thing. I notice you're wearing the septum,
Yes.
the septum piercing. If your husband was like, "Yo, get rid of that shit," are you gonna do it?
Sure. Sure, yeah. If he doesn't like, I will tell you why I got it.
But
I got
cows
it
over the top.
because
To
of
make it
cows.
Oh, you got it.
I love cows, and cows have nose rings, so I got a nose ring because I love cows.
The fuck?
That's my reasoning behind it.
Hey, the main idol that comes to your mind in Christianity is a golden what?
Calf.
Oh, yeah.
I just think cows are cute, so I got it because I was like, I want to be cute like a cow. It's literally my stupid logic behind it.
Your boyfriend says, "I don't want you wearing that.
Okay.
Take that shit off."
I can flip it up.
He's in Maryland.
I can flip it up,
No,
and then when he puts a ring on it, I'll remove it permanently.
Ah, well, all right there. I'm sorry. That's good. I'm proud of you. I'm proud. We're making progress. All right,
Thank
we
you.
have Gigi. Gigi says, "Oh my God, it's fucking lagging again." It just was up. He said, "Be honest. Have you actually thought about this before tonight?"
Thought about what?
The bowing thing, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, I decided to argue with you on that a
Oh,
while
cool.
ago.
Thanks for wasting a bunch of time.
I said a while ago.
Okay, Raphael C. Barlotti. I don't know what currency this is. You can read it since you're kind of laughing at it. Go ahead.
Oh, I can't. Oh, okay. Jesus, these women on the right end of the table are so annoying and like to signal virtues that if I weren't gay and she was the only woman in the world, I would still choose to be gay or priest.
Sweet. Thank you, Raphael. We have this one. Oh, sorry, guys. There's a bit of lag. Can you read this one?
Oh my goodness. The girl in the background is, what the fuck is that word? Schwadrongy?
Schrodinger's.
Christian. The one who was without ever having been?
That was beautiful. Thank you,
What
Raphael.
does that mean?
It's a good question.
Well, so it's an old experiment. It's called Schrodinger's cat. You should look into it.
Hell yeah, brother. Oh, fuck. I unstarred the... Oh, God damn it. Okay. Oops. Hold on. Sorry, guys. I fucked something up. Okay, wait. We're done with those. We have a few more show notes here. We have... Wait, hold on. Hold on here. You submitted notes?
Not recently. The second one, not the second one.
What's your
you
name
asked.
again? Sorry.
It's course correct.
Cool. I thought I had notes here for you. Hold on. Maybe I didn't. Oh, okay. Well,
I didn't get to submit one.
It's all good. Any topics you'd like to touch on?
No, not really.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I have a couple more things then. We could come back to the poly stuff. We did this. We did that. Did that. Oh, right. We have to react to the tweets, but first we need to react to the thumbnail. Wait, actually, let me pull this one up. Let me see. I don't know if it's going to trigger. Oh, there's lag. I'll have to do it later. Can you pull up the thumbnail, Nick? All right, here's the thumbnail for this episode. That girl on the right there, this flaked out on us 2 hours before shoot. I didn't have time to change the thumbnail, but because she flaked. Now she flaked. She was actually supposed to be on Tuesdays, our last Tuesday show, but she flaked on that one. And she'd actually, I mean, normally I'm not as forgiving, but the first time she had a good excuse. So she's flaked a total of 3 times. The first time she flaked decently in advance, but then she flaked on Tuesday for the second time, 3 hours before the show. Her flight got delayed. I don't know if that's true, whatever. Then she flaked again today, which makes me think that maybe this was some sort of potential sabotage. The tweets won't load. You're going to have to wait until... Oh, great. Okay, well, Nick, you know how the internet's been like better or worse? Try to load it up once it's working better, okay? And you might have to press refresh on those. Have you tried it recently?
Yeah, I just...
Okay. Well, it looks like it's looking a little better. Can you try it one more time? Actually, no, it still doesn't look great. We're going to react to some tweets, hopefully in a little bit, but is this not going to trigger? Sorry, guys, it's really bad. We had a TTS come in, living donated. Sorry, it's not triggering yet. We're going to wait here a bit. We're having some internet issues. Let me get through a couple things here. One sec, guys, sorry. A couple technical issues, internet issues. Oh, okay, here we go. Let's talk about, you're going around the table. Who's a feminist? Show feminist. Do you consider yourself a feminist?
I don't consider myself a feminist.
Really? Oh, okay. What's that, Nick?
Into the mic.
Okay. Any other feminists at the table? Any feminists?
No.
Nope.
Any man haters?
Is there any lady haters?
Gustavo? Okay. All right. I want to read. I'm going to give you guys some prompts. Oh, did I do the whole... Anybody here disagree with me on anything? I don't think I did that. Anybody, before I get to her, does anybody over, not including her, disagree with me on anything you heard tonight? Or maybe you've seen the show before, anything you've seen in previous shows? We'll start there.
Other than the bowing, no.
Okay, go ahead.
Matter of fact, it's not even like a disagreement so much. It's more a question. What is with you and the draft and the affiliation of that with females being privileged?
So do you think it's not a privilege to not... Wait. Do you think... How do I frame this? Do you think it is not a privilege to not be subject to forced military conscription?
You're not going to like my answer.
Okay, go ahead.
I think that the draft was created by Henry Wilson, right? And
what?
It was first created by Henry Wilson, a man, right? Ideology.
I'm not familiar with the draft, specifically with the
United States draft.
But forced military conscription.
Forced military, for men.
It wasn't invented in whatever year you think it. That's something that's gone on for all of human history.
No, for sure. I'm saying, not invented the term draft or.
Okay, so go ahead.
I'm saying the U.S. draft was established. The U.S. draft, because in other countries they include women. There are countries that include women.
No, besides Israel, women are not.
Israel, yeah.
There might be a.
With that being said, my point is the implementation of the draft was created by a man, and I feel that it does treat women as though they are inadequate or unequal. More so, I would love to serve in the military. So I am
Hold on. Okay.
biased.
There's like a million different things there. So let me, I want to address those. So you said that it treats women it views women as what again?
Incapable or inadequate.
Okay, so we'll start there.
Or in need of protection by men.
Okay, so first let's just get this out of the way. Who's physically stronger, men or women?
Men. And the average weight of a man outweighs a woman, so.
Okay. And you said you would like to join the military. There's nothing preventing you from joining the military.
I've tried. I have to remove some tattoos.
Okay, well,
I think
that would apply to men too.
No, I'm not saying that like it's my gender is restricting me from joining the military. I'm saying that I think it's unfair that women are not a part of the draft, but not because they are privileged. I think
I won't cut in for long. I just wanted to know, what was the gentleman's name that you cited as the creator of conscription in the United States?
Henry Wilson.
And then what year?
I didn't say a year.
Yeah, I know, but what year roughly?
I don't remember.
Henry Wilson is his name?
Henry Wilson. You can like check. You can tell me if I'm wrong, but I'm not. Now that that's confirming, yeah. With that being said,
I mean, I see something about.
Also,
he was a U.S. Born 1793, died 1872. Was a U.S. Army officer who served in 5 wars and countless conflicts. I don't see anything about, unless Henry Wilson.
Instead of just Googling his name, perhaps Google like who imposed the draft in the U.S. It's that simple, and you'll see him.
We could, but I'm also failing to see how it's at all relevant.
I'm just saying, like, it was a decision made by men. It's not
well, it wouldn't even matter.
This is actually incorrect. Conscription happened long before Henry Wilson put in an official draft act.
When did it?
We've had conscription since the inception of the nation, including the militia. So just letting you know that it is true that as far as an official draft act, no conscription had been going on in the United States for long before that.
I mean.
So what's your point? You're saying that, well, it's men who, a singular man.
I think a singular men on representation of at the time, like a Congress and just like full of men. So men determined that we could not serve in the draft. We didn't ask for that. We are not privileged with that. That is a man-given law that is imposed on us. We don't have a say in that.
It's like so frustrating debating with you because like
you're welcome.
You don't really make a coherent point, but
if you say so.
Okay, so what is your point exactly?
My point was that you claim we are privileged because of that. I don't think we are. Furthermore,
what does it
there
matter?
Are societal disadvantages that are proven between like men and women that
Such
we're still
as?
like the wage gap, of course.
That's been totally debunked. There is no wage gap. There's an earnings gap, and that's because men work different jobs and work more hours than women.
No, in the same
do you agree that
it's proven that like male doctors make like $20,000 a year on average more than women.
What if they're okay? I haven't seen the specific data you're referencing.
Yeah, that's due specifically to field. That's due specifically to field.
Yeah, what if they
that's
get into
why that is
but that's
fields,
a field that they can both get
fields,
in.
Hang on, because especially male surgeons are in fields specifically that pay far more. For instance, if you're a heart doctor versus a toe doctor or proctologist, you may get paid a lot more. That's why that's the case. When you break down by field, that is not the case.
I would have to look into that statistic. You may be right. I don't know, but I do know.
Here, let's bring it back to. I want to try to move
the
wage thing actually into the military. So, do you think women should be paid the same as men?
Yeah.
So, what do you think about, for example, in jobs where there's an expectation of having to lift heavy things or physically laborious jobs? Do you think, for example, in the military, men and women should be paid equally?
I think they should be paid equally and be given jobs that they are capable of and will excel in.
Why is it then, for example, when it comes to soldiers, when it comes to police officers, when it comes to firefighters, why are the physical requirements for women lower than for men?
I didn't know that.
They are.
I didn't know that.
if it was the case, far fewer women
That's an
would
interesting
get this
fact. I didn't know
affirmative
that.
action to actually even participate
I
in these
do
sorts
think
of jobs.
to like simplify it and to reference like one of your other shows though, I think it's as simple as
But,
like
okay,
Andrew said.
hold on. Let me make this even way simpler.
Okay.
Let's say there's a job that says you need to carry 200 pounds from point A to point B, and that's just a straight line. And let's say that men are more physically capable of doing that job, and they can do it faster, and they can go back and forth more times in a given day. Do you think women should be paid the same as men, given that in a day, over the course of a day, they're going to perhaps have an output that's 50% that of men?
I think women should be paid the same as men, and I think people's work performance generally is constantly assessed, and if someone's underperforming, then that will be addressed. But more so, I also think, as Andrew and you have referenced in the past, we have guns like in the military, which, as you guys have said verbatim yourself, make equal men and women, or are the best. Like I don't want to paraphrase Andrew, but he said something of thereabouts in like your last podcast. So like both of them can shoot. I don't think one should be paid less than the other.
There's a lot more to the military than just shooting a gun.
I agree. But I think that they should be paid the same and they have the same abilities and they're capable of the same abilities.
Yeah. Do you think that a soldier's duties are limited to shooting?
No, I think they go beyond that, and I think there's jobs like that people can, like society suggests, are more feminine oriented, like nurses in the military too.
No. Back to this. Military. Do you think that soldiers are limited to shooting?
No, I just
Or do you think
no.
that they have to carry large quantities of gear and be physically strong?
Yeah.
No. I mean, anybody who's in combat is going to have to carry a large amount of gear.
Yeah, that's reasonable. I think like if you are
aren't men going to be better at doing that than women?
Carrying gear, I think the gear is. Yeah. I think you're heavily exaggerating the weight of that gear.
No, I don't think I'm.
Women wear those uniforms all the time.
How much do you think, on average, a soldier carries in gear?
I couldn't tell you. I'm not one to guess weight or anything. I wouldn't know, but I know that women wear those uniforms and carry that gear, not at the same amount, but they do.
It's often 70 plus pounds.
Okay.
They're carrying all day, but it could be much heavier, upwards of 100 pounds. Do you think that men or women are going to be more equipped to do that on average?
I mean, like I said, like men are physically heavier, so they physically have a mass in which can carry more. But I don't think that up to 100 pounds is out of either grown person's like general ability.
Yeah, no, it is outside the purview of most women's abilities to carry 100 pounds around all day long. Yes, that's
sure I'm not the only one in this room that could.
What's that?
I could definitely carry 100 pounds, and I'm sure I'm not the only woman in this room that could.
Could you carry it around all day long?
Put me in a military suit. Let's find out.
I mean, do you think most women could?
I think the human body is capable of a lot of things. Yeah, I think the human body is very strong and very persevering and adaptive.
Well, if this is the case, then how come it is that women, when they go out for special services selection, have not been able to make the cut? And why is it that the infantry has had lower standards for women in order for women to pass the cut? Why are the standards lower for women with the physical requirements inside of the military?
I didn't know they were, so you're asking me a question that I already acknowledged. I was like unaware of.
Well, it's the same thing with police. Hang on, it's the same thing with police. It's the same thing for most of those types of jobs. The standards, the physical standards, are less. They're less rigorous for women than they are for men. Why would you think that was, if you had to guess?
I would guess it's proportionate to like our average masses and our average like capabilities. Like, of course,
Sure.
I'm not denying that.
I totally agree.
But I still think they're capable.
Yeah, so this would mean on average so that men are far better suited for that role, right?
I mean,
so if you were in charge of having an armed services of the United States, and you were to have to choose between resources, how much are you going to allocate resources to the soldiers who are fighting in the battles versus the one who are supporting the fighters in the battle? And you were able to determine that one sex was far more capable at fighting the battles than the other. Which one would you allocate your resources towards?
You're saying this like the people that fight the heaviest get paid the most in the military, which isn't true anyway. So
No, I'm not saying it like that at all.
That's
I'm going to
exactly
ask
how you're
this
phrasing
question
it.
again.
It's not
So I'm going to ask
valid.
this question again. If you had to allocate resources between support roles and combat roles, and you found that one sex predominantly was far better at the combat role than the support role, which way would you allocate your resources?
You're saying this as if there's only two roles, and if you're hypothetical is
No,
the
I'm
only
not.
way,
I'm
then
literally saying this as though there could be thousands of combat roles and thousands of support roles, but you find that one sex is dominant in the combat roles.
okay, yeah.
And you have the
And I'm not
resources.
denying that.
Which way are you
But
allocating
there's
them?
so many other roles. Like, I'm not denying what you're saying. I'm agreeing. Like, yeah, like the roles that are better suited for like a higher tier of physical strength are going to be allotted to the higher biological sex's gender tier of physical strength, which is men. I'm not denying that.
Right.
But
So this
you're
would
still
include
dancing
things
around
like
the point I
walking
made that
through the
there's so many
jungle for hours
roles.
on end, for days on end, carrying huge amounts of gear, fighting day and night. You would allocate your resources towards men, right?
Okay.
Wouldn't you?
I already like agreed with that part. I'm just waiting for the punchline.
Well, the punchline, now that we've gotten through this, is to just say that, generally speaking, then, if you have to allocate resources to what kind of military you want, why wouldn't you try to make standards that towards men? It's going to make a better military, right?
I'm sorry, you gotta say that one more time. It did. The point didn't point. I'm sorry.
If you can allocate all of the resources of your nation towards a mostly male fighting force or a mostly female fighting force, which one will you do?
I already answered this. Answered this. To the combat force we just established, I guess combat is better suited if it requires heavier lifting than technically physically for men. But combat, as I stated for
Did you say
multiple
combat?
times, combat
She would say
is
that.
not the only role in the military by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, but every other role is to support people in combat roles.
Tell that to like Air Force officers.
They would tell you that people in support roles in the military know that their job is to support people in combat roles. That's the point.
Okay.
Why would that not be the point? The job of the American military is to kill our enemies, both foreign and domestic. All support roles are in the endeavor of supporting the people who do that killing on our behalf. That's what they're there to do. They're not there to do anything else but to kill the enemies of the United States, both foreign and domestic. That's it. That's their whole role, nothing but their role.
The military does other things besides just mass murder, but like I hear you.
I didn't say mass murder. What are you talking? I said that their role is to kill the enemies of the United States, both foreign and domestic. That's their job. Their job's not to go hand out food at fucking soup kitchens. Their job is to kill the enemies of the United States. That's their job.
They have various jobs. We're not in the military to speak on their jobs. They get special missions all the time that we can't even like fathom, that are in order to retrieve items and things of that. Like, we can't speak on that. You're not in the military to even
Can I just interrupt?
What does that have to do with anything? Like, what is that? Who cares? Their secret missions are all there and designed to assist in people who are in the
can I
roles
just
of
say
killing
one
the
thing?
enemies of the United States. That's their job. Literally, that's their job.
I don't mean to interrupt, but if everyone in this table did Jiu Jitsu, you wouldn't question.
What the fuck, bro?
Let me just say, you would not question how physical guys are versus ladies. You wouldn't question their strength. You would know that you have very little.
Their strength.
Well, you're putting the strength of males and the strength of ladies.
Okay, hold on. Let me try to.
It's just it humbles you a lot.
Cool
That's
stories. Here, let me have a little bit of a back and forth with her on this.
All right, I just had one question before I turn it over, Brian. Just one question.
Yeah.
If you could choose Jiu Jitsu lady between if we had no gun of any kind and it was just the militaries both knew jiu-jitsu, would you allocate your resources towards male jiu-jitsu fighters or female jiu-jitsu fighters?
Asking me or her?
Are you asking me?
No, jiu-jitsu lady.
Okay, I'm like, what?
Well, that was my whole point, that there's no competition.
What?
There's a reason why females fight females and guys fight guys.
Got it.
There's no competition.
What's the point of women learning jiu-jitsu though if a man can still beat them up with no experience?
It's about
there's no point to doing it.
It's about learning self-defense and learning how to be humbled.
But it's useless if a man is stronger than you.
Wait, I got a question.
It's absolutely not, because the idea is that hopefully whoever is stupid enough to attack me, I have leverage because I have knowledge.
But you just acknowledge that the men would win.
Oh, absolutely. I know how it is to be hit. And it's not fun,
Okay.
but at least I know how it is to be hit.
Smartest lady on the whole panel right there.
From a dating perspective, I want to ask you, because you do jiu-jitsu, right? I would have some hesitations dating a woman who did jiu-jitsu, because invariably she's going to be in these mixed gender classes, and men are going to be touching her. And I know, look, it's probably innocent, but on some level, I feel that kind of, and I don't know if the chat feels the same way, I would feel a bit uncomfortable with my girlfriend or wife being that physical with men. Because you roll with men, right?
Yes, but that's why we have female classes.
Right, but something, I don't know if that, like, I would not feel comfortable with my girl going to jiu-jitsu and like rolling
the way I
dudes.
see it is that there's a no homo rule, where I'm doing it to gain some skills, and honestly, if someone were to attack me, they would be on top of me either way.
But the point of training is so that you prepare for real life scenarios.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So you would need to
you can
spar with men, which brings it back to his point.
Which I do, yeah.
But then again, there's no point to learning jiu-jitsu.
Are you asking me if the guys that I go against use their full strength against me? Because they do not.
Then there's no point in training with them.
No, there is. It's called learning, and it's called failing and then jumping back in and trying again.
I don't know.
But in a real world situation,
in a real world situation,
that's not my question. That's not my question.
What's
it's a dating question. It's just like,
well,
I don't care about the self-defense.
My question is, why aren't you doing jiu-jitsu with your girlfriend or wife? Why aren't you in the class with her?
I just feel like it's maybe there's some degree of impropriety of your girlfriend or wife wrestling and rolling around with other men. I think that is not, I could be wrong, I don't know.
I feel like that's a insecurity, but if you were there with her, you would know.
What do you mean?
Well, that's just your imagination getting the best of you. Because you're.
I think she's saying make it a couples activity. I think that's what she's saying.
It should definitely be a couples activity.
Like, can't you just buy a gun?
Facts.
Like, just buy a gun.
Please.
Just buy a gun if you want to defend yourself. Don't fucking roll around with dudes. I don't know.
I can't believe I'm agreeing.
So
I don't know.
So let's say you were to attack me right now, and I didn't have a gun.
I don't care about the self-defense component of it. I feel like there's a degree of impropriety if you're dating a girl or married to a girl and she's like rolling around, grappling with men. And I say this as somebody who wrestled in high school, so I'm not like, I don't have this like unfamiliarity with grappling. I do. I wrestled in high school, and I wrestled there were girls on the team and we wrestled. Just something about it makes me feel a little bit uncomfortable if I was dating somebody who was involved in grappling. I don't know.
This literally happened to Tom Brady, I think.
Oh, it did it?
Yeah.
Giselle Bundchen? Oh, people in the chat keep saying Tom Brady. So, yeah, she cheated on him apparently.
Oh God.
Bro, that's another reason why you shouldn't get married, boys, because even if you're fucking Tom Brady, you're still gonna get cheated on.
Find better women.
This is a dating
Perhaps.
podcast, right? How come you never have couples on here?
We've had couples on here.
You have? I haven't
A
seen
couple
them.
times. It's pretty rare though. I don't know why the chat's coming for me on this one. Like, it's weird, but wait. Okay, so hold on. So your whole thing is you object to the draft?
No, I don't object to
In
it. I
terms
think
of-
it should be equal, and I think
Yeah, me too.
I don't think it should be equal for the same reason you do. I think it should be equal, just like you. I don't think we are privileged. That's what I was leading, because you always affiliate the draft with women being
It's
privileged.
absolutely a privilege.
I don't think women in society are privileged. So
You don't think women are privileged? Do you think men are privileged?
they historically are. It's proven.
Okay. So what right do you think men
What
have?
do you mean it's
wait,
proven?
Let me just have a little back and forth here.
Like we're
So,
in
do you-
a shifting form of patriarchy.
Okay, so do you think men have more rights than women?
I'd say now they've gotten pretty equal, but there's still like lingering patriarchal connotations that need to be wiped.
What's the patriarchy?
The patriarchy is, well, by definition, it's like a society that kind of oppressed women and like promoted, like was in favorance of men.
A patriarchy is a society that oppressed women and is in favorance of men.
It has
Did I get
been
that
like
right?
historically, yeah.
Okay.
Patriarchy was historically societies where men were in charge and women were.
What percentage of men do you think were in charge?
That's a good question. I couldn't tell you.
Okay. So if I told you that less than 1% of men
I'd
were
believe it.
ever in, it's probably way less than 1% of men.
I'd believe it.
So, okay.
But I also think there's still not enough
So
women
under this
representation.
patriarchy, under this supposed patriarchy, are women oppressed?
Yeah, they were.
Are women oppressed in the United
Modern
States?
day, like now,
Yeah.
not like they used to be. I think we're exiting oppression, but I think, like I said, like it's just like I'm trying to think of how to phrase this badly. It's like I don't feel women in society this day and age are still oppressed, but I feel like it was so recent that it lingers, and we as women still need to like work our way to the top even more. We are still not entirely equal in certain sects. We now have the ability to be, but it's going to take time to get there. For instance, we only represent like a small percentage, like 19%, not even, of all of like Congress, and much less in the other sects of leadership.
Well,
in
let
the
me ask you a
country.
question related to that. So if male politicians pander to women voters anyways, what does it actually matter?
Like, since we're voting for them, you're saying?
So male politicians typically aren't pandering to, for like
Pandering? By pandering, I'm sorry.
they pander to women,
like
for
appeal to
women,
us?
appeal to women's
Yeah.
emotions,
That's
appeal
fine.
to their various causes. It's
Okay.
very rare that you've ever heard a politician ever appeal for anything that relates to men's rights or anything like that.
Oh.
So truthfully, it wouldn't even matter.
Well, I disagree, because there are politicians that are in favor of and promote big business, and a lot of those big businesses are run by men, so it perpetuates the patriarchy.
Okay, so that's a bunch of word salad that you just threw out there. So, okay, so are women oppressed under this patriarchy?
This day and age, I think our modern laws are not oppressive, but I think we're still recovering from a formerly oppressive patriarchy.
Okay, so how were women oppressed?
We didn't have the right to vote. We didn't have the right. Now women finally own more homes than men. We didn't have the right to a mortgage till recently, till like 1973.
Didn't women not want the right to vote? Correct me if I'm wrong.
I don't believe that's. I think they fought for the right to vote.
Well, it's interesting. Women were able to secure the right to vote without the corresponding responsibility of being subject to forced military conscription.
I mean, I
That's
don't
how
agree with
men-
that. That was imposed by men.
Okay, it's always victim blaming, basically.
Men are victims now.
No, it's like this weird victim blaming thing of like, well, who's
the victim?
Whose fault is that? Well, it's men. So
men are victims.
Well, in an arena,
you are a victim. I empathize.
I would actually, yes, I would argue that in a lot of ways, men are victims. Okay. For example, men are much more likely to be incarcerated. Men are much more likely to be homeless. Men are much more likely to commit suicide. Men are much less likely to go to university. Men are much more likely to get a higher education.
Men have a higher rate of sociopathy and sociopaths.
That's actually not true. They recently there's a new study.
In jail more.
There's a very recent. Would you make that same argument when it comes to race?
What?
Would you make that same argument when it comes to race? You're saying men are more violent. You're saying men are more violent.
No, men are like literally diagnosed more often as psychopaths and sociopaths.
You realize
something they're born.
You realize criminality is a very, very small percentage of men.
In jail, the population is estimated to be 10 to 20% psychopaths or sociopaths when they make up less than 1% of the world, and it's primarily men.
Okay, dark triad, mental illness absolutely contributes to criminality.
Cool.
Okay, so I don't even know. Like, you're so. Like, the way you argue is so fucking weird and annoying. It's like hard to engage with you. Okay, so I listed a couple ways in which men are disadvantaged.
Okay.
I can give you some more. So also men upon birth, a lot of them in this country, most of them in this country are, they have no bodily autonomy, so therefore they're circumcised. And I think that should be something that, you should be able to consent to, perhaps when you're 18. So there's a few. And then, of course, there's the forced military conscription. So, I mean, yes, if you actually were to add up the ways in which men are disadvantaged and compare them to women, I'm actually prepared to make an argument that men are more disadvantaged in a myriad of ways than women are.
I'm sorry you feel that way.
It's not how I feel.
Killer of Cereal donated $100. A white male, a black female, and a half Asian, half Native American hermaphrodite all grew up in the same household. They all get the same benefits in life. White privilege is a myth.
Thank you, Killer of Cereal. You said in a kind of flippant, dismissive way, you said that you're sorry I feel that way. Well, I don't just feel that way.
You said I don't agree that you are more oppressed, but if you feel you are, then I authentically empathize with you for what you feel is
okay, so I just listed out
a
bunch of ways that it's not just how I feel men are experiencing life. It's actually statistically proven. There's studies, there's data that you can look at.
I rebutted to the jail study. I didn't.
You didn't rebut.
The jail statement, but there were further on that list. So
let me ask
I understand.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you feel that African Americans are victims of a sort of systemically racist system when it comes to incarceration?
Yes.
Okay, so if we look at statistics, then we can actually make far more. How about let me walk it back a bit. Do you think that the police misconduct, police brutality, police killings of African Americans is evidence of racism or systemic racism or racism in this country?
It has been.
Okay, so what if I told you, if we were to, for example, if we've made comparisons of police killings between white men and black men per capita, what if I told you that something that blows that statistic way out of the water is the discrepancy in police brutality and police killings between men and women?
So women are less likely in general to get.
So there's an even bigger gap. So if we're comparing white to black, there's an even bigger gap between men and women. So would that then be evidence of systemic sexism?
If the data represents it, then yeah. I don't know the exact statistics.
I've just provided it for you.
No, you didn't give me exact numbers and figures. No, I don't know.
Okay, well, here's an example. There are more white men who are killed by police than there are women who are killed by police of all races combined.
But there's more white men in America than other races of
No,
women.
I said all races of women combined. That includes white women.
Okay, no,
it includes black women, Latino women,
right.
other.
Okay. Versus women.
Yeah.
Got it. Then that stems back to the point I was stating before about how men have a higher rate of sociopathy.
Okay, so take that to its logical conclusion. Are you prepared to make that same argument for against black men?
That they have a higher rate of sociopathy and psychopathy than women?
Than white men. You need to be.
No, I don't think that.
Interesting. Okay, so you're basically.
They've been like targeted by the police historically. It's proven. Like it's documented. It's proven. But I mean, we can agree to disagree on that if that's how you feel. Like I've seen like the videos. I know of the data. I know, like I don't know the exact figures. So you could educate me on those, argue with me on them, whatever floats your boat. But I know that like, yeah, there is systemic oppression that's affected African-American people. Yeah. By police. Like there's been racist police brutality.
There has been. But do you think just because, for example, let's say a black man is killed by police, does it necessarily mean he was killed because he was black?
No, it doesn't mean that. It doesn't guarantee that.
Okay.
But it's happened.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
Cool.
Oh my God, that's like ridiculous. Should I just restate my position? And I feel like you've failed to actually make a compelling argument.
I feel like the conversation just ended out of nowhere. Like, what point are you trying to like make?
Well, again, when I listed and I enumerated a couple ways in which men are disadvantaged.
And we clearly have to agree to disagree on the jail statistics, but furthermore.
Okay, so fine. Let me just, even though I'm prepared, even if I'm prepared to argue that, let me just totally concede the jail one.
Okay, yeah.
So
next problems.
Okay, so suicidality. Men are much more likely to commit suicide in this country. Also, men are much more likely to be homeless. Let's tackle those two.
I agree, and I empathize highly with that. I do.
Do you?
Yeah, I do.
It doesn't, but you just said
I
that
think men need better mental health resources.
But your position was that men are not disadvantaged.
I never said they're not disadvantaged.
That's literally what you said.
Women are more disadvantaged.
Okay, so
women are not privileged in contrast to
currently. Tell me something. Tell me a way in which women are disadvantaged. Compared to men. We're
like not 80 times. I want to get these statistics 100% right, and I don't want to sound vulgar. We are, I guess, 5 times more likely to get SA'd.
I mean, it depends on your definition of that, and then if you incorporate, for example, men who are SA'd in prison facilities, then actually my understanding is that
they're incorporated in that statistic, and no, it's not equalized.
I would have to review the data.
Women are like at least 5 times more likely to be trafficked. We are literally still on a global scale still victimized by the patriarchy. That hence like as trafficking rings and things of that nature. Sex work, we could say that, yeah, sex work, I'm thoroughly convinced was established by men because men are policing it to this day.
So women have no agency?
They do, thank God. I think that's why women nowadays feel empowered by OnlyFans, as they've stated, because it's them being able to like control themselves and navigate their own bodies and not be policed.
Legal patriarchy institutes sex work, and the women with
patriarchy
has participate in the sex work. This is a genius argument.
I think you can't hate sex workers when men are constantly abusing sex workers.
Let's assume for a second that I don't know, the SA rates were 1,000 times between the sexes. How would that prove that men are privileged in society over women?
1,000 times
yeah, that women are 1,000 times more likely to be made than men. Yeah.
How would
that prove that men are privileged in society over women? It would just show that women are disadvantaged.
Yeah, that's
biologically in a sense.
But that's
in
my
this one
point. He
particular
said
instance,
women
but it
are
wouldn't show that
privileged.
men-
I'm saying they're not.
Stop.
We
Let
are-
me finish my point before you respond. You're not even listening. You can't wait to talk, so you don't listen.
Your
Relax.
point contradicts what was just said.
My point doesn't contradict it. That's why you need to listen. Even if it were true, that it was women were 1,000 times more likely to be SA'd than men, how would that prove that men in society were privileged over women?
I did not say men are privileged over women. I said women are not privileged over men, which is what he stated in the first place and has stated on several occasions.
Yeah, but he said he was giving a statement for the draft that it's a privilege that women are not drafted. That is the case, correct?
No, that's not the only thing he said. He said in general he feels he would argue that women are
Let's
privileged.
just start one thing at a time. Can we just start with the draft? Are women privileged by not having to do the draft?
I don't believe so.
Okay, then what would you call it that only one sex has to do an activity for conscription where they go put their life on the line and may potentially lose it, versus the other sex not having to do that? What would you call that besides
I'd call it a choice tragically made by that sex as proven.
Men don't choose.
That sex did not collectively make that choice.
Strawman Fallacy donated $100. She stands her argument on men being more likely to be sociopaths, then follows up with "I'm sorry you feel that way." Quintessential gaslighting from someone with zero self-awareness. Matriarchy?
You said it's a choice? It's not a choice to be drafted. That's
No, I didn't say
forced.
it's a choice.
You literally, the word
No,
choice.
I said men as a whole, like the men who represented men chose that.
Yeah, okay.
From a Congress that was all men at the time.
Okay,
when only
so
men
yes.
made
Is
the
anybody who's alive right this second, any man who's alive right this second have a choice in whether or not they're drafted?
Yeah, the ones in Congress.
The men who are conscripted, do they have a choice in being conscripted or not?
You're not there's no draft right now. Who knows?
That's not my question.
They might not
If there
ever
was a
enforce
draft
that.
right now, would the men who got drafted have a choice in being drafted or not?
We just danced way back from where we were at in this conversation.
Yeah, can you answer my question now?
I already did.
Yeah, can you answer
multiple
it again?
times?
Can the men
we
who
just
are
danced all the way
right?
back to the draft from way into past policing. We were on a whole new layer, and
Yeah, I know.
now we're all the way back to me reiterating the same shit.
Yeah, I know. So can we get back to that? So anyway, the conscription portion of
You
this.
can talk to yourself.
So you just
Because I'm
won't
not going to
answer the
repeat
question?
myself. No,
You're just not
I'm
gonna answer
not
the question?
dancing back to the same shit we just talked about. You can literally talk to yourself
She's
about
trying
shit if you
to.
still
She's
don't
trying
agree
to
with me
evade.
on it.
You're trying to evade.
Yeah, you're
So-
being
No,
you're
we
doing
just
everything
talked about this.
possible
So, I mean,
let's
how
go-
about-
to answer the
let's
question.
push forward to
No,
where
no.
we no, because we
You're
already
not.
discussed
Hold on.
those.
Stop. You're not going to dictate the terms and the flow of the
But like
conversation.
I said, then he can talk to himself. Like I already
Then
answered
you can
this.
leave. You can leave. Go ahead.
You're a bitch. Like on God.
You're a fucking bitch,
No,
and
you're
I'm
a
glad you're
bitch,
getting kicked out of here.
You wouldn't say shit like this to me if I was with my man.
I'd say
You
it
have
to your
so many
face too, you
balls.
stupid
You
bitch.
have
Get out of
so
here.
many balls to talk crazy to women, but you don't got no guts to talk like this to a man.
That. Get out of here.
You are a bunch of pussies with little dicks.
You didn't play this out.
Oh, I didn't. Oh, okay. Hold on.
This is Sparta!
Can I ask you how many cigarettes have you lit?
He seems stressed.
I was gonna ask, is that
Very
in
stressful.
relationship to how stressed you are?
Tell her to message the Instagram page.
That I smoke?
With it after the show. She can message the IG page and we'll get it handled.
You do realize that people smoke cigarettes, right?
Yes, I do. I'm just wondering how many you've smoked in the course of this show.
I don't know. It's a long show. Probably quite a few.
Oh, okay. That escalated. I just look up every 5 seconds and see a new one. I just thought it was interesting.
God. Okay. I mean, if she's gonna be rude to Andrew,
Look, she started by calling you a bitch. That's the only reason I responded, because she's like, "You're a little bitch." So I was like, "Well, if you're gonna talk shit, you know."
Oh, didn't I start kicking her off before that?
Yeah, but she responded with, "You're a little bitch." So it's like, well.
Oh, and then you started shit talking.
Yeah.
I mean, no, but it's like even before that, when you were like trying to engage with her in good faith in the conversation, and then she's like, "Oh, well, we already moved on from that, so I'm not going to continue engaging with you." It's just like, that's just, okay, get out then at that point, you know? So, good times. Okay, I think we're going to wrap up here pretty soon. Oh my God. Yo, but hey, Andrew, thank you for having my back there, man. Appreciate it. Bro, of course Spencer goes to the bathroom when she's about to fucking.
It's a good thing you pay him in Chilean currency, so that's like $2 an hour.
Yeah, it's gonna be. Hold on.
That's a fucking 50 DKP minus! What the fuck was that shit?
Yep. Let me read a couple chats here. We have the West Dude donated 50. In the United States, women have voted in every presidential election, even George Washington's first election. Who lied to her? Cool. I mean, obviously, she's talking about just broad. There were women who were able to vote prior to.
Sisyphus donated $100. I've always thought the draft was a bad argument just because of how unlikely it is to happen. Child support and debtor's prison is something hanging over any man with a child in the US.
I mean, that's bad too, but I actually don't think it's bad because, I mean, you have the draft itself, but then like, this is a draft registration card. I've showed it before, and I can just read off of it. What happens if I don't register? Not registering is a felony. Young men convicted of failure to register may be fined up to $250,000, imprisoned for up to 5 years, or both. In addition to being subject to prosecution, failure to register may cause you to permanently forfeit eligibility for certain benefits. What are the benefits? Federal and many state laws require registration age men to be registered with Selective Service to remain eligible for applying for the following benefits: student financial aid, government employment, employment with the U.S. Postal Service, job training, and U.S. citizenship for male immigrants. Also, you can't vote if you haven't registered. So there's a whole bunch of negatives. And also, I mean, I think we're, given the conflicts in the Middle East and in Ukraine, we're actually probably closer to potential world conflict than at any point in time in the past since the Cold War, I would say. Nick, can you also pull up this, it's in the Dropbox podcast war folder. It's Ukraine men versus women blurred A. If you can pull that up. But I don't think it's a bad argument because if there is a draft, it's absolutely catastrophic for men. And it's pretty much one of the worst things that could happen. So, all right, we have living here. If a girl is going down on another girl, how big can the blank be before it becomes straight sex? Thank you, Livin, for that one. He actually, I can see what he meant to write there in the stars, and the word is clit. So how big can the clit be before it becomes straight sex? You know, I'm on the big labia thing. I'm down with big clits too. So all big clits matter, I guess. I don't know. All right, that's sweet. Can you show me, like, drag it over the screen? I just want to make sure it's the right image, because if it's not the right one, it could be TOS. Oh, we got Nickelodeon.
Nickelodeon donated $100. She needs her boyfriend to defend her dumb arguments with you too. Maybe she should take up Jiu Jitsu.
Yes.
Facts. Facts. Yeah, I mean, she was being pretty rude. Yeah, you can show that. Yeah. All right, guys, I had to blur it out because it's a little bad. I would have showed this to her, but like, this is related to the Ukraine war. I've wanted to pull this up before, but okay. So these on the left are Ukrainian women who still to this day, back when the war started, all the Ukrainian men had to stay in the country. If you're 18 to 60 or 65, you had to stay in the country. We blurted out because it's probably not, you can't show this shit. I should have maybe blurred it more even, fuck. But all those women on the left are Ukrainian women who people saw on dating apps, and they're in Stockholm, they're in the United Kingdom, they're in, they're in Norway, whatever, Western Europe, and they're on dating apps, they're in the club. And then all the Ukrainian men, well, if you just can use your imagination, all the ones on the right there, we blurred it out. Yeah. So this, to me, is major female privilege. And she's talking about, well, with the war, I don't know if it's evidence. The draft, I don't know if that's a privilege. It's to not be drafted. Well, let's look at the Ukraine war. You got these women on dating apps living their best life, fucking men in other countries while their countrymen, their male countrymen, are getting killed in Ukraine. So that's the difference.
Can I just ask, it says 18 to 25, so you can be drafted before you're legally allowed to drink? And why 25 is so,
it's 18.
It's all so young. You have really young kids just...
Yeah. Well, they can
I feel like instead of like men and female, we should just talk about victims in general.
Yeah, conscription can change too. Yeah. If you start running low on 18 to 25, they start conscripting people older than that.
Yeah, they could boost it. Yeah.
$250,000 is a lot of money.
Yeah.
To be not even able to.
Oh, I saw a video. Shit, there was a video. I don't know where I saw it. I just saw it yesterday though. It was these men who were in Ukraine, and they were in a van, and they were trying to escape Ukraine, and they got caught at the border. And the soldiers or whatever, the military police, literally, I don't know if we can. I don't think it's TOS, but in any case, it's in Ukraine. They're in this van. They're trying to escape. They get caught, and the military police or whatever are yanking them out of the van, fucking beating them up and shit, like, you know. Because these men are trying to flee the country and avoid being drafted or the war or whatever. I don't think they're actually soldiers. I think they're civilians who are perhaps avoiding the risk of being drafted. So it's not desertion yet, anyways, I guess. But it's interesting to me that these Ukrainian MPs, military police, are basically like beating the shit out of these dudes who are trying to flee the country. And you can have your own positions on that. But if they were doing that to like prisoners of war, that'd basically be a war crime. But doing it to your countrymen who are just trying to flee, I mean, maybe people have differing opinions on that, but we don't have to pull it up. Anyways, let's get through these chats and we're going to wrap up the show here. So let me see. We have Aaron Chambers. Shout out from Tuscaloosa, Alabama, an OF NYC girl who thinks T women are women, how original and heroic, and claims she wants to join the military after getting face tattoo knowing she couldn't. She's the queen of verbal diarrhea. Retired USN, Roll Tide. Hey, Aaron Chambers, good to see you in the chat. Thank you, man. Appreciate the super chat. Raphael C. Barlatti. Thank God women like the one on the right can't enlist. Imagine if there were only crazy people like that in 1945. Everyone in the West would be speaking two languages today, German and shit. Okay? Thank you, man. Phil Gowan, if equivalently trained, a male martial artist will generally wreck a female martial artist through strength. Training is still advantageous for women, though, as most men are not trained or fit, especially those which would attack a woman. Fair point. DJ Yates, Army Infantry SSG. Wait, is this Staff Sergeant? Wait, what does SSG stand for? Do I have that right?
Yeah, Staff Sergeant.
Staff Sergeant. Everyone in the military gets paid the same based on rank and time of service, not gender. I can assure you she couldn't do our job. We will go days without sleep in rucks with 60 to 100 pounds. It's not easy. We don't just shoot either. From DJ Yates. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. And then these two. Okay. Yep. Facts. Okay, thank you guys. Appreciate it. Oh, we have to do the tweets and then we'll wrap. Okay, so just a refresher here. Hold on, let me just double check everything. Sorry guys, one sec. Oh. Did she? Okay. All right. What was I saying? Tweets. Did you guys, the girl who maliciously flaked, who did the humbled or whatever, I don't know if she banned the whatever, did she like change? Well, okay, whatever. Let's do the tweets on this girl. She flaked 3 times. She flaked 2 hours before shoot today. We were gonna pull up her tweets while she's here, but it's clear that she's flaked 3 times. It's perhaps malicious. I don't think she's gonna come on the show. So we're gonna pull up her tweets. Go ahead, Nick. And mind you, her tweets are very misandrist. And so she says, just thinking about men gives me anxiety. That's an incredibly sexist thing to say. I would have liked to have challenged her on the show about this. Next. Love when a man, oh, hold on, let me give a bit of context. She also claimed that she was traditional. Mind you, she's an OnlyFans girl. If you go on her Twitter, she's S-ing the D and getting fucking dude. She's not traditional, right? But she claimed to be traditional. So some of these tweets are related to her, would have been used as evidence of her being not traditional. Also, she's a confessed cheater. She says she cheats on men. That's what she provided in her pre-show notes for us. So, but yeah, she made the claim that she's a traditional woman while doing porn, while doing sex work, while having an OnlyFans, while having videos of her on her Instagram sucking dick and letting dudes
on her Instagram.
Or sorry, excuse me, Twitter, on her Twitter, and also letting dudes hit it raw from behind. Okay.
Do you know how old she is?
Late 20s, I think. Mid to late 20s. Love when a man. So this is evidence. This is evidence of her not being traditional. Like no traditional woman is saying this shit on Twitter. Next. She stays simping over the worst. So this is like indicative of her toxic.
Hilly donated $100. Always enjoy the Brain and Andrew duo, speaking only truth and like the deep question breakdowns. Love from Australia.
Hey, thank you, mate. Appreciate it. And yeah, I think me and Andrew are a good duo. He's like the bad cop, and I don't know if I'm the good cop, but
the better cop.
I'm the slightly nicer cop. But maybe still the bad guy. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Next, or pull back up the tweet. Oh, stay simping over the worst men. So this is just evidence of her toxic dating behavior. Women are, a lot of women are attracted to toxic behavior in men. So she stays simping over the worst men, not good men, the worst men. Next. Men are kings of masking themselves personalities. Mind you, this woman frequently wears a lot of makeup. So all these claims of men being disingenuous, I mean, no offense, ladies, y'all wear makeup and shit. Start there, okay? Oh my God, sorry, I'm being toxic. Okay, next. Again, this is the epitome of a traditional woman. Very grateful for my man and his cock. This is really what you want to see as a traditional man, is receipts of her talking about, that are still up on the internet, about her talking about her past man and his penis. Next. Love to see it. Men in downtown Orlando are disgusting. Well, that's mean. That's a bit mean, just painting with, it's a bit sexist even. If I were to say, for example, women in Los Angeles are disgusting, that would be deemed as a sexist statement, but it's okay when women are sexist, I guess. Okay, go ahead. And man-hating. Oh, okay, well, Exhibit A, just woke up from the biggest I hate men nap. So this woman here is clearly admitting to her misandry, which is actually socially acceptable. Next. Hate that I only like men covered in tattoos who did this to me. Again, this is sort of evidence of, this women who not necessarily making a statement about tattoos, but, women seem to be attracted to bad boys. And can you really complain about men treating you poorly or men being assholes if you seem to intentionally seek out those kinds of men? Next. Men who love eating pussy are top tier. Again, this is not the most traditional thing to say as somebody who considers themselves traditional. Next. Currently making my mans drive us to the middle of the desert so we can make a sex tape. Again, not really the most traditional thing, but okay, next. Love that men pay me for my existence. So cool, so blessed. This would be related to just female privilege, that women can basically just get paid money by men just for existing. And you don't even need to be on OF to do that. You can just go on a dating app and men will like Venmo you money. So kind of weird. Okay, next. Just fucked my man to sleep. I'm a queen. Okay. I don't think that makes you a queen.
Can we also talk about the guys that respond and like all this?
No, don't scroll down, Nick.
Nope.
But again, from you claiming to be traditional, you're not traditional. Next. Get you a man that fucks you in the morning, then makes you coffee and breakfast. Again, this is not traditional. You're not a traditional woman. Next. My man's just fucked me in the back of his car with the Burberry on. Okay, not traditional. I love being a bitch to entitled men on the internet. So this is a bit more on the misandrous side. You clearly have contempt and hatred for men. Next. I'm going to be single forever because men really ain't shit. Again, as a man, if you were to say these things, you would probably get targeted for cancellation. You would be labeled a misogynist and there would be ramifications, but women are basically allowed to outwardly state misandrist, or they're allowed to make misandrist statements without any sort of reprisal. That's sort of the state of how little we respect men in today's society. Next. Just a reminder, men literally ain't shit. Once again, I can just repeat myself, ditto on what I previously said. It's socially acceptable to hate men, to basically say men are trash, men ain't shit. This is a totally socially acceptable thing to say. I think it's sexist. I think it's misandrist, but
I'm shocked she didn't show up.
Next. I love sucking my man's cock. Again, going back to her claims that she's a traditional woman. You're not a traditional woman, my dear. Next. We love men who love eating pussy. Again, not a traditional thing to say publicly. Men that care about making you come are top tier. I actually don't disagree with your sentiment here, but again, it's not a traditional thing to publicly say on social media. Next. I'm a simp for men who love eating pussy. It's same thing, not traditional. Next. Any man that calls me shoddy can fucking hit it. Again, you're not traditional, lady. Next. I be looking men in the eyes when I S the D and it gets them every time. Again, my dear, you're not traditional. Next. Oh, okay, that's something else. Okay, we're not going to react to that. Oh, we should have had Andrew's face. Why didn't we fucking have Andrew's face on the entire time? Sorry, Andrew. Just assume that was the face that Andrew was making while I was reading all those terrible tweets. Did you like the rant, Andrew? Was it good?
Remind me not to get on your bad side, Brian.
It was a shocking amount of tweets.
Remind me not to get on your bad side.
Wait, why'd you say that?
Well, I mean, nothing. I think it was just desserts. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, no,
just desserts.
No.
Yeah.
Don't call yourself traditional.
Yeah, don't get on my bad side, otherwise I'll look at your Twitter history. I guess, and I'll expose you as a misandrist, I guess. So.
Can we talk about the men encouraging her in the comments?
I think we can all agree there's just shitty people out there.
They're white knights and simps and
yeah. I mean,
she's
just
not gonna
people.
fuck them.
If men held women to a higher standard, women wouldn't be doing the things that they're
women
doing.
held themselves to a higher standard, guys would also
hang on.
treat you.
They are
too high.
trying to hold them to a higher standard, but some of them won't even bow.
It's true. It's true. They don't even bow.
They don't even bow. It's crazy.
It's crazy, man. That's just crazy.
Who'd have thunk it?
Who would have thunk it? Who would have thunk? But, well, look, there's a lot of white knights. There's a lot of simps. And the reality is, though, is that feminism is the mainstream. Like, all that shit she's talking about, that's like mainstream, what you're going to hear in university, what you're going to hear from your professors, what you're going to hear in like woke TikTok.
But if the men decided to stand up and say we're not putting up with this 304 behavior,
that's different.
You need more men doing it. You need less men watching.
You're talking about. So I'm talking about. Oh, okay. Well, are you talking about like the 304 shit or the
yes, the 304
the man
stuff.
hating shit?
Well, the man hating stuff is not great either. I mean, I've had my fair share of terrible men, but I don't hate men in general.
Okay. Yeah. Right. So.
You know.
My question is, who's pushing this agenda?
Feminism. Don't even fucking think about saying what you're gonna say.
I'm not.
Oh my god, bro. Okay. It's got these girls trying to get me canceled or some shit. Let me make sure we're all caught up on chats. I think we are. All right. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Did I pull up any other things, Nick? Oh, pull up the thumbnail really quick. Okay. Let me just make sure that this is like, okay. Is there anything else I had pulled up? Oh, guys, so that was the girl on the right. That was the girl whose tweets we were reacting to. So would you date a girl who had this much, who wore that much makeup, who had like 3 fucking nose piercings, the septum and the side? The side one is not as bad. I think the septum one is worse. And then like the clavicle tattoo. Me personally, bruv, shit's a red flag, dude. That's a red flag. Tattoos depend. Look, minimal tattoos, okay. But clavicle tattoo, a bit much. And she's super heavily tatted. If you see her, she's super heavily tatted. So I wouldn't go for it.
What's your maximum accepted tattoo level for a woman?
I mean, it depends, but I mean, minimal, I guess.
Minimal.
I'd have to see it. I don't think that's too bad. It's like different. It's like, okay, she's got like a little heart on her ankle or something. That's not as crazy as like a face tattoo, you know? Like I would definitely not date a girl with a face tattoo. So, for shizzle, manizzle. Cool. Okay. Nobody else wants to weigh in? Anybody? Okay. Let me see if there's any other notes. Oh wait, fuck. How are we doing time-wise? One sec, guys. One sec. Oh, okay. Guys, go to Twitch. Guys, give us, if you're on Twitch right now, oh my God, the Twitch viewers, oh my God, they just couldn't stand. Normally we're like at over 1,000, but let me see if I can raid somebody over there on Twitch. One sec, guys. Uno momento, por favor. I'm gonna raid somebody on Twitch. Rest in peace, Akira Toriyama. I put the Dragon Ball Z VHS containers on the table because reasons. Oh, yeah. So, guys, if you're on Twitch, drop us a Prime sub if you have one. Drop us a follow, guys, if you're watching on Twitch. And then also, one sec, guys. I'm going to see if I can raid anybody on Twitch. One sec. Stay safe. Okay, let's raid him. Yeah. Stay safe, Matt. He's been on the show before. He is playing Classic Era, so we're going to raid him. Those of you on Twitch, thank you, those of you watching on Twitch. I'm going to send you over to Matt, who's, like I said, he's playing World of Warcraft right now. So hold on, I'm going to do start raid. Those of you on Twitch, thank you for tuning in. That raid is going to be sent in just a second. I'm going to send that over. One sec, guys. Hold on. Sorry. And then I'll give... Oh, also, boom. Okay, I raided. Whoops. And then, guys, sub to our Clips channel. That's our Clips channel. We're trying to get to 1 million subscribers. Guys, give us a follow. Give us a Prime sub if you have one. Give us a... Wait, oh my God, sorry, I'm losing my... I'm sorry, guys. Talking to that girl was ridiculous. Subscribe to us on the Clips channel. Subscribe to us on the Clips channel. And then, hold on one sec, guys. I'm just doing a couple things here. One sec. Okay, we're going to... Oh, also, guys, Andrew joined us. I'm still a little sick. So I want to give a big thank you to Andrew for being able to help me co-host this episode. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah. No problem. It was nice to meet all of you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If you guys can go, mods, if you can spam his channel in the chat, and if you guys can go give him a sub. He's been on the show a bunch. I really hope you guys... We're trying to get Andrew to 100,000 subscribers on his channel. I want to get him there June? Is that too ambitious? I don't know. But guys, let's get him to well, that'd be dope too. But get him to 100,000 guys. So mods, if you can spam his channel in the chat. It's The Crucible on YouTube. And what? Okay. And then hold on. Oh, okay. So that's it, guy. Hold on. That's it. Last call. Hit the like button, please, on your way. Unless somebody has a final thought. Right? Oh my
I
God.
do.
I have many.
Oh, you do?
No.
Okay.
No, just to kind of go off of some of the things that were said today, and trying to make it short because it is getting late. But first of all, I just want to say thank you to the way I think there are certain men in this world that have stood up so that women could be safe and could have a voice. So I just want to name that. And yeah, I could never try to compare myself to a man because of the kind of things that you have to carry, the role that I think we have different roles and God made us different for a reason. And so it is a bunch of pressure to walk as a man. As I'm not saying women don't have certain types of pressure either. It's just, I don't think in this game of sexism, feminism, and all that toxic masculinity and all that stuff, I think we're just not gonna win. That's not the way to solve the issue. It's a deeper issue, but I understand why those groups have risen up. It's just a bunch of pain. There's just a bunch of pain in this world, injustices, and that's one of the reasons why I think, I went to film school. I have a bachelor's in TV film, and one of the things that they were saying is sex sells. And the reason why there are people doing what they do, it's because there's consumers, and I don't know. I think there's deeper issues there. I love a lot, the heart of Anastasia. I was hearing her and I was like, wow, she really just deeply cares for people, whether she contradicts or we don't agree with everything that she says. I'm trying to hear her, and as coming from the mental health piece, and that there's a bigger, deeper issues with a lot of the reasons why we do what we do, like the fact that she came from foster care. I'm so interested in her story, but just wanted to say those things. And then God loves each and every one of you. And thank you for having us.
Yeah, and actually, what you said made me think about something. And there's often talk of toxic masculinity. Sorry, Stay Safe is making me laugh here. There's often a lot of talk about toxic masculinity, but there's not enough talk about masculine heroism.
Yeah.
And I think that's, I don't know, I'm being kind of fucking...
No, it's true, because masculinity is not toxic. We need that. We need strong men in society. We need men to step up and take their place as leaders. We need men of integrity. We need men who do care for women. So masculinity is not toxic. We love men. We appreciate men. We want men. So yes, we appreciate
Have
you.
I rated Stay Safe yet, by the way? Is it working? I'm sorry. I'm like a noob on Twitch. I'm such a noob on Twitch. Hey, yo, Stay Safe. Do the haka. Stay safe. Do the haka right now. I don't know if you can hear me. Do you know the All Blacks? I can't hear you, by the way. Stay safe. Do the All Blacks New Zealand haka. Do it. Stay safe. Do the All Blacks New Zealand haka. Do it right now. Jump out of your gamer chair and do the All Blacks haka. Do it. Oh, okay. It's going to take a while. Okay. Did you have a final thought, or I think we're
Stay
good.
positive.
That's beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. Okay, guys. I'm the master of making this linger forever. Scooting to the table, but okay, guys. Once again, go subscribe to the Crucible. That's Andrew Wilson's channel. Last call. Hit the like button, please, on your way out if you can. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, and supports the show. We will be live again Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. Andrew, are you going to be able to join us on Tuesday also? Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yep. I did commit for that show as well.
Thank you, man.
And then
Thank you.
I appreciate you inviting me.
Of course.
I know you're still feeling under the weather, so.
Definitely appreciate you being able to come in clutch here and help me out while I'm still feeling a little under the weather. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram if you can make it to Santa Barbara. Thank you to the wonderful panel. You guys were great. Appreciate it. Except for that girl who left, who I had to kick out rather. 07's in the chat, guys. Thank you for tuning in. Go 07 in the chat. Okay. All right. Good night, guys. Nick. Oh, rest in peace, Akira. Oh my God, what the? Oh, can you hide the Discord really quick? Yeah, right there. Yeah. Yo, rest in peace, Akira Toriyama. Rest in peace. Okay, 07's in the chat. Good night, guys.